Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents An Act of Redemption by Lynn, narrated by Callie Dalton and Teddy Hamilton. Prologue. Anna. At only 14 years old, I was abducted, brutalized, and violated. It was the worst week of my life. If it wasn't for Jackson Reed, who I now consider my big brother, and 2 other brave Navy SEALs, I would have never survived. I didn't think I could overcome what happened to me, but I did, and I came out stronger. I also fell in love. Logan Knight was misunderstood and perceived as dangerous, but I've always known better. I saw in him what no one else did, and we formed a connection, one that, even with a break in time, could never be severed. In the beginning, he was my salvation, but in the end, I was his redemption. This is our story. Chapter 1. Anna. My heart thrums with anticipation as we ride the elevator up to the 10th floor of this swanky hotel. Me in my prom dress, and Logan in his tuxedo, something I never thought I would ever see him wear. But Lord, does he look good in it. Though, he looks good in everything he wears. I swear, it's impossible for the guy to look anything less than perfect. Whether he's wearing his loose, faded jeans and usual fitted t-shirt, or this tuxedo, Logan is the epitome of every girl's fantasy. The way every girl eyes him whenever we are out in public only confirms this. It's something I've become accustomed to, and as much as I hate it, I can't blame them. He never seems to notice, though, and always makes me feel like I'm the only person in the room with him. I'm still shocked he took me to my prom. I know it's not his thing. He never even went to his own, but he did it for me, which makes what's about to happen tonight that much more special. I've been waiting a long time for this moment, 2 years to be exact. And although I am definitely nervous, I'm more than ready. I'm ready for him to finish erasing the ugly memories that were engraved on my body and soul 3 years ago. The ping of the elevator's destination draws me from my thoughts. When the doors slide open, Logan looks at me with one of his trademark sexy smirks and puts his hand out for me to take. Come on, baby. I accept his hand with a smile of my own and follow him as he leads the way to our hotel room. Once he slides the key card through the lock and holds the door open for me, I take a couple steps in before coming to an abrupt halt at the sight before me. The room is massive. It's more of a suite with a living room and fireplace. The lights are dimmed, candles are lit, and arranged over every high surface there is, bringing the room to a soft glow. A single yellow calla lily lies on the center of the bed. Walking over, I pick it up and bring it to my nose with a smile, loving that he chose my favorite. At the sound of the door clicking shut behind me, I turn to see him watching me carefully, trying to assess my reaction. How on earth did you find time to do this? I ask, my voice thick with emotion. I set it up earlier in the day. The lady at the front desk came and lit the candles just before we got here. I shake my head, still not believing he went to all this trouble. You didn't have to do all this. He shrugs, acting like it's no big deal, when in fact, it is a very big deal. Not only did a lot of thought go into this, but money would have too, something that I know he doesn't have much of. All of the money he makes at the garage goes to help support his mom and sister. I wanted to. I want to make sure tonight is everything you deserve. My heart turns over in my chest at his thoughtfulness. With a soft smile, I start over to him. His eyes sweep down the length of me with undisguised hunger. And like always, with just a look, a low heat begins to simmer deep inside of me. As I reach him, I rise up on my tiptoes and wrap my arms around his neck, because even with heels on, he towers over me. He encompasses me in his strong embrace and brings my body flush against his hard one, his erection pressing against my tummy. I stare up into his midnight blue eyes that are beautiful, but always a little guarded. All of this was not necessary, but thank you. Thank you for coming to prom with me tonight and for doing all of this. I gesture to the room behind me. Keeping one arm wrapped tightly around my back, he reaches up and cups my cheek.
I'd do anything for you, Anna. I may not be able to give you much, but I'll give you everything I have.
This is why I love him so much. I've never had anyone be so kind to me before, not like this. You are all I need, just you, and then I have everything. Instead of responding with words, he grasps my thick locks, then tucks my head back lightly before bringing his mouth down on mine. Just like always, the first touch of his lips is electrifying, and it reverberates through my entire body. When his tongue licks the seam of my lips, I open for him, and he wastes no time plunging in. I moan at the first taste of him and hug him closer as he devours my mouth with greedy desperation. Without breaking contact, he sweeps me up into his arms and carries me over to the bed. My back meets the cool, soft mattress as Logan's weight presses on top of me. Thanks to the high slit of my dress, I'm able to bend my leg and wrap it around his lower back. A fiery whimper escapes past my lips when his erection hits me where I crave him most. I thrust up against him eagerly, drawing a low growl from his chest. His big, rough hand trails up my leg and slips under my dress to cut my bottom.
This dress has been driving me fucking crazy all night.
He tears his mouth away and begins trailing his lips down the column of my throat. His hand slides around my back as I feel his fingers search for the zipper that he will not find.
Anna, baby, how the fuck do you get this thing off?
With a giggle, I bring his hand to the side of me, under my arm, and he wastes no time unzipping the dress. Since my dress is strapless and has a bra built in, the soft material slips down easily, immediately exposing my naked breasts. A groan rumbles past his lips just before he leans down and draws my puckered nipple into his hot, wet mouth. I arch up into his touch with a sigh and thread my fingers in his hair, holding him to me while I relish in the sensations he brings to my body. I reach between us and try pulling his dress shirt from his slacks, my hands desperate to feel his hot, naked skin, but my efforts prove impossible. Logan, take this off. I want to feel you. He sits up with a knee between my legs and shrugs off his jacket, his fierce eyes never leaving mine.
Believe me, Anna, you're going to feel me tonight, baby. All of me.
My heart pounds against my chest at his promise, fear and excitement dueling in my veins. Please, God, don't let me mess this up. Logan senses my internal plea, and his expression softens. After ridding himself of his shirt and tie, he lies down on top of me, his hard, bare body blanketing mine, bringing warmth and security. One of my favorite things in the world is to feel our bodies pressed against one another, skin to skin. He reaches up and brushes a piece of hair out of my face, his eyes seeking answers.
Talk to me, Anna. What's going through that pretty head of yours?
I swallow nervously, hating to wreck the moment with my apprehension. I just don't want to ruin this. I want you so bad, but I'm worried my fear will overtake me, and I won't be able to go through with this. He drops his forehead on mine, his eyes warm with understanding.
If this doesn't work out tonight, then nothing will change between us. We can still be close and make each other feel good, right? I'm not going anywhere, baby. I'll wait, however long it takes.
My throat clogs with emotion. He's already waited so long for me, has been so patient when he could have any girl he wants. I'm frustrated because I want nothing more than to feel him inside of me. He has pleasured me in every other way imaginable, helping me overcome most of my fears. This is the last hurdle, and I refuse to let my fears stop me from taking what I've wanted for so long. I don't want to wait anymore. I want you. I want all of you.
You have all of me, Anna. You always have.
I know, but... I pause, hesitating with what I'm about to say. I want to wake up tomorrow and know that you are the last person inside of me. Not him. Not anymore. I don't need to elaborate on who he is, because we both know I'm talking about the nameless, disgusting man who stole my innocence from me. I feel Logan's muscles tense beneath my fingers, and a dangerous rage flickers in his eyes, but he relaxes quickly and schools his features. It's something he does often. Keeps his anger far away from me. I've seen him unleash his temper only once before, when some guy grabbed me inappropriately at a party and scared the hell out of me. Logan lost it, and even then, I don't think I saw the extent of how mad he can get. But it doesn't scare me. I feel safe around him. I've always felt safe with him. Reaching up, I touch his lips that are only a breath away. I want this. His gaze searches mine, and he obviously finds what he's looking for because he nods.
Then I'll help you through it. We've talked about this before, Anna. This beautiful body of yours is for my touch only.
Heat pulls low in my tummy at his possessive words. Yes, I whisper. Only you.
That's right, baby. You are mine,
he affirms, before trailing his lips down my throat, leaving a path of heat in its wake.
My Anna.
I smile, and my tummy does a little flip, like it always does when he calls me his Anna. With a sigh of pleasure, I weave my fingers through his disheveled hair as he brings my body flaring back to life again. His mouth descends lower and lower until he reaches the edge of my soft yellow dress that's bunched low at my waist. He finishes removing the silk material and lets it fall to the floor, leaving me in only my matching lace panties. His face drops between my legs with a groan, and he inhales deeply. I squirm beneath him as he skims his nose along the damp fabric, passing over the bundle of nerves that screams for his attention.
You want my tongue in your pussy, baby?
He asks, his words vibrating against me. Oh, God, I love it when he talks like that to me. Yes, I respond breathlessly. I love all the dirty things he can do with his mouth, just as much as I love pleasuring him with mine.
Good, because I want that too. I always want that.
My teeth sink into my bottom lip with anticipation as he slips my panties from my body, leaving me completely naked for his view. The cool air whispers over my heated flesh and causes goosebumps to break out over my skin.
You're so fucking pretty, Anna.
His words are gruff with arousal and rake over my already honed senses. Taking two of his fingers, he swipes them through my wet flesh before inserting first one, then the other, deep inside of me. I gasp at the exquisite invasion.
So wet for me,
he groans, then begins circling my clit with his thumb.
We're going to get you nice and ready for my cock, baby.
His face lowers, and he takes a long, leisurely lick of my most intimate part. I cry out in pleasure, and my back bows off the bed. He lays an arm across my stomach and holds my hips in place while he devours me. His tongue moves with skillful precision, knowing exactly where to lick and how much pressure to use. My hands fist the sheets as he brings my body to highs I never knew were possible until him. As his fingers speed up their rhythm, my tummy pulls tight with my impending orgasm, and Logan senses it.
Give it to me, Anna. Let me taste it, baby.
The vibration of his erotic words sends me crashing over the edge. Ecstasy rushes through every nerve ending in my body as I soar to a place that's sheer bliss, a place where nothing else matters but pleasure. He drags out my release for as long as possible, not letting up until I'm completely soft and sated. Ever so slowly, I float back down and try to grasp reality. Logan kisses the inside of my thigh before trailing his mouth upward, tasting and nipping over every bare inch of my skin until he reaches my lips. I wrap my arms around his neck and succumb to his kiss. Our flavor mixed together is erotically beautiful. Pulling back, he stares down at me with question.
Are we moving forward, or am I going to hold you for the rest of the night? Either one is good with me, Anna.
The fact that he gives me an out if I want it, after he went through all this trouble, sends my already emotional heart into a tailspin. I want you to hold me. He nods without hesitation, but before he can move, I tighten my arms around his neck. After you make love to me, I add with a smile. A sexy smirk tugs at his lips. I like that plan, baby. It's way fucking better than mine. He cuts off my giggle with a brief kiss, then stands. His fierce gaze never wavers from mine as he finishes ridding himself of his clothes. My eyes roam down his naked body, and like always, my heart skips a beat at his beauty. His body is truly nothing short of perfection. His muscles are long and lean, but so defined, it looks like he was carved from stone. Swirling black ink marks the base of his left hip, the design coloring his ribs, shoulder, and down his arm. Most people are intimidated by his appearance, but not me. I think he looks powerful, lethal, and absolutely beautiful. But that's because I know what he looks like on the inside.
You make my dick so hard when you stare at me like that.
My eyes snap up to his, and my face flames with heat for getting busted gawking at him, but I toss him an unashamed smile. I can't help it. You're beautiful. I snicker at his grunt. He hates it when I tell him he's beautiful, but that's what he is, inside and out. My amusement quickly vanishes, and apprehension takes its place as I watch him sheathe his erection with a condom. Fear begins to crawl up my throat, but I try to shove it back down. I will not let anything rob me of this moment. Even though I give myself the pep talk, by the time he's on top of me, my heart is pounding so loud it's all I can hear. Logan stares down at me, his eyes intense.
If you want to stop at any time, you just say the word and we'll stop. Understand?
I nod, a little shakily.
Say it, Anna. Tell me you understand.
I understand. His gaze searches mine, and I can tell he's still hesitant. I'm not going to lie. I'm terrified right now, but I want this. I want you more than anything. His expression softens just before he leans down and presses a gentle kiss to my cheek.
Don't be scared, baby. I have you.
His reassurance adds to the array of emotions raging inside of me. Grasping his erection, he slides it through my wet heat, lubricating it with my arousal. I suck in a sharp breath when the tip of him enters me. Blood rushes in my ears, and the dark memory from so long ago tries to invade me. It's so strong, I swear I can smell the desolation and death from the cell. I clam up and squeeze my eyes shut tight, trying to fight off my panic.
Anna, look at me.
I open at Logan's sharp command.
Stay with me, baby. Look in my eyes. Look at who's inside of you.
I stare up at him, his face blurry from unshed tears. He stills halfway inside of me.
Do you want me to stop?
My panic escalates at the thought. No, I don't want you to stop. I shake my head, not knowing what I need. Shh. He drags his nose softly across my cheek, bringing his lips to my ear.
I love you, Anna.
It turns out it was exactly what I needed to hear. A sob escapes me, and I wrap my arms tight around him. I love you too, so much.
Feel me, baby.
He pushes in further, stretching me more than I thought possible.
Feel how much I love you.
His smooth baritone and kind words have me relaxing and some of my panic subsiding.
That a girl. Let me in, Anna. Let me love you the way you deserve.
Once he's all the way in, he stills and gives me time to adjust.
You okay?
He asks softly. I think about his question for a moment. My heart still beats erratically, but doesn't have the fear or intensity behind it that it did before. Yes, I am. Leaning down, he presses a soft kiss to my forehead.
Good. Stay with me, baby.
He begins to thrust in and out of me, his strokes slow and cautious. His warm gaze holds me captive, not allowing me to look away even if I wanted to. I completely let go and revel in everything Logan, his scent, his taste, the way his hard body flexes under my hands as he moves inside of me with perfection. But most of all, I get lost in the way he looks down at me as if I'm his entire world. Any fear that still hovered from the dark memory immediately vanishes because this is so different. There's nothing scary or painful about this. It's incredibly beautiful. A big smile takes over my face when I realize I'm finally doing the one thing I've wanted to do for so long, but feared I would never be able to. We're doing it. I'm doing it, I voice my thoughts. Without stopping his rhythm, Logan leans down and rests his forehead on mine.
Yeah, baby, we are, and it's perfect. You're perfect.
My smile spreads, and soon nothing else matters but the two of us and the way he makes me feel. I take in every detail I can, engraving it into my memory, from the way our skin melds together from sweat to how our bodies perfectly interconnect, as if they were made for one another. I curl my leg over his lower back, bringing him deeper, and quickly realize I still have my shoes on. He groans when my heel digs into him.
Jesus, Anna, I want this to last forever, but you feel too fucking good.
I can tell he's restraining himself. Curling a hand around his neck, I bring him down to my mouth and lick his bottom lip before pulling it between my teeth, something that I know drives him crazy. Let go, Logan, I whisper, before giving the tender flesh a sharp nip. With a growl, that's exactly what he does. His pace increases, but still remains gentle. Then, after a few more thrusts, he stills deep inside of me and buries his face in my neck. I hold him close and revel in the intimacy of our hearts beating together as one. In the midst of the beautiful silence, I realize that, together, we've healed my soul, that the dark memory from so long ago has no control over me anymore. Tomorrow I will wake up and know the last person who was inside of me was the one I love. A guy whose touch brings me peace and pleasure, not terror and shame. Hot tears begin slipping down my cheeks, and my body racks with silent sobs. Logan tenses, but doesn't call notice to it. He simply holds me closer and lets me release what I need to, something he has done many times over the last 2 years. Sometimes I swore if he hadn't been there, I would have fallen to pieces.
I swear, no one will ever hurt you again, Anna. I'd kill anyone who tries.
I nod, knowing he means it. It's been a promise he's made to me from the beginning, and one that always brings me security. I'll never forget the day I met him. It was 6 months after I had returned home from the hospital in Germany. I was going through extensive group therapy, and I missed Jackson terribly because he was the only person I felt safe with. I love my parents, and I was so happy to be back with them, but even they didn't make me feel safe. I was scared of everything and everyone. On the first day back at school, the crowds and looks of pity I received became too much, so I ran. I ran faster and harder than I ever had before. I didn't stop until my lungs burned fire and my legs gave out. I ended up at a secluded park that was abandoned, or so I thought. I was sitting by a tree, crying out my frustration and despair, when I looked up and saw Logan for the first time. He was leaning against his motorcycle smoking a cigarette, something I am glad he doesn't do any longer. I was embarrassed that I had fallen to pieces in front of someone when I thought I was alone. Our gazes locked as he watched me for several agonizing minutes, the debate evident on his face. He didn't know whether to stay or leave. Who could blame him? I was a mess. Thankfully, he ended up choosing the latter. My heart lodged in my throat as he approached, but not out of fear, though I'm not sure what it was at the time. He sat next to me, but not too close, as if he sensed I needed space. For the first few minutes he didn't speak. We just sat in silence, but something about his presence was comforting. Maybe it was the fact that he exuded a lethal confidence, something at the time that reminded me of Jackson. Whatever it was, it made me feel safe. I had been the one to break the silence first, and we ended up talking for hours. Not about anything in particular, but it was the everyday life stuff that made me feel normal for the first time in months. From there, a connection was formed, something I had desperately needed. I don't know what had made Logan so different. Maybe it was his guarded blue eyes that showed me he had his own demons. We ended up meeting in that exact spot almost every day, and it wasn't long before I knew, without a doubt, that we were meant to meet. Because together, our broken pieces made a whole. Together, we made one. "Thank you," I whisper into his shoulder, not only thanking him for giving me this moment, but for giving me back my life, for putting my broken pieces back together. He brings his forehead to rest on mine.
"I should be the one thanking you, Anna, not the other way around. You're perfect and beautiful, and for some reason, you let me have you."
I reach up and frame his face in my hands. "You will always have me."
"Good, because even though I don't deserve you, I won't ever let you go."
I hate it when he says that, especially because he really believes it. Before I can tell him how wrong he is, he leans down and kisses me.
"Come on, baby. Let's shower before bed."
I instantly miss our connection when he slides out of me, but it's replaced with warmth when he picks me up and carries me to the shower. We get underneath the hot spray together, and Logan takes to washing me. Every touch and stroke is with delicate care, as if my body is made of glass. Although it's not necessary, it makes me feel cherished. When we crawl back into bed, Logan pulls me against him. The flames from the fireplace keep the room at a soft glow and flickers over his strong face. I can't help but smile.
"What are you smiling about?"
he asks, quirking his lips. I wrap my arms around his neck, bringing myself closer to him. "Because you make me happy," I tell him truthfully, and brush my lips across his. "And because I get to wake up in your arms." I have never woken up in his arms before now, because my father would have a conniption. Logan often sneaks into my room at night and holds me until I fall asleep. He stays until the early hours, then leaves before my parents wake up. He started doing it when we first met because I was constantly being plagued by panic attacks, which were brought on by the nightmares. It was only his arms that helped me breathe through the terror, and it wasn't long before they stopped. As long as he was with me, I felt safe.
"I found an apartment in the city that's close to work,"
he blurts out, breaking into my thoughts. "You did?" He nods. "But what about your mom and sister?" I ask cautiously. This is territory I'm always careful about. Logan's sister is only 2 years younger than me and goes to a different school than I do. In all the years we have been together, I've only got to meet both his mom and sister a handful of times. He doesn't like taking me to his house. He keeps that part of himself from me. It hurt in the beginning, but I think it's because he doesn't like for me to see what a mess his mom is. His dad walked out on them when Logan was young. I don't know what happened because that topic has always been off limits, but his sister, Janie, once told me that he was not kind to any of them, especially Logan. She said it was a blessing he left. Only their mother doesn't feel that way, which is why she's a constant wreck. She drinks her problems away and can't cope, so that leaves Logan to shoulder all of the responsibility of taking care of them.
"With the raise I just got, I'll be able to afford my mom's place too, and I won't be that far from them if they need me."
This is something he shouldn't have to worry about. It bothers me because he deserves to go to college and pursue something he really wants to do. I have no doubt he likes working at the garage, and he's good at it, but I'm sure that's not his dream. I do understand why he does all this, though, and it only makes me love him more, because it goes to show how honorable he is. "Well, I can help pay for it, too." He shakes his head, quickly dismissing me like he always does any time I offer to help pay for something. It drives me crazy.
"Don't frown, Anna, or your face will stay like that."
I glare harder at him, which he finds amusing. Chuckling, he flips me to my back, hovering above me.
"Don't be mad, baby."
He kisses my lips, but I don't reciprocate, even though I really want to.
"Look, I appreciate you wanting to help, but I don't need it."
It's not about helping you. It's about paying for my share. Unless you plan on not having me over, I ask, with a quirk of my brow. He grunts.
Once you're done with school and out from under your parents' roof, your ass is mine, baby, and you'll be in my bed every night.
The thought of getting to wake up in his arms every morning sounds like pure heaven. See, then I'll need to pay for my share.
You don't need to. I'll take care of it.
You don't always have to take care of everything on your own, Logan.
I'll always take care of you, Anna, whether you like it or not.
I soften at the sincerity of his tone. I want to tell him I will take care of him too, but I know he won't appreciate it. Leaning down, he brushes his lips across mine.
Tell me you love me.
Even though I'm still peeved, I decide it's an argument for later, and I allow myself to melt against him. I love you. Most of the time, I tease. With a sexy smirk, he lays a loud, smacking kiss on my mouth.
Go to sleep, before I end up doing things to you that I know you can't take right now.
He rolls to the side, making sure to bring me flush against him. I curl my arms around his, holding him close to me. My eyes grow heavy, but I fight sleep. I don't want tonight to end, I admit softly. His warm lips meet my shoulder.
We will have more nights like this soon, Anna. I promise.
Not soon enough. Rather than voice that, I grab his hand and kiss his palm. I love you. Thank you again for tonight.
I love you too.
His reply echoes through my head, and a warm contentment settles over me just before I drift off into a deep slumber. Unfortunately, all too soon, the shrill ringing of a cell phone interrupts my peaceful slumber. I moan at the unwelcome disruption and open my bleary eyes to see it's 2 a.m. Logan rolls over, half asleep, and feels for his phone that's on the nightstand.
Yeah,
he answers, his deep voice raspy with sleep. I feel him tense, and I fully wake at the sound of the hysterical voice coming through the other end of the line.
Janie, what's wrong?
I sit up and look down at him.
What the fuck do you mean he's there?
He flies out of bed and starts getting dressed. I quickly follow suit, my heart in my throat at the sobbing sound of his sister's voice.
I'm on my way. Go to your room and lock the door. I'll be there soon.
Logan, what is it? I ask as he hangs up.
Fucking Robert.
Your mom's ex? He nods in confirmation. I thought they broke up.
So did I.
He sits down and starts putting his shoes on.
Listen, is it okay to borrow your car? I shouldn't be long.
Of course.
Thanks.
And I'm coming with you, I add, as I finish zipping up my dress. His head snaps up, and he looks at me for the first time since the call.
No, you're staying here.
I shake my head. Forget it.
Anna, you aren't coming.
We glare off at one another, the air becoming thick with tension. I quickly realize this isn't going to get us anywhere, so I try a different tactic. Logan, please let me come. I don't want to stay here by myself. I'll go crazy worrying if you're okay. His expression softens, just before he walks over and pulls me against him.
I'll be fine, baby. I can handle him.
I have no doubt he can, but I don't want him to deal with it alone. I don't want him to keep shutting me out. Please, I plead softly, trying one more time. Let me be there for you. He stares down at me, a war battling in his midnight blues, and I see the moment he gives in.
Shit.
His hand runs through his hair in frustration.
Fine, let's go.
I feel a small sense of victory that he's finally letting me be there for him. However, my triumph is short-lived when we pull up to his place 10 minutes later. Even from inside the car, you can hear chaos erupting from the tiny rundown house. My heart stops at the sound of glass shattering and the desperate scream that follows.
Stay here,
Logan orders, just before he races out of the car, not even bothering to shut off the engine. I don't follow the demand. I rip the keys out of the ignition and run after him. I enter through the front door right behind him, and my stomach plummets when I see Logan's mom on the living room floor, barely conscious, her face a bloody, swollen mess. Oh, God. Logan starts toward her, but his attention quickly draws down the hall at his sister's scream.
Janie?
He switches direction and charges to her room. I rush over to his mom and drop down beside her. Grabbing her hand, I try to offer comfort while keeping my eyes on Logan. He fumbles with the door handle, but it's locked, his sister's screams becoming more desperate. Backing up, he kicks down her door, and the sight that we're met with has bile rising in my throat. A man, who I'm assuming is Robert, is on top of Janie, hitting her in the face.
You motherfucker!
Logan's fury is so loud it ricochets off the walls. Time seems to slow as Logan rips Robert off Janie and begins hitting him repeatedly. Blow after blow, I watch transfixed as the man I love becomes someone else, someone I've never seen before. Logan, stop! The panicked plea that comes from me sounds distant, even to my own ears. He doesn't quit, and I stay frozen, unable to move. The final blow that he delivers sends Robert crashing into the dresser. A sickening crack from where his head hits the edge sounds throughout just before he slumps to the floor, unconscious. Logan stands rooted to his spot and stares down at him, his chest heaving with rage. Janie crawls across the bed and launches herself at him. He braces a hand against the wall to steady them and holds his sister as she sobs against his chest. Eventually, his eyes find mine, and I suck in a sharp breath at his tortured expression. I distantly register the sound of sirens fast approaching. Our gazes hold, and dread courses through me. I get the overwhelming urge to grab Logan and run, knowing things are about to get worse. And I was right. They did. They got a whole lot worse. Chapter 2. Anna. 3 weeks later. After being stripped of all of my belongings and a very uncomfortable pat-down by a woman who looks like she could eat me for breakfast, I follow behind a guard as he leads me to the visiting area. The stained yellow walls and smell of disinfectant has my stomach churning more than it already was.
You can have physical contact, but your hands must be visible at all times. If you embrace, it can't be longer than 10 seconds. Kissing is allowed, but it must also remain brief, and no open-mouth contact is permitted.
I listen to the guard explain the rules, my heart aching at having so many boundaries when it comes to seeing Logan. He stops and looks back at me, clearly waiting for a response. I understand. I respond softly. He watches me with an expression I can't decipher before he starts moving again.
So, how do you know Sheriff McKay?
I was waiting for this question. If it hadn't been for Cooper, I wouldn't have gotten in here to see Logan, at least not this quickly. Forms had to be filled out and filed for clearance before I could, and I didn't have time for that. He is my brother's good friend, I respond, using this simple way of explaining Jackson rather than the long version. Jackson and my father were adamant that I didn't come here, but I don't care. I need to see Logan. I need to know that he's okay. I haven't seen him since the night he was arrested and taken into custody. The moment Robert Moss was pronounced dead, and I realized how much trouble Logan was in, I begged my dad to hire the best lawyer he could find. At first, he was not jumping at the opportunity to help, but when he realized how badly it would jeopardize our relationship, he finally complied. Or so I think. I haven't heard anything since Frank Davenport, the said lawyer my dad hired, came to see Logan, which is why I am taking matters into my own hands now. The sound of a buzzer pulls me from my thoughts as we reach the visiting area. I take a deep breath and try to pull myself together, knowing Logan needs me to be strong right now. The big double doors swing open to a large room with tables and chairs, a few prisoners occupying them with loved ones. My gaze quickly searches out Logan, and I spot him in the far corner, sitting at a table with his head down and hands cuffed in front of him.
Knight, your visitor is here,
the guard bellows. His head snaps up, and my heart constricts painfully when I see he has a black eye. Our gazes meet, his expression twisting with disbelief.
Anna?
He shoots out of his chair.
What are you doing here?
I waste no time rushing over to him, my response clogging in my throat. He raises his cuffed hands above his head, anticipating my embrace, and I don't hold back. I throw myself at him, and his arms come over top of me, pulling me in close. His mouth quickly finds mine and shreds my fragile composure. My sob bubbles up to the surface and explodes against his lips.
Shh. Don't cry. Please don't cry, Anna.
Tell me you're okay.
I'm okay.
Remembering the rules and not wanting to get either of us in trouble, I step back but reach up and cup the side of his face, my thumb tracing just under his swollen eye. You don't look it, I comment sadly. It's not only the bruise. He looks exhausted, angry, and most of all, defeated. What happened? Who hurt you? Something flickers in his eyes, something hard, and just like that, it's as if a switch goes off in him. He pulls back from my touch and closes himself off from me.
You shouldn't be here.
I gape at him, trying not to let his words sting. How can you say that? It's been killing me not knowing if you're okay.
I'm fine.
He most certainly is not fine, but with a nod, I let it go, for now. So what happened with the lawyer my father sent? What's his game plan? He shifts slightly before clearing his throat.
Nothing, because I'm not using him.
What do you mean?
Look, Anna, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I'm not accepting your father's help, and especially not his money.
What? Don't say that, of course you are. He shakes his head, but I don't let him speak. Yes, you are, I snap, not bothering to hide my irritation any longer. Now is not the time for your bullshit pride on accepting help, Logan. You're in serious trouble here, and...
You think I don't fucking know that?
I flinch at his outrage, and the room goes dead quiet. He blows out a heavy breath and scrubs his cuffed hands over his face in frustration. Once again, I notice how tired he looks.
Listen, I'm sorry. This isn't coming out right. I don't need the lawyer because I've been offered a plea bargain, and I'm going to accept it.
A plea bargain? He nods.
For manslaughter.
I have no idea what that is, but it doesn't sound good at all. What does that entail? Community service? Won't that affect your job?
It's not community service.
I wait for him to explain, but he remains quiet. Well, what is it then? My stomach twists at the resignation in his gaze, and I quickly realize I'm not going to like what I'm about to hear.
6 years.
In prison? Everyone turns to us at my outburst. He doesn't respond, but he doesn't need to. I shake my head, immediately rejecting the idea. No, you can't do that. We can get you out of this without a prison sentence.
How the fuck do you know?
Because the lawyer my dad has is the best. He wouldn't have hired him otherwise.
Do you have any idea the cost of that shit, Anna? I'm not taking it, only to be sentenced for life.
Who cares about the money? You're willingly pleading guilty for a crime you didn't commit? I don't understand why you would do that.
Because I did do it. I fucking killed the guy, whether I meant to or not, and this is better than a murder charge.
It was self-defense. You saved your sister's life. He shakes his head.
It doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Don't do this, please. Warm tears begin to spill down my cheeks. I can't. I lose my breath and feel myself slipping into hysterics.
Fuck.
He pulls me against him again, but this time his caged arms bring me no comfort.
Everything will be okay. I promise. I'm lucky I was offered this, and I need to take it. It's for the best. Trust me.
No, I can't accept this. Please take my father's help, Logan. I can't go 6 years of seeing you like this. He tenses, his body turning to stone, and I swear the room drops in temperature. I look up at him, the same time he releases me.
I don't want you to.
He pauses and visibly swallows.
You can't come back here.
What the hell are you talking about? Of course I'm coming back.
Listen to me, he snaps in a hushed tone. You can't. I don't know where I'll be transferred to after I accept this, but either way, it doesn't matter, Anna. You need to move on and continue with your future. You can't.
You are my future, I cry out. His teeth grind so hard I'm surprised his jaw doesn't snap.
I can be. Not anymore.
I shake my head, not believing this is happening. He can't be saying this to me right now. No, I won't do it. I don't care what you say. I'm not leaving you. Not ever. He blows out a defeated breath, then steps forward and presses a hard kiss to my forehead. It's a kiss that has icy terror gripping my chest because it feels final, like it's the last one I will ever receive from him.
Be happy, Anna.
He turns away, but not before I see his eyes filled with unshed tears. Through blurry vision, I watch him walk to the steel door and bang on it. The sound of the buzzer finally knocks me from my trance. No, Logan, stop! He doesn't. He continues through the door. I run after him, but it closes on me just before I reach him. I'm not leaving you. Do you hear me? I scream and bang on the cold steel. I won't give up on you. I'm going to get you out of here whether you want me to or not. I wait, praying he will come back. But he doesn't. I drop my forehead on the door with a sob, my heart swelling so painfully that I can't breathe. The guard from the other end of the room comes and pulls me away, a look of pity etched on his face. I allow him to lead me out. The entire way back down the hallway, I'm in a haze of pain and heartbreak. It all feels like a horrible nightmare that I can't wake myself up from.
Your boyfriend is doing the right thing,
the guard says, interrupting my tortured thoughts.
This isn't a place for a young girl.
I shake my head, refusing to listen. I meant what I said. I would not give up on him. Unfortunately, he never gave me a choice. I went back every weekend for 2 months, but Logan refused to see me every time. The last time I showed up, I found out he had been transferred somewhere else. They wouldn't give me any information on where. But in the end, I knew it didn't matter, because he wouldn't have seen me anyway. That day I left broken, my mended heart shattered once again. But this time I knew it wouldn't be repaired. Not without Logan.
Chapter 3. Logan. 4 years later. I follow the guard down the dimly lit hallway, wondering who could be here to see me. I don't get visitors. Not ever. As we turn down the private sector, which is nowhere near the visiting area, I quickly realize this isn't going to be any ordinary visit. Where the hell are we going? I ask Clem, one of the few guards I don't mind in this shithole. I don't know what's going on, but you have some big suits here to see you. What the hell? I immediately think about my mom and sister. Shit. Did something happen to one of them? I haven't spoken to my mom since the arrest, and my sister since I took the plea bargain. This wasn't a place where I ever wanted her to see me. As for my mother, I didn't want to see her. I was too pissed, still am. But I don't want anything bad to happen to her either. I snap out of my thoughts when we stop at an office door marked private. Clem looks over his shoulder at me. Good luck, kid. Even I'm curious. He knocks on the door. When it opens by the warden, I step in and come to a halt. I barely take note of the suits because my eyes are on one guy only. A familiar face. Cooper McKay. Sheriff McKay. One person instinctively comes to mind. What's going on? Is Anna okay? Just saying her name has my chest tightening. Cooper nods. She's fine. This isn't about Anna. Thank Christ. Mr. Knight, I'm Special Agent Brooks, and this is my partner, Special Agent Davis. One of the suits stands up and extends his hand. Special Agent, as in FBI? I ask, accepting his gesture with a firm handshake. He nods. That's right, and this here is Stephen Brown, the district attorney. I briefly acknowledge the other guy, then look back to Cooper, wondering what the fuck is going on. Why don't you have a seat, Mr. Knight, and we can explain why we're here. I'd take a seat at the table in front of the agents while Cooper remained standing in the corner. We have a proposition for you that I think you'll be interested in. Special Agent Davis starts. A proposition? That's right, one that will benefit all of us. I grunt, not trusting these assholes. Well, Cooper I do, but not anyone else in this room. Yeah? And what's that? What if I told you that you could have time served and get out of here as soon as tomorrow? My senses go on high alert, but I can't help the sliver of hope flaring inside of me. I stare at the agents, not knowing how the hell to respond. Stop being so goddamn cryptic and tell him why you're here, Cooper spits out, obviously sharing my annoyance. Both agents glare over at him before turning back to me. Special Agent Brooks is the one to speak. We have been investigating an illegal fighting ring for almost 7 months now, but it's not your average underground operation. I have no idea why they're telling me this, but I'd be lying if I said I'm not intrigued, so I play along. How so? There are 10 rounds, each one with a different opponent. If you keep winning, you keep fighting, ultimately ending up in the final round, which is where it gets complicated. He pauses and leans forward, bracing his arms on the table in front of him. Word has it that the last one is a private fight, held by whoever is running this thing, some guy they refer to as Boss. It's held at an entirely different location, and not just anyone gets in. The difference between this fight and all the others is that only one opponent walks away. What do you mean? A moment of silence fills the room before he responds. You fight to the death. Jesus. He stares back at me, giving me time to absorb everything he just said. So what does this have to do with me? Special Agent Davis speaks now. We just recently lost an agent who was working undercover. He was found out, though we don't know how yet. His expression tightens. But we intend to find out. The problem is we need to get to that final round, and we need someone who's good enough to get there. Whoever is running this operation doesn't show up until the final fight, and that's the bastard we want. I realize now where they're going with this. And what? You think I can be that guy? Yes, we do, for a few reasons. You've been in your fair share of fights here, Mr. Knight, so we are very well aware of what you're capable of. Oh, and just what do you think that is? Well, you did quite the number on Ted Rassiter. He was hospitalized for an entire month. My stomach recoils at the mention of that piece of shit. The motherfucker got what he deserved. He knew better than to fuck with me. He nods. I'm aware of that. I read the guard's statement as to what happened. I don't want to talk about it, so I changed the subject. What's the other reason? Because there are a lot of people I'm sure you can find with my fighting abilities, or even better. The agent sits back in his chair and crosses his arms. What does the name Lewis Cobb mean to you? I falter. He was my cellmate a while back. Would you say that you guys got along? I shrug. I guess. Better than I get along with most people. Mainly because I don't care to interact and make friends with anyone. Lewis, unfortunately, didn't make that easy. The bastard never shut up or left me alone. But he ended up becoming a friend, someone I could trust on the inside. Are you saying Lewis is a part of this? Yes. From what we have gathered, he's high up in ranks and works specifically for whoever is running this thing. Shit. That asshole said he was going to clean his act up when he got out. I stare back at the agents in front of me. So, what do I get out of all this? Well, if you're willing to help us, you can get out of here as early as tomorrow, and we would call it time served. I now realize this is why the DA is here. I look over at Cooper, who has been quiet the entire time. How do you fit in with all of this? This is going down in Charleston, which is my jurisdiction. I'll be helping the FBI with whatever they need. For some reason, I get the feeling it's more than that, but I leave it for the time being. So, what do you think, Mr. Knight? Do we have a deal? Special Agent Brooks asks. I blow out a deep breath, still having a hard time wrapping my head around all of this, but no way in hell will I give up the opportunity of getting out of here. Even if I don't make it out of there alive, it will be better than this hellhole. Yeah, we have a deal.
Chapter 4. Anna. "Are you kidding me? You can't wear that!" Charity shrieks as she walks out of the bathroom, pointing at my conservative soft yellow cardigan. I glance down at my outfit. Why not? "Because we're going to a fight, not out for a cup of tea, for crying out loud." She shakes her head. "Can you stop being all doctor-like for just one night?" I roll my eyes. "Charity, I'm in psychology, not medicine." "Whatever, it's the same thing." I'm about to tell her it's not at all the same thing, but before I can speak, she starts ripping my sweater off me. "Hey! Listen, the jeans are great. They show off what an amazing ass you have, but this must come off." She chucks it across the room, then walks to the closet and throws me a white tank top that looks 3 sizes too small. "Put this on." I huff in frustration, but do as she says. "And put these on too." She tosses me a pair of brown leather knee-high boots. I was going to wear my flip-flops. She shakes her head. "Can't. Your pretty little decorative toes will be crushed to pieces. I don't think you understand just how many people will be there, Anna. I'm telling you, this sexy new fighter is causing some serious havoc." Anxiety plagues me once again, and I second-guess my decision to let Charity convince me to come with her tonight. She quickly senses my unease. "Hey, it'll be okay, I promise. I go there all the time and nothing has ever happened. You'll see tons of other people that we know from campus." That's what I'm worried about. I don't like being among big crowds, especially in confined spaces. I never have. Not since Iraq. "I just want you to try, Anna. You need to get out more." "I get out?" I shoot back defensively. "Not unless it's to the library or out with that geek." "Toby isn't a geek." She lifts a brow at me. "Okay, he's kind of a geek, I admit. Although, if he ditched the sweater vests and glasses, he could be considered handsome." "Not kind of. He is. It makes no sense to me why you go on dates with him when you have some of the hottest guys on campus asking you out." "I don't go on dates with him. We study together. We are nothing more than friends." "Yeah, right. Tell that to the guy who constantly trips over himself because he's always staring at your ass." I'm about to argue, but she doesn't let me. "Either way, it doesn't matter. Will you please just give tonight a try? If you really hate it, we'll leave. I promise." I relent with a defeated sigh. "Yeah, okay. But you do realize if Jackson ever finds out, I'm a dead girl." Her eyes glitter, as usual, at the mention of his name. "You just blame the whole thing on me, and hopefully that sexy motherfucker will take it out on me in the dirtiest ways." "Ew," I laugh. "I've told you before, he's way too in love with his wife for it to ever happen." She shrugs. "A girl can dream." I shake my head but can't hide my smile. "Come on, let's get out of here before we miss the big fight." "Just a sec." I walk over to my jewelry box and pull out a bracelet that I haven't worn in a while. It's sterling silver and has a guardian angel on it. It's meant for protection and always brought me peace when I needed it after Iraq. As I slip it over my wrist, I try not to think about who gave it to me and hope that it helps ease my jumbled nerves like it used to. "Okay, I'm ready," I whisper, then follow Charity out of the room. Oh, God. My heart beats wildly as we make our way down the dark, narrow stairwell. "Just hang in there. We're almost down," Charity shouts behind her shoulder and gives my cold, clammy hand a reassuring squeeze. I can't believe she didn't warn me about this. She damn well knows I'm claustrophobic. I knew the moment I saw the abandoned-looking brick building with bars on its windows that this was a mistake. But there's no turning back now. Not unless I want to subject myself to the continued torture of being stuck in this small, confined space, to go back up the 50 steps we just walked down. At the bottom, a big steel door opens to where a giant hulk of a man, who looks scary as hell, takes our tickets. We enter into the massive area that's already way past its capacity. "Shit! The main fight has started. Come on!" Charity tugs on my hand and drags me through the crowd. Screams and cheers assault my ears while hot, sweaty bodies slam into me. I try to calm my racing heart, but all I want to do is rip out of her grasp and bolt back the other way. She gets us as close as she can to the ring, then starts cheering as loud as everyone else. I stand, stiff as a board, my muscles so tense they start to ache. My gaze scans the room, trying to locate the nearest exit so I can make my escape sooner rather than later. No way am I going to make it through the entire night. I take in the chaos around us. Girls are screaming and lifting their tops, flashing their breasts at the fighters, who aren't paying attention since they're too busy pounding on each other. Guys are hollering out vile things like, "Come on, let's see some more blood," or "Fucking end him." I've been to a professional fight once before. Jackson and Julia took me out with them when they went to watch one of the events Caitlin's brother was fighting in. I found it a little hard to watch, but it was a sporting event nonetheless. This, though, this is completely barbaric. I don't understand how anyone would find this entertaining. Charity turns around, a huge smile on her face, clearly not sharing my same opinion. "That's the new fighter I was telling you about," she shouts to be heard over everyone. "You have to look at him, Anna. He's sexy as hell, and the guy is a fucking machine." With a heavy sigh, I look up at the ring and see one of the fighters not looking so good. He swings his arms wildly out in front of him, seeming clumsy and disorientated. My stomach recoils at how much blood is smeared on his face, almost making him unrecognizable. I swing my attention to his opponent, who dances gracefully on the balls of his feet, dodging every sloppy blow thrown his way. Something about him seems almost familiar. I try to get a closer look, but his arms are up by his face, protecting his head. I begin to wonder if he goes to school with us, but I thought Charity said he wasn't from around here.
"Come on! What are you waiting for? Finish him!"
The shout comes from a guy who stands just on the other side of the ropes. The fighter obeys and moves in for the finish. My heart stops at the familiarity of his blows. Shot after shot, I watch in a trance as I'm thrown back to a nightmare from 4 years ago. Everyone's cheering fades away, and the only sound I can hear is the blood rushing in my ears. No, it can't be. There's no way. It's not possible. Even as I say this, I still can't push away the nagging feeling. And then I see it. After the guy lands the final hit, he turns, giving me a view of the other side of his body. The side that is marked with a black tribal tattoo and has been forever ingrained into my memory. All of the air leaves my lungs in one swoosh, and I grab onto Charity's shoulder to steady myself, feeling like my legs are about to give out. The ref runs up and raises the fighter's hand, showcasing his victory. They turn to face me, and it's only a beat of a second before his sharp blue eyes collide with mine, rocking me to my core. The same shock I'm feeling washes over Logan's expression. Everyone and everything falls away, and time seems to stand still as the two of us stare at each other. Through blurry vision, I watch him shout my name, but I hear nothing, only silence. I finally snap back into myself when he moves to jump over the ropes. Knowing he's headed right for me, I push away from Charity and run. I slam into bodies as I try to fight my way to the side door I spotted earlier, praying it leads me outside. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I apologize as I bulldoze into people. Just as I'm close to making it to the door, someone snags my arm. I turn around and brace myself, thinking it is Logan, but end up looking into an unfamiliar pair of drunken brown eyes.
"Hey, beautiful. Where you going in such a hurry?"
I ignore his slurring question and try to pull out of his grip, but he tightens his hold on me. "Let go." His smile broadens.
"Wait up. I just want to—"
His words are cut off when Logan comes out of nowhere and lands an uppercut to the side of his jaw, the powerful blow sending him backward. I don't wait to see what happens. I start off again, continuing my escape. Unfortunately, I don't make it far before I'm grabbed from behind, this time by arms that I know all too well, ones I could never forget.
"Not so fast, sweetheart."
I still at the rough sound of his voice in my ear and try to ignore the shiver of awareness that shoots down my spine. He continues forward, to where another giant of a man stands guard at the end of a hallway, right next to the door I had planned to make my escape out of. He greets Logan with a nod, as if it's completely normal for him to be kidnapping me, then steps aside for him. I fight harder to get free as he carries me to God knows where, but my efforts prove fruitless. "Let go of me right now," I demand. He blatantly ignores me and charges through the last door at the end of the hall. As soon as my feet touch the floor, I try making a run for it again, but he snakes his arm around my waist and slams me up against the wall. I fight to free myself, but he pins my struggling arms above my head. I tense and suck in a sharp breath at feeling his hard body flush against mine. I stare back into his familiar midnight blue eyes, the same ones I thought I would never see again. I quickly notice that there's something in them that wasn't there before. Something colder, harder. No words are spoken as we stare at one another, our chests heaving together as one. The air around us becomes so thick it's stifling. It's as if we are in our own universe, one I remember all too well.
What the fuck are you doing here?
I flinch at his heated question, and it breaks the spell. My gaze narrows. What am I doing here? How about what the hell are you doing here? His jaw flexes.
Just answer the fucking question, Anna.
It's none of your damn business. I seethe and try to push him away, but he doesn't budge. Let go of me right now. After a long pause, he finally steps back, but remains close, too close. I briefly take in our surroundings and realize we're in a dressing room that I assume is Logan's. My assumption is confirmed when he swipes his shirt off the small love seat and throws the white muscled tank over his head, covering up his body that's stained with his opponent's blood.
Does Jackson know you're here?
My eyes snap to his face at the question. I'm a grown woman. I don't need permission to go out from anyone. He grunts.
That's what I thought.
My irritation escalates at his know-it-all attitude. Why are you here, Logan? Shouldn't you be in prison for another 2 years? Shoot. That makes it seem like I've been counting, which I haven't. Not really.
Never mind that,
he says, evading the question, his expression remaining stoic.
All that matters is you are never to come back here again, Anna. Do you hear me?
Oh, hell no. My temper spikes, going from 0 to 60 in a matter of seconds. I storm over to him and get up in his face. Just who the hell do you think you are barking orders at me? I will go where I damn well please.
Like hell you will. This place is not for someone like you, and you goddamn know it.
Someone like me? What the hell does that mean? I cut a hand through the air before he can answer. You know what? Save it. I'm not listening to any more of your bullshit. I bolt out of the room and back down the hall, needing to get the hell away from this place before I completely lose it.
Anna, wait. Get the fuck back here.
I scoff. That bossy asshole has another thing coming if he thinks I'll obey his damn orders. Before I can make my escape, he catches me by the arm and spins me around. I'm just about to unleash my frustration on him when a blaring alarm sounds throughout the building. It's so loud that I startle and cover my ears.
It's the feds! Everyone out, now!
Someone announces over the speakers, and the place erupts in absolute chaos.
Shit.
Logan tries to pull me back down the hall toward his dressing room, but I dig my heels in. Wait, my friend, I came with my roommate. He leans in to be heard over the piercing alarm, and even in all this turmoil, my heart kicks up another notch at his close proximity.
You aren't going to find her in that.
He gestures over my shoulder. I turn around to see a stampede of people, pushing and trampling one another to get out of any exit possible. The entire thought of walking through that has terror gripping me, but I don't want to leave Charity either.
We have to move, Anna. Now.
I reluctantly follow him back to his dressing room. As he tosses a bunch of boxes that are in the way of the back door, I pull my cell phone out of my pocket to text Charity, only to see I already have one from her. Charity, I'm with friends. We're out and okay. Where are you? I sigh with relief, then text back, letting her know I'm okay and that I'll meet her back at the dorm. At the sound of the heavy metal door opening, I shove my phone back in my pocket and follow Logan outside. A tingle of unease starts at the nape of my neck when we walk out into a dark alley that looks about as safe as the building we just walked out of. Logan senses my edginess and grabs my hand.
It's okay, Anna.
I glance down at where we're joined and hate the sense of security it makes me feel. It shouldn't at all. He broke my trust a long time ago. I pull my hand away and make sure not to look up at him, even though I feel his eyes boring into me. The sound of sirens grows closer, and he breaks the silence between us.
Come on, we have to go.
We head over to a motorcycle that I am assuming is his, but it's not the same one he had 4 years ago. He goes to put his helmet on over my head, but out of instinct, I back out of his reach, reluctant to get on the back of this with him.
Now is not the time to fuck with me, Anna. Get on here, before we both get in shit.
With a huff, I rip the helmet from him and fasten it on my head. The last thing I need is to explain to my father that I was arrested for going to an underground fighting ring, or hell, even Jackson for that matter. He would probably be worse to deal with than my father. I climb on behind him, but try to keep as much distance between us as humanly possible. I manage this for only a second, because he starts the bike up and shoots out of our spot with a speed that makes my heart jump up to my throat. My arms hug him tighter on their own accord, crushing my body against his. He keeps pace, speeding through the dark night until we are a safe distance away from the trouble behind us. I try to ignore the intimate feeling of being behind him like this, but it's impossible. One of my favorite things that we used to do was ride, and I haven't been on a bike since. I forgot how freeing it could be, but I refuse to let myself enjoy it. It's something I don't want to miss, not ever again. For not the first time tonight, I wonder what the hell is going on. What's he doing here? I talked to his sister a month ago, and she said nothing about it. Usually he's off limits in our talks, has been from the beginning, but surely she would have told me that he was getting released early. Unless she doesn't know either? Just let it go, Anna. It doesn't matter. Not anymore. Unfortunately, my heart has a hard time grasping this concept. I'm about to tap his shoulder to provide directions when I realize he's already headed to campus. So he knows where I live, and I know nothing about him. Shaking my head, I mull this over, my anger only escalating. By the time we pull up in front of my dorm, I'm downright livid. As soon as the bike comes to a halt, I jump off, putting much-needed distance between us. I remove the helmet, and without making eye contact, I toss it at him. As I start to walk off, the asshole stops me again, but this time, when he snags my arm, I spin around and lose it. What? What the hell do you want? I scream so loud that I'm sure the entire campus hears me. His calm expression never wavers, which only pisses me off more because it makes me look like a lunatic.
I want your word that you won't go back there again.
I grind my teeth so hard that my jaw aches. I'll do no such thing. I will go where I want, whenever I want. You have no say. That gets a reaction out of him. His grip tightens on my arm and he yanks me against him.
Don't tell me you were there to watch that shit. That's not your fucking scene and we both know it.
How the hell would you know? You have no idea who I am anymore.
You think I've forgotten who you are, Anna?
Angry tears sting my eyes, and I know I have to get out of here. Actually, Logan, I don't think you ever knew me.
That's bullshit, and you know it.
No, I don't! I scream back, my throat burning hotter every second. But what I do know is you can take your demanding, self-righteous attitude and shove it up your ass. This time, when I rip away from him, he lets me go. But I feel his eyes bore into my back the entire time. Hot tears track down my cheeks before I'm even in the building. I rush inside and don't slow down until I'm in my room. After closing the door behind me, I fall back against it and slip to the floor in agony. Hugging my knees to my chest, I remember that time 4 years ago, a time that left the deepest of scars, not only on my heart, but my soul.
Logan. I watch Anna run into her building, my chest constricting so goddamn tight I can't take in a fucking breath. As soon as she's safely inside, I head to my apartment and try to wrap my head around tonight's events. I knew she was going to the University of Charleston, and in the 3 weeks since I was released, I only broke down once and came to see her. I parked a fair distance away to avoid being seen, and ended up waiting for almost an hour. I was about to give up when I finally spotted her walking with her friend across campus, and I swear my heart stopped fucking beating. She was everything I remembered her to be. Beautiful, vibrant, and perfect. She laughed at something her friend had said, and even from where I stood I could hear it. The long but not forgotten sound washed over me and brought physical pain. I ached so fucking bad to go to her, to touch her, to pull her against me and never let her go. I'll never forget the anguish that was in her warm brown eyes all those years ago. It still fucking haunts me. I quickly got the fuck out of there before I did something stupid. Little did I know I would be seeing her 2 weeks later, and at the fucking club of all places. The shock that shot through me when our eyes first connected still hammers inside of me. Jesus, what was she doing there tonight? I don't care what she says, that's not her scene, and I'll make sure she never steps foot in that fucking building again. It's not a good place for someone as sweet as her. Just thinking about that prick who put his hands on her earlier has my rage coming back full force. Once I pull up to my place, I park my bike, then head inside and make my way up the narrow staircase until I reach the 3rd floor. I walk into my apartment that to most people would be considered small and nothing special, but was fucking paradise to me. Just as I close the door, my phone vibrates. Pulling it out of my pocket, I see it's Lewis. I expel a tired breath before answering. Yeah. Tell me you made it out of there. Yeah, I repeat, feeling too drained even for small talk. My body aches like a motherfucker from where that guy got a few shots in on my ribs. Good. Fucking feds. I have no idea how they found the new location. That shit was under wraps. I feel like telling him it could have been from any number of thousands of college kids he lets in. Either way, Brooks and Davis were supposed to take care of this. How the hell am I supposed to get any information if this shit keeps getting busted up? So tell me, who the hell was that chick you were chasing after tonight like a pussy? I tense at his question, not liking that he saw me with Anna. No one, just someone I used to know? My reply is casual and his silence has suspicion rearing its ugly head. Why? No reason, just curious. She doesn't seem like your type. Don't get me wrong, she's a fine piece of ass, but in a classy, uptight sort of way. Watch it, Lewis, I say in warning, making sure my threat is clear. Hey man, alright, chill out. I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just surprised. You could have been getting pussy for the last few weeks, but you paid no attention to the bitches throwing themselves at you. Then that chick walks in, and you fucking chase it? I thought about it. I haven't fucked in 4 years, and every goddamn offer made me want to fuck for the next 4. But every time I considered it, soft brown eyes assaulted my memories and reminded me of the last pussy I had. The sweetest one I've ever felt, and I couldn't go through with it. So instead I came home and jacked off. But seeing Anna in her skin-tight jeans and snug, white tank top that showcased every one of her slim curves made me so goddamn hard that I was sure my dick would break off. You killed it again tonight, man, Lewis says, cutting into my perverted thoughts. I think Ricketts is scared. He wants to postpone the fight a week longer than scheduled. I think he wants more time to train. I grunt. He can fucking train all he wants, but he won't win. He can't. I think you're gonna do it, Knight. No one has made it to the finals since I came on, but no one like you has entered. Even Boss is impressed. I falter at the mention of the name. He's only said it twice before. I tread carefully, knowing this is what the agents need. You gonna tell me who this Boss guy is? He chuckles. Nope, but you'll find out at the final. And I have no doubt you will make it to the end, my friend. I have to admit, even I'm nervous. There's a lot of money being put on the line by some pretty influential people. For me or against me? I ask curiously. Some of both, but you know I'll be putting mine on you. I push away the pang of guilt for lying to him. He's a decent guy. He just needs to get his head screwed on right. I really thought he was going to after he got out. How did you come into all of this anyway? I ask easily, keeping my tone light. I thought you were going on the straight and narrow. Yeah, well, I changed my mind. Boss is someone I know from a long time ago. I used to date his daughter. She's a crazy bitch, but her old man is a big deal. So when he offered me this job, I took it. Who else is going to hire a convicted felon? This way, I make a fuck ton of money, and I get endless pussy. In a way, I see his point. Making money and finding a decent job when you have a criminal record is probably next to impossible. I'm in the same boat, which is why I'm glad I'm making the money I am now. It'll be enough to live off of until I have to find whatever shit job will take me after this is over. The whole thought leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Anyway, thought I would let you know you now have 10 days before the next fight. Use them wisely. I still don't know where the hell you're training, but I could help you out if you need. Nah, man, it's all good. I don't want anyone to know where I'm training, or with whom for that matter. All right, that's cool. Talk to you later. Bye. Hanging up, I head to the shower and wash the sweat and blood from my body. The entire time, I think about the only girl I want, but one I will never have again.
Chapter 5. Anna. The next morning, I walk into Seal Extreme and immediately feel a smile grace my lips when I spot some of the greatest men I've ever met.
Hey, there's our girl.
Sawyer booms with a smile of his own before jumping down from the ring. I know exactly what he's about to do, but even with me anticipating it, I can't escape it. He puts me in a gentle headlock and messes up my hair. It's something he always does, and it drives me bonkers. I give my usual growl of frustration, then shove at him. Let go of me, you big brute. With a chuckle, he finally lets me up, but pulls me against him and lays a loud, smacking kiss to my cheek.
How's it going, kid?
My heart warms at his affection, and I wrap my arms around his waist. He's one of the 3 Navy SEALs that pulled me out of hell, and even though I share something with Jackson that I don't with the other 2, they are all like brothers to me. I love each and every one of them, and if not for their sacrifice, I wouldn't be here. I'm good, I lie, still feeling out of sorts after last night's debacle. Hi, Anna! I turn at the squeal to see Cade jump down from the ring with his daughter Ruthie on his shoulders. They both wear their matching beanies, and my heart smiles like always at the sight of them. Hi, Ruthie. I greet her with a smile. Cade bends down so I can kiss her on the cheek. Then I plant one on the side of his, too.
What's up?
He asks. Not much. What about y'all? We're going to the state fair later, Ruthie replies excitedly. But the big guy had to do a few things here first. Well, that sounds like fun.
We're all going,
Sawyer says.
You want to come? You can babysit the twins, so I can get my woman drunk and make out with her behind the rides.
I shake my head with a chuckle, not surprised by his remark. Usually, I wouldn't give up the opportunity to hang out with these guys and their families. I babysit for them often, and I love their kids, but I'm swamped right now with schoolwork. I'd love to, but I can't. I have a huge test to study for. So you will have to steal kisses from Grace while standing in line, I say teasingly.
Why are you studying on a Saturday? He asks, perplexed. It seems like that's all you ever do.
Because that is all I ever do, I sigh, though it's half-hearted. I really enjoy studying psychology, but the workload can be daunting at times, especially since this is my last year before I begin my practicum. I need to talk to Jackson. Is he around?
In the office,
Cade answers, pointing behind him. Thanks. I kiss them all on the cheek one last time, then make my way across the gym, passing by the ring where 2 fighters are sparring. The other half of the space is loaded with exercise equipment and is almost filled to its capacity. I stop by the door that's marked office to see it slightly ajar. Peeking my head in, I see the man I came here for bent over paperwork, a frown marring his handsome face. Knock, knock. Jackson's head snaps up at the sound of my voice. His expression immediately softens, and his lips lift into one of his famous smirks.
Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes?
I walk in with a smile. He gets to his feet and meets me halfway before encompassing me in his strong arms, the same ones that carried my broken body out of the nightmare I was forced into at 14. I soak in the safety I always feel when I'm with him. And all the turmoil that has been weighing down on me since seeing Logan last night lifts from my chest.
I've missed you, kid,
he admits softly, pressing a kiss to the side of my head.
It's been almost 3 weeks.
I know. I'm sorry. I've been swamped with school.
Don't worry about it. I was going to track you down if I didn't see you in the next day or two anyway. Your dad called for the usual update, and I didn't have much to give him.
I roll my eyes and step back. I talk to him at least twice a week. He knows how I'm doing.
Yeah, well, it's not reassuring enough, I guess.
He chuckles and sits against the edge of the desk, crossing his arms over his chest, looking like his usual badass self. His black, swirling ink that's woven up his cut arms are on full display from the muscle tank he wears. Rumpled hair falls across his forehead, the dark contrast highlighting his icy blue eyes. I swear he gets better looking with age. They all do. Not that 32 is old by any means, but as time goes on, they only seem to get more attractive. If I didn't love them like brothers, I would drool over them like every other girl on the planet. However, the thought leaves me feeling all sorts of awkward, but I have to admit, I do see the resemblance between him and... Don't go there, Anna. I take a seat on the love seat across from him and drop back with a heavy breath.
What's wrong?
He asks, sensing my inner turmoil. I have to tell you something. I start quietly, anxiety starting to niggle its way up my throat. He's going to be pissed when I tell him where I was last night, but I'm hoping the shock of Logan will ease that.
What is it?
He presses, concern etched deep on his face. You're never going to believe who I saw last night. Something flickers in his eyes, something that has suspicion rearing inside of me.
Who?
He asks easily, too easily. Logan. His expression never wavers, and I quickly realize that this is no surprise to him. I shoot off the couch and point an accusing finger at him. You knew!
Anna,
how could you keep this from me? You of all people! I shout, betrayal thickening my words.
It wasn't my place.
Not your place. Just whose side are you on here? He takes a step toward me and reaches out, but I back away.
Yours. I'm always on yours, and you know that.
No, I don't. Not anymore. I grind out.
Yes, you do. You're just angry right now, which I get, but I only recently found out myself.
You've known longer than me. He blows out a breath and runs a frustrated hand through his hair.
Listen, this is bigger than us. I couldn't tell you, and honestly, I didn't think you would ever see him anyway, since...
He trails off, and his gaze narrows.
Hold up. Just where the hell did you run into him?
My heart begins to palpitate. More with nerves than anger now. I twist my hands in front of me and don't respond, but I don't need to, because he knows. Pure fury resonates on his face, reminding me just how scary he can get when he's mad. Leaning over, he slams the door, and I flinch from the loud bang, surprised that the wood didn't splinter from the force.
What the fuck were you doing there, Anna?
With a lift of my chin, I stand my ground. I took a break for once and went out with my roommate for some fun. Little did I know what the hell I would be walking into, no thanks to you. His gaze turns downright lethal, clearly not liking that response.
You don't need me to tell you that place is fucking dangerous. You're smart enough to know better. What the fuck were you thinking, putting yourself at risk like that?
How dare you lecture me after what you've done? You completely betrayed me. I argue back, my voice cracking from the emotion burning my throat. Forget it. I'm out of here. I start off, hoping to keep my tears at bay until I get outside to my car.
Wait.
Jackson jumps in front of me, blocking my way.
Please, Don't go.
He pulls me against him, his hold tight so I can't escape.
I'm sorry I yelled at you, okay? Jesus, Anna. Do you have any idea what the fuck it would do to me if something ever happened to you? We didn't escape that shit all those years ago for me to lose you over a reckless decision.
My anger deflates at his admission, and the dam breaks. I burst into tears against his chest.
Shit. Come on. Don't cry.
I try to stop, but can't. Everything, from seeing Logan last night to all of this, it all pours out of me like a tidal wave. He holds me tighter and rubs soothing circles on my back. I hiccup into his shirt as I try to get control of myself. I'm sorry, I choke out. I didn't think anything would happen. A lot of the other students from campus have been going, so I thought it would be okay.
None of them should be going, but the only one I care about is you. A lot of shit goes on there, Anna. More than you know.
I won't go back again. I promise. I hadn't planned to ever go back because it's not my scene, but I especially won't now, knowing Logan will be there. At the thought, I look up at Jackson. His fierce eyes soften as he swipes a thumb under my eye, wiping away my tears, like he's done so many times in the past. What's he doing here? I ask. Indecision battles in his gaze as he remains silent. It makes me feel bad for putting him in this position. Can you at least tell me if he's okay? That wasn't the question I intended to ask, but it was the first one to come out of my mouth. I hate that I still care about him after all this time, but I do.
He's okay. He can take care of himself.
I've always known he can handle himself, but seeing him fight last night was different. There was something behind his blows, something cold and hard. He was more like a machine than human. How? I ask again, knowing I shouldn't. How is he out? He's supposed to have 2 years left, and now he's involved in something illegal? It makes no sense. Another heavy breath escapes him.
Listen, I can't tell you much. Hell, I'm not supposed to tell you anything. It's not my place. But I'll tell you it's big. Bigger than us. And you need to stay away from it. It's dangerous shit, and he needs to focus.
You're training him, aren't you? I ask, the realization striking me fast. He nods.
Yeah, we all are. But please, don't ask me any more because I can't tell you.
Okay, I won't. I step back and wipe away any subsiding tears. I should get back to campus. I have a lot of studying to do before my shift at St. Mary's tonight, I tell him, talking about the soup kitchen I volunteer at.
Are we good?
He asks, wanting to know if I'm still angry with him. I hate that he knew and didn't tell me, that they all knew, but I trust him. And if he says he can't tell me, then I know it's for a reason. It really isn't any of my business anyway. Logan and his life haven't been for a long time. The thought sends a fresh wave of pain through me. Yeah, we're good. We're always good, I tell him truthfully. Sometimes Jackson can be really overbearing with his protectiveness, but I understand why, and I accept him for who he is. There's nothing in the world that would make me turn my back on him. Not ever. He didn't turn his back on me when I needed him most. All 3 of them could have left me and saved themselves. They were as broken and beaten as me. Heck, they were worse off than me. But Jackson promised me that they wouldn't leave without me, and he kept that promise. He slings an arm around my shoulder and kisses the top of my head.
Good. Come on, I'll walk you out.
We walk out into the busy gym, and I notice a few people's eyes on us, probably wondering about the slam of the door that just happened a few minutes ago. A loud, painful groan draws my attention over to the sparring ring. I look to see a fighter hunched over, holding his abdomen, coughing and wheezing through his pain. Sawyer leans down and gets in his face.
That's what happens when you're looking where you shouldn't be, asshole. Keep your eyes to yourself and focus.
His annoyed gaze swings to mine, and he points to the door.
Time to go, kid. I love you, but you're distracting my fighters.
I giggle and blow him a kiss. Bye. Just before we make it to the door, it flings open, and in comes running a beautiful little girl with long brown hair, olive complexion, and ice blue eyes, the same as her dad's. Daddy! Daddy! Annabelle cries, and I quickly realize she's upset, tears rushing down her cheeks. Jackson drops down, his arms open and waiting for her. She launches her tiny body at him, and he scoops her up.
Hey, baby girl, why the tears?
Julia walks over and greets me with a hug and a kiss on the cheek, but she looks as distraught as her daughter. Ralphie Byron, that's what's wrong, Daddy, Annabelle explains with a sob. He was picking on me at the park and calling me names. Then he pushed me down.
He did what?
Jackson bellows, rage transforming his expression. Sawyer joins us, wondering what's going on.
Hey, Squirt, why the tears?
Look what Ralphie Byron did to my face, she says, her voice stronger now as she points to the little scratch on her delicate cheek. Jackson's furious eyes snap to Julia, waiting for an explanation. She rubs Annabelle's back to soothe her and releases a stressful breath of her own. It was a mess, Jax, she starts, her voice thick with emotion. All of us were at the picnic table, looking at pictures, when we heard her cry out. We found them at the back of the park, and she was on the ground holding her face and crying, while the boys, Parker and Beckett, were beating the crap out of Ralphie.
Good!
Both Jackson and Sawyer shout at the same time.
Well, not really, because Ralphie's mother was really angry, even after we told her what happened. I thought her and Kayla were going to come to blows. It was a disaster. Then she said she was going to the police.
Sawyer snorts.
What's the big...
He looks at Annabelle and catches himself.
What's she going to do? Press charges on 2 5-year-olds? One of them the sheriff's kid?
He chuckles.
We'll see how that turns out. I'll tell you what I'm going to do,
Jackson says, his voice laced with fury.
I'm going to that kid's house to kick his ass. Then I'm going to kick his dad's ass. Then I'm going to kick his dad's ass for having a bunch of asshole kids. I'm going to keep kicking asses until the line of ass-kicking can happen no longer.
We all watch him, everyone silent at his outburst. After a long moment, we burst out laughing, including Annabelle. I love you, Daddy, she says, giving him a loud smacking kiss on the cheek, her smile radiant. You always make me feel better. He grunts, but his expression eases marginally.
I love you too, baby. Don't worry about this. I'll take care of it.
I know. She gives him one more hug, then reaches her arms out for me, and I immediately take her. Julia steps up to him and wraps her arms around his neck. I love you too, she says with a smile. He pulls her in close and stares down at her in a way that makes me envious. I remember what it was like to have someone look at me like that. It's the best feeling in the world.
I love you more,
he says, before laying one hot kiss on her. Are you coming to the fair with us, Anna? Annabelle asks with a hopeful expression. Sorry, sweetie, not today, but I promise to come hang out soon, and we'll have some girl time.
Why don't you come over for supper next week? Julia asks. We can arrange it for whenever is best for you. I know school has been keeping you busy.
Yeah, she does know that because I vent to her often about it. Sure, I would love that. Thanks. I look back to Annabelle and give her a big squeeze, then smooch on her chubby little cheek. I'll see you soon, little sister. She beams at me like always when I refer to her as that, but that's what she is, my little sister. We don't need blood between us to make it a fact. Jackson and Julia have been trying for years to have more kids, but it hasn't worked out. I think they have made peace with it. I hand Annabelle back to Jackson and kiss his cheek. Bye. See you soon.
Bye, kid. Call me if you need anything.
Always. After one last wave to everyone, I leave and head back to campus. Back to the safe and boring life I've had for the last 4 years. Nancy walks into the back as I'm finishing up the dishes, looking as tired as I feel. Hey, hon. Sarge just walked in for a meal. I told him he's late and we're already cleaning up, but you know how grumpy that man can be. Can you deal with him? He's always nice to you. I smile. Of course. Thank you. Go on and I'll finish this up. Are you sure? Yep. Before heading out, I grab some leftovers and make him a plate, to which Nancy shakes her head at, but I ignore it. If there's food left, then that man is getting some. I also make sure to grab my purse, remembering what I have in it for him. Walking out into the dining area, I see him sitting at a table in his grungy brown coat and fingerless black gloves, my heart hurting and smiling at the same time.
Hey, there's my girl,
he croaks out with a crooked smile. A harsh coughing spell follows right after, and I notice his voice is raspier than usual. Hi, Sarge. I lay his plate down in front of him and give him a kiss on his cheek, something that many of the girls who help out here frown upon, but I don't care. The man is homeless, not a disease. Every decent human being deserves kindness.
Ah, I knew you would come through for me,
he says, digging into his food right away.
I've missed you. Where have you been? You know I don't like anyone else here. They are all snippy.
They're snippy because you're grumpy to them, I explain with a smile as I take the seat next to him. He harumphs.
They just don't know how to take a joke. They're too uptight.
I bite back a chuckle. He's partly right. Well, I'll be here for the next 3 nights, so make sure you're on time, and I'll make sure to be the one to serve you. Deal? He looks over and gives me a wink.
All right. Deal.
Good. I change the topic and visit with him while he finishes his supper. I notice him cough a lot throughout our conversation. Finally, at his third harsh spell, I pat him on the back and ask him about it. Are you doing okay? He waves away my concern.
I'm fine, kid. I'm always fine.
You don't sound it. I press gently.
It's just a cold. I got stuck in the rain the other night for a while. No big deal.
How did you get stuck in the rain? I ask, my concern escalating. Aren't you staying at the shelter?
Most nights,
he replies with a shrug. When I remain silent, he looks over at me to see my troubled expression.
I'm fine, Anna. Believe me, I've stayed in far worse places when I was in the Marines.
It's not the first time he told me he used to be in the Marines. I decide to ask him about it, but make sure to tread cautiously. Can I ask you something? By the soft tone of my voice, he knows what's coming. He leans back in his chair and crosses his arms.
You want to know how I ended up here?
He says it as more of a statement than a question. Yeah, if you don't mind sharing it with me. I want to understand how a man who fought for our country ended up here. Our gazes lock, and I see the moment he decides he's going to share his story with me. Breaking eye contact, he looks straight ahead, focusing on nothing in particular, yet seeming to see everything.
You know, when I first enlisted into the Marines, I couldn't wait. The rush of fighting for your country and making a difference.
He shakes his head.
There's nothing like it, Anna. You make friendships and family with your fellow soldiers. You live with them, day in and day out, fighting alongside them. You sleep next to them in the shittiest conditions known to man. They are like the brothers you've never had. You live, breathe, and sleep this bond. You trust no one more in the world to watch your back. And then you watch a lot of them die.
I see him visibly swallow, and it makes my own throat burn.
It's hard. Really fucking hard. But you understand that this shit happens. It's a part of that life, and you made the choice, so you tamp it down and push forward. You think you're okay, and you live this way for years. Then, when you're done and you come home, suddenly, there's too much time to think. The silence and the normalcy bring those long-buried demons to the surface fast. People think once you're out, then you've made it through the hardest part. But it's not like that at all. For so many years, You've been conditioned to live as a trained machine. You forget what it's like to live as a civilian.
Tears blur my eyes, but I clench my jaw and hold them back because I know he wouldn't appreciate them. What about counseling? I ask, trying to keep my voice even. Don't they get you help? A bitter laugh escapes him.
After so many cutbacks, unless you have the money, the little help that's offered isn't enough.
He clears his throat.
It's my fault, though, and I know it. I dealt with it wrong. I secluded myself and drank myself into oblivion. I lost my wife, my house, everything. I allowed my life to spiral out of control, and by the time I woke up, it was too late, and I had nothing left.
He looks at me now with shame and regret burning in his tired gray eyes, looking much older than his 55 years.
So many people look at me and have no idea what I used to be. They don't know that I was a respected man who fought for his country. They only see a bum on the street who they think is too fucking lazy to work. They don't know that I've tried to get a job, but who the fuck is going to hire a bum? The companies I've applied at look at my clothes and see I haven't showered for a few days. Some say they will call me, but on what phone? I got no fucking phone. But you know what? I'll never accept money from anyone, nor will I ask for it. I'll survive how I have to, and I will do it on my own.
I know he won't accept help, because I've tried before, and he got really angry about it. My heart aches at his story, and I try to think of the right words to say, but nothing seems compassionate enough. Believe it or not, I can relate a little to what you're saying. He quirks a disbelieving brow that makes me chuckle.
Are you trying to tell me a sweet, beautiful girl like you knows what it's like to live in hell?
My smile vanishes, and I sober quickly. Yeah, I do. It's a different hell than yours, but it was hell nonetheless. He waits for me to elaborate, and I decide to share my story since he shared his. 7 years ago, I was abducted into the sex trafficking industry while on a field trip with my school in Thailand. I was only 14.
Jesus,
he breathes out, shock registering on his face, and a rage I know so well lighting his eyes. It was the worst week of my life. But it's also the same place where I met the most amazing men. One in particular, who became my brother for life. He's a former Navy SEAL.
Ah, an arrogant motherfucker,
he says with a smile, trying to lighten the mood. And it works. I snicker. Yeah, he can be. But all three of them are incredibly honorable. And they would give you everything they had if you were in need. I pause and look up at him. They kind of remind me of you. Maybe you could meet them one day? I suggest carefully.
Maybe.
I can tell he doesn't mean it, but I don't push. At least not right now.
Come on, let's get out of here. I've kept you long enough, and Bandit is waiting for me,
he says, talking about the stray dog he's had with him for the past months. He goes to pack a dinner roll for the dog, but I stop him before he can put it in his pocket. Wait, I have something else for you. I take out the plastic bag that's in my purse and hand it to him.
Anna,
he scolds, his tone disapproving. Please don't be mad. It's nothing big, I promise. He takes it and looks inside to see protein bars, fruit, and dog biscuits. It's enough for you and Bandit during the days until I see you here in the evenings.
You didn't have to do this,
he grumbles, though it's weak. I know, but I wanted to. He blows out a heavy breath, then wraps an arm around my shoulders and pulls me into a hug.
You're a good cookie, Anna.
Thanks. I love cookies, I say jokingly, making us both chuckle. We get up from our seats and make our way out the front door. As soon as I step outside, I lean down to greet Bandit. Hey there, boy, I coo. giving him a big rub down. I gave Sarge some treats for you, but don't eat too many or you'll get a bellyache. I give him a kiss on the head, and he attacks my face with his sloppy tongue. I jump back with a laugh and wipe the slobber away. Turning, I see Sarge watching me with a smile.
I'll see you tomorrow night,
he asks hopefully. I nod. Yes, you will.
Bye, kid. Thanks again,
he says, holding up the bag. You're welcome. Bye. I watch him and Bandit walk down the street, heading to what I'm hoping is the shelter. With a heavy heart, I turn around to start my walk home, but come to a hard stop when I see Logan at the end of the street, leaning casually against his bike. Our gazes lock, and my pulse spikes hard and fast. What the hell is he doing here? Knowing there's only one way to find out, I take a deep breath, then start toward him, putting a confidence in my step that I don't feel. His eyes rove down my body, causing that familiar little flip in my tummy that I haven't felt in years, and it irks me to no end.
Hey,
he greets me casually. What are you doing here? He watches me for a moment before responding, the intensity of his eyes evoking all sorts of emotions that I don't want to feel.
I found something at the club that I think you dropped.
My heart stutters to a stop, because I know exactly what he's talking about. Sure enough, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out my bracelet. I realized when I got home that it must have fallen off, and it killed me to think I'd lost it. Not because he's the one who gave it to me, not at all. Only because it's gotten me through some really tough times. Thanks. I take it from him, then slip it in my pocket instead of putting it on. I hate that he knows I still wear it, but I'm relieved he found it.
Where's your car?
He asks. I walked. A frown mars his face.
This isn't the safest part of town to be walking in, Anna.
I tense at the disapproval in his tone. I've walked it many times, Logan, but thanks for the concern and the bracelet. I start off, needing to get away from him and all the feelings spiraling through me. He catches up to me, then slows his stride to match mine. I look over at him, not bothering to hide my annoyance. What do you think you're doing?
I think it's safe to assume you won't let me drive you back, so I guess that means I'm walking you.
I don't need a babysitter, I snap. He shrugs.
Maybe not, but either way, you shouldn't be walking home this late at night by yourself.
I'm actually quite capable of taking care of myself. Jackson taught me. If you would like, I could demonstrate on you. He glances over at me with a smirk. It softens his hard expression and has butterflies fluttering in my tummy. I look away, hating that after all this time he can still affect me this way. The jerk. The silence between us becomes deafening and downright awkward. Logan is the one to end up breaking it.
I heard you were studying psychology.
Yup, I respond abruptly, not liking that he knows another thing about me when I still know nothing about him. It doesn't matter, Anna. You don't care about what's going on with him, I remind myself.
Are you liking it?
Yup.
That's good.
Before I can stop it, a scoff escapes me, and I want to kick myself. I hate feeling like this. I hate feeling so bitter and angry, but that's exactly how I feel. The last time we spoke was when he ripped out my heart, and now we're just supposed to have a normal conversation, like nothing ever happened.
You know, Anna, if you have something to say, then just say it.
I have nothing to say to you, I lie.
Clearly you do, so just fucking say it.
I stop and turn on him. Why are you doing this? Why did you come here tonight?
To give you back the fucking bracelet. I said that.
Who cares about the bracelet? I snap.
You obviously do, or I wouldn't have fucking found it.
Hating that he's right, I shake my head and start off again. I'm not strong enough to hash this shit out right now. I don't make it far before he grabs both of my arms and pulls me against him.
Say it. Just fucking say what you really want to say,
he demands, his face only inches from mine, and his eyes finally showing the same frustration I'm feeling. Why are you acting like 4 years ago didn't happen? I shout, unable to hold back any longer.
Do you really think I can act like it didn't happen? I've been fucking living it every goddamn day.
What about me? I wail. Do you think I've forgotten what you did to me? His expression softens, but his gaze remains fierce.
No, Anna, I don't. But don't you understand why I did it?
Oh yeah, I understand perfectly. You didn't trust me.
That's not true. Trust had nothing to do with it. I knew you would stay. I knew you would stick it out, and I didn't want that for you. My life was fucking over. I wasn't going to ruin yours, too.
It wasn't your choice to make, I scream. It was mine, and you stole it from me. My breath hitches, and I can't hold back my tears any longer. I went back every weekend for 2 months, and you never came out, not once. Every word falls with agonized sobs. And now you think you can just ask me about my life, but keep yours a secret? Well, fuck you. I rip out of his grip and run, not wanting him to see how deep my pain still runs. Thankfully, he doesn't come after me, but I didn't expect him to. There's nothing left to say between us. No matter what he says, I'll never forget what it felt like to show up every weekend only to be sent away. It's a pain I will remember forever.
Chapter 6. Logan. I pull up in front of the small house that holds a lot of memories for me, most of them not good, and I'm surprised to see it in the best shape it's ever been in. My gut churns at the thought of seeing my mom and sister after all this time. It doesn't help that I'm still fucked up from my run-in with Anna last night. I knew I should have stayed away, and I know that I need to, more for her sake than mine. But after finding that bracelet, I had to see her. I could have asked Jackson to give it to her, but for some reason I felt like it had to be me. And now I can't get her fucking heartbroken expression out of my head. The pain that was in her eyes is one I know so well because I've also harbored it since the day I sent her away. Even though it was necessary, it still fucking sucked, and it's tormented me every day since. Blowing out of breath, I get off my bike and head toward what very well could be another disaster. I want to see my sister. I've missed her, and I feel bad it's taken me this long to let her know I'm out. As for my mom, I'm not sure I'm ready, but I've put it off long enough. I debate whether to just walk in or knock, and decide to do the latter. My heart hammers against my chest at hearing the light approaching footsteps, but relief swamps me when it's my sister who answers the door. Her hand flies to her mouth on a gasp, pure and utter shock resonating on her face. Logan? She stammers, as if she's not sure it's really me. Yeah, Jeannie, it's me. She flings herself at me with a sob. I can't believe you're really here. She cries into my shoulder, clinging to me so tight I can barely breathe. I've missed you so much. My chest constricts as I hold her trembling body against me. I've missed you too. She steps back, a big smile stretching across her face as she looks me over. I quickly notice how good she looks, how happy she seems. Something that I didn't expect. I expected to come back here and see the same run-down house and my sister's sad face at the life we were stuck with. Except I don't see that at all, and it raises a million questions. Well, come on, come in. She ushers me into the house. Why are you knocking anyways? I shrug, not really knowing what to say, and follow her in. I immediately notice how clean the house is, and the shape it's in. I'm talking new carpet and paint. Even the counters and cabinets in the kitchen look relatively new. What the hell has gone on the last 4 years? Janie senses my thoughts. A lot has changed. For the better, she explains with a smile. Yeah? Like what? I'm dying to know because I've worried about my sister for so long. My mom too, but more my sister. I was the one to take care of them, and knowing I couldn't be here to pay the bills was something that weighed heavily on me. She points to the sofa. Sit down and I'll explain, but first I want to know what you're doing here. I thought... She pauses, her expression turning somber. I thought you still had 2 years left. I go take a seat on the sofa. I got out a few weeks ago. A few weeks? She sits next to me, her tone shocked and a little hurt. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't come sooner, but I paused, not knowing how much to reveal. I'm out because I'm helping the cops with something, and I can't just leave whenever I want. She frowns. You're helping the cops? I nod. Doing what? I can't tell you that. Her face drops and makes me feel like shit. It's something that takes up a lot of my time, though, and I really need to focus on it, but I had to come and make sure you're okay. She's quiet as she absorbs this. When she still doesn't respond a moment later, I press on. Are you? Okay, I mean? She nods. Yeah, I am. Both Mama and me. I tense at the mention of my mother. She places a hand on my shoulder. She's different now, Logan. Everything is different, and we have Anna and Jackson to thank for it. Surprise slams into me at the information. What the hell are you talking about? What do they have to do with this? She takes a moment, seeming to collect her thoughts before explaining. After you were arrested, something snapped in Mama. I'd never seen her like that. It was the guilt. She knew she was to blame for what happened with Robert. It ate at her, and she didn't know how to make it right. Unfortunately, it got worse before it got better. I'm scared to know what she means by that. I didn't think it could be any worse than it already was. Jackson came to us right after you accepted the plea bargain. She smiles fondly. He got Mama help. He sent her to a rehab clinic and paid for it all. I went and stayed with Stacy and her parents while she was gone, she says, talking about one of her friends from school. In those 3 months that we were away, he fixed up our house and even set up a waitressing job for Mama when she got out. The people there are good to her. They gave her the hours she needed for the bills, and I helped too by working part-time while I finished school. I sit stunned, not knowing what to say. That fucker never said anything to me about it, not one goddamn thing in all the time I've been training with him. He did ask once if I had gone to see them, but when I shook my head, he left it at that. For Janie's sake, I'm glad he stepped in and helped, and I'm indebted to him for life, but I hate that he saw my life for what it was, that I truly wasn't good enough for Anna. At the thought of her, I look up at my sister to see her watching me carefully. And what about Anna? What does she have to do with all of this? Her expression becomes softer, more sad, and I brace for what she's about to tell me. She was there for us the moment you were arrested. She came and took care of Mama, even though it was easy to tell she was angry with her about what happened. Some nights she even stayed over because I couldn't stop crying. I was so scared for you, for us. She shed some of her own tears too, but always tried to hide them so she could be strong for me. I grind my teeth against the conflicting emotions slicing through me. I fucking hate that she stepped in and took on that responsibility, even after I pushed her away. But I shouldn't be surprised, because it's who Anna is, who she has always been. It's the main reason why I always kept my life separate from her, so I wouldn't taint her with it. But she got caught up in it anyway. She still calls me about once a month to check in. I owe her so much. I know her and her father had something to do with me getting into the community college here. My head snaps up in surprise. You're in college? She smiles. Yeah, I'm taking courses to become a social worker, and I really like it. Somehow I was magically granted a full scholarship with my book expenses paid for. I also found out that Anna's father is good friends with the dean. Go figure. She jokes, but I find nothing funny about it. Knowing her father had stepped in too is a tough pill to swallow. He never liked me. Never thought I was good enough for Anna, and in some ways this just proves it. Have you spoken to her? She asks softly. Before I can answer, the door flies open. Janie, honey, whose bike is that out? My mother trails off on a gasp when she looks into the living room to see me sitting next to Janie. The grocery bags that she's carrying drop out of her grasp, and she places a shaky hand over her chest. Logan? She whispers, her reaction the same as my sister's. Hey, Ma. My greeting isn't cold, but it's not welcoming either. I stand, not wanting to be sitting for this. She takes it as an invitation to come closer, but comes to a hard stop at my expression. I'm grateful for it because I'm not ready for any kind of affection from her. Janie clears her throat and places a hand on my back. I'm going to give you guys a minute and go out front to water the plants. She rises and kisses my cheek.
I'll see you before you go, okay?
At my nod, she walks out the front door, leaving me alone with our mother. Tension reigns around us as we stare at one another. She looks nothing like I remember her. Her eyes aren't bloodshot and glassy. Her hair isn't a tangled mess like it used to be. Instead, her eyes are sharp and focused, but harbor guilt behind them that I don't want to acknowledge right now.
"What are you doing here?"
she asks softly, then quickly shakes her head.
"I mean, I'm so happy that you are, but..."
She trails off, and I know it's because she can't bring herself to ask why I'm not in that hellhole for 2 more years. I walk over and pick up the grocery bags she dropped, then carry them over to the counter. I'll let Janie tell you about it. I just came by to check on her. And you, but I keep that part to myself. Her gaze drops to her feet.
"Where are you staying? Because you know you can..."
"I'm in Charleston." Questions flare in her eyes, but she knows better than to ask, so she gives me a single nod.
"I've missed you. A lot,"
she admits quietly. An angry retort is on the tip of my tongue, but I bite it back.
"I know you're upset with me, and I don't blame you. I'm so angry at myself, not only for what happened with Robert, but also for not being the mother you and Janie deserved."
Guilt bubbles in my gut when I see tears shining in her eyes, but I choose to ignore it.
"I don't know if Janie told you, but things are different now, and..."
"Yeah, she told me," I reply, cutting her off. "I don't know why you were willing to change with Jackson's help and not mine, but I'm glad for Janie's sake you did." Her breath hitches and tears spill down her cheeks.
"It's not Jackson that made me change, it was you. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate him and his wife's support, but it was knowing you were paying the consequence for my mistake that made me accept their help."
She takes a moment to try and compose herself.
"I was sick, Logan, and I understand that now. When your father left..."
Don't fucking call him that," I snap, finally reaching my breaking point. He's not a fucking father, never has been. He's a goddamn sperm donor, and the best thing that ever happened to us was him leaving. She bites her trembling lip, trying to hold back her anguish.
"You're right, and I'm sorry. I let his leaving mess me up like that. You don't know how much regret I carry for all of it. You being punished for what happened with Robert will haunt me for the rest of my life."
A bitter laugh escapes me. "Yeah, well, believe me, it will haunt me much worse than it ever will you." Her sob finally escapes, and it makes me feel like shit.
"I'm so sorry. I don't expect you to forgive me right away, but I hope you will one day. I love you, Logan. I always have. Even if it didn't seem like it, I will always love you."
My throat begins to burn like a motherfucker, and I know I have to get out of here. I head to the door, feeling my mother's agony roll off her in waves as I pass her. It has me stopping with my hand on the knob, but I don't turn around when I address her. "I'll come back. I can't deal with this shit right now." I step out of the house, slamming the door behind me, and inhale a deep breath of fresh air, but it does nothing to loosen the tightening of my chest. Fuck! I slam my fist against the house, welcoming the pain that radiates through me when my knuckles split open from the rigid brick. I start down the steps and slow my stride when I see Janie at my bike, tears falling down her face. She runs at me and throws her arms around my neck.
"I'm so sorry. I understand,"
she cries, clearly hearing everything that was just said.
"But please try, Logan. I want us to be a family one day, the way we were always meant to be."
I hug her close, hating that she's hurting so much. "I'm not ready yet, but I promise to try when I am. Okay?" I feel her nod before she steps back.
"Thank you. That's all I ask."
I grab my helmet and straddle my bike.
"Am I going to see you again?"
she asks, fear evident in her voice. "Yeah, you will, but I don't know when. I have a lot to deal with right now." She nods and tries her hardest to school her features, but I don't miss the tremble of her lips.
"You do what you have to do. We're okay. We still need you in our lives, but not the same way we did before."
I can see that, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. My head is too fucking messed up right now to take it all in. You got a pen? Yeah, just a sec. She runs to the car in the driveway that's in better shape than the one we had prior to my arrest, and grabs something out of it before running back to hand me a pen. I grab her hand and write my cell phone number down. Call me whenever you want, okay? If I don't answer, I'll call you back. Okay, thanks, she says with a relieved smile. Stepping in, she wraps her arms around my neck again. I love you, Logan. I love you too, I whisper back gruffly, my need to escape growing more urgent by the second. Thankfully, Janie senses it. Giving me one more kiss on the cheek, she releases me. I'll see you soon, I promise, just before starting up the bike and taking off. The further away I get, the easier it is to breathe. I try my damnedest to push away both my mother and my sister's hurtful expressions, but in return, someone else's pain invades my mind. And it's the one girl whose heartache I can never make right, no matter how much I wish otherwise.
Chapter 7. Anna. The following night, I'm the last one to leave the soup kitchen. Standing at the front door, I pull the hood of my coat over my head, trying to get as much protection as I can before walking out into the monsoon. The storm came out of nowhere, and it's a nasty one. As soon as I step outside, the rain pelts down on me so hard it's almost painful, and I immediately become soaked. I quickly lock the door, then jog down the street in the pitch black, thankful that I decided to drive tonight. A whimpering noise stops me in my tracks and draws my attention to the side alley. I look down the dark pathway but have a hard time seeing anything through the heavy downpour. Just when I'm about to continue on, I hear it again. Hello? Is anyone down there? I call out. The whining becomes louder, and the familiar sound has me investigating it. I don't have to walk in very far before I see where the noise is coming from. Bandit. Bending down, I see Sarge against the side of the building, with a flimsy piece of cardboard over top of him and Bandit that does nothing to shelter them from the rain.
Anna?
He says in surprise, obviously not hearing me earlier.
What are you doing out in the rain, girl?
What am I doing? What are you doing, Sarge? I shout, loud enough to be heard over the rain. Why aren't you at the shelter?
They're full for tonight.
Full? I repeat with exasperation. How the hell could they turn someone away in this weather?
Yes, full. But don't you worry. Bandit and me will be just fine.
As soon as he says this, he breaks into another one of his coughing fits that he's had for the last few days. Isn't there somewhere else available to you? I would bring them back to my dorm, but there are no pets and boys allowed.
No. Now go on and get out of here. No sense in both of us getting drenched. I'll see you tomorrow night.
I stay where I am, not wanting to leave them here like this, my heart hurting at the thought of them out here all night.
Now, Anna,
he barks, getting upset when I don't obey. Since my throat is too tight to speak, I give him a brief nod, then take off. As soon as I get into my car, I take a moment and run through every option I can think of to help them and come up with one person. Pulling out my phone, I hit one button that connects to the person I want. Jackson answers on the first ring.
Anna?
Hey, yeah, it's me. Sorry it's so late, I respond, my voice sounding as sad as I feel.
What's wrong?
I need your help. Can you come to St. Mary's? He doesn't hesitate.
I'm leaving now. Make sure the doors are locked.
I'm in my car, but they're locked, I reassure him.
I'll be there soon.
Thank you. Hanging up, I listen to the pelting rain hammering against the metal of my car. I get the overwhelming urge to get Sarge and to make him wait with me in here, but I know it will be pointless. I pray Jackson can help him. I can't watch Sarge leave anymore and not know if he has a dry place to sleep or food for him and Bandit. By the time Jackson's truck pulls up behind my car, a short 20 minutes later, the rain has calmed down to a sprinkle rather than a fierce downpour. Getting out, I meet him between our vehicles. He has an umbrella out and open for me when I reach him, but, of course, not for himself. Typical. He pulls my soaking wet body against him, wrapping me in one of his famous strong hugs.
"What's up, kid? You scared the shit out of me."
"I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. I'm hoping you can help me with something."
"You know I will."
Taking a deep breath, I tell him all about Sarge, from his time in the Marines to how he ended up here. By the time I've finished telling the story, I can tell he knows where this is going.
"Anna,"
he starts hesitantly. "Is there something you can do to help him?"
"You can't save everyone."
"I know that. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to help him. He's a good man, Jackson, just like you. He fell, and he needs help getting back up." Indecision rages in his eyes. "Please, for me," I press. He groans.
"Yeah."
I throw myself at him with a squeal. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." I kiss him repeatedly on the cheek, making him chuckle.
"All right, show me where he is."
"Okay, but before I do, I should warn you. He can be grumpy and he won't want to accept your help." He throws his arms up.
"Then how the hell am I supposed to help if he doesn't want it?"
"It's not that he doesn't want it. It's that he has too much pride. Just be convincing. Do whatever it is you do to Julia when you want her to listen." I tease him, knowing that she always argues when he tries telling her what to do. He gives me a cocky smirk, and I realize my mistake too late.
"Can't do that. That kind of technique is reserved for my wife only."
"Ew, spare me. Just do what you do best then and be bossy." His grunt has me chuckling.
"Whatever. Just take me to him, smartass,"
he orders, slinging an arm around my shoulders. I lead him over to the alley where Sarge and Bandit sit huddled together.
"Anna,"
Sarge says, not looking all too happy.
"What are you still doing here? I told you to go home."
My heart rate kicks up at the confrontation I'm sure is to come. "I know you did, but I couldn't. I can't leave you here like this." I put up my hand when he starts to protest. "Please, just hear me out." He snaps his mouth shut, then glances wearily up at Jackson. "This is my brother I told you about." I start nervously. "He can help you and—"
"I don't accept handouts. I told you that."
Before I can argue, Jackson gets down on his haunches, putting himself at eye level with Sarge.
"Then what about a job offer, from one brother to another?"
I want to give him a pat on the back for the brother language, knowing all the military guys refer to each other like that. Sarge's gaze darkens with suspicion.
"What are you talking about?" "I own a gym in the next town over, and I could use some help." "Like what?"
Sarge's tone doesn't have the heat behind it that it did a few moments ago, and I take that as a good sign.
"Like help keep the place clean. We could use another ringside trainer for our fighters, getting them water, tape their hands, or even cleaning cuts."
Jackson shrugs.
"There's a lot to do around there, and all of us have families we want to spend more time with. There's also a cot there, and it's yours if you take the job."
Sarge takes his time thinking about it.
"Can my dog come?"
I hold my breath, and hope flares in my chest. When Jackson doesn't answer right away, I give him a nudge with my foot. He glares up at me, but I ignore it and gesture for him to answer. He turns back around and mumbles something intangible before agreeing.
"Yeah, he can come, just as long as you keep him clean, quiet, and away from customers." "Okay, then I'll accept the job offer."
I exhale with a smile, relieved he didn't put up too much of a fight.
"Because that's what this is, a job, not a handout,"
he insists sternly.
"Absolutely."
Standing, Jackson reaches out his hand for Sarge to take, and he does so, reluctantly. When he's pulled to stand, I wrap my arms around his waist. "Thank you."
"Me? Why the hell are you thanking me?"
For accepting the offer, and for not being too angry at me. He hugs me close.
"I could never be angry at you, Anna."
I smile, but before I can respond, Jackson clears his throat.
"Come on, let's get out of the rain."
Sarge and I follow as he leads us over to his truck. I stop a little distance away and am just about to say goodbye when Jackson suggests I stay the night at his place. "But my car is here and I have no clothes."
We'll get you back to your car tomorrow, and you can borrow something of Julia's.
I take a moment to mull it over, running through all the things I have to do for school.
Come on, Anna. It's late, and you've had a long day. I want you at my house for tonight.
I agree with a nod. The truth is, it's been a while since I've stayed there. I like it when I do. It's my comfort zone, and after this past week, I could use this. All right, let me just lock up. After grabbing my purse out of my car and locking up, I hop in the passenger seat of Jackson's truck, since Sarge and Bandit are in the back. We pull up to Seal Extreme a short time later and walk into the gym. I follow behind Jackson as he gives Sarge a quick tour, showing him where the locker room is and telling him he can have a shower. He also gives him a change of clean clothes. Sarge is reluctant to take them, but knows he can't stay in the ones he has, especially if he's going to be working here. So he accepts them with a mumbled thanks and says he will pay him back with his first paycheck.
We'll worry about that later,
Jackson says, shrugging it off. He shows him the kitchen next and tells him to help himself to whatever he wants, then says he will bring stuff for Bandit tomorrow. My heart warms at how much he's going above and beyond for Sarge, but I shouldn't be surprised. Jackson might be overbearing and have one hot temper, but there is no denying that his heart has always been bigger. After we say goodbye to Sarge, we head to Jackson's house. On the way over, I can't stop smiling, and before I know it, I take my seatbelt off and crawl across the seat to wrap my arms around him and give him a big kiss on the cheek.
What's that for?
For being such a good person, I tell him honestly. Thank you for helping him and for always being there when I need you. Clearing his throat, he shifts in his seat, uncomfortable at my praise.
You're welcome, kid. You know I'll always be there for you.
I do know that. He's been there through the most painful times in my life. Iraq and... Don't think about him, Anna. We arrive at Jackson's house in the country a few minutes later, and my heart melts like it always does when I see the big tree in their yard with a wooden swing attached to it. Julia is waiting for us when we walk in, and she immediately wraps me in a hug, even though I'm drenched.
Hey, is everything okay?
She asks worriedly. Yes, everything is good now, thanks to Jackson. She steps back and smiles up at her husband.
He's always good at making things better.
With a grunt, he pulls her over to him and lays a passionate kiss on her.
Anna's staying the night. Can you get her something to wear?
Of course. She turns to me. Go on to your room and I'll bring you something. Would you like some tea? That would be good. Thank you. With a nod, she heads to the kitchen. I give Jackson one final hug and thank him again for everything before making my way to the spare bedroom, which is considered my room. It's next to Annabelle's and has my name on the door like hers. I smile every time I see it. It makes me feel like a part of the family, my second family. That thought has me thinking about my mom and dad. I decide to make sure to call them tomorrow. I always try to twice a week, or they worry, especially my dad. If not for being close to Jackson, my father would never have allowed me to go this far for college, even though I'm only a few hours away. He's always been protective, but much more after what happened to me in Thailand. Shaking myself of the thought, I walk into the room and close the door behind me before going and sitting at the window seat that overlooks the front yard. I stare down at the swing that Jackson made for Julia, the one she had always wanted as a child, but never got to have. I have swung on that thing many times, usually with Annabelle on my lap. A light knock on the door startles me out of my thoughts, and it opens to reveal Julia.
Hey, here is some tea and pajamas,
she whispers, placing my tea on the nightstand and the clothes on my bed.
Why don't you give me your wet stuff and I can wash them tonight?
Thanks. She closes the door, then takes a seat on the bed while I change into a pair of soft pajama pants and a tank top.
Jax told me about Sarge, she says with a smile. I'm glad he could help, and I'm glad that you asked him to.
Me too. I was scared Sarge wasn't going to accept the help, but thankfully he did. I hope it turns out well for everyone.
I'm sure it will. The guys will take care of him.
You're right. I agree with a nod. I crawl on the bed and take a hefty sip of my tea, the hot liquid warming me from the inside out. Julia lounges back on the pillows and I follow suit, hugging one of them to my chest. We face one another and I can tell by her expression that she has something on her mind.
Jax just told me about Logan the other day. I let out a deep breath, one that feels like it's been trapped in my chest since I saw him the other night. Yeah, it was a big surprise, that's for sure. Do you want to talk about it?
Do I? I hate to even think about him, but no matter how hard I try, it proves impossible. He's always on my mind. He always has been, and Julia knows it too. She's the only one I've ever confided in about everything between us because I know she understands. I don't know, Julia. I start quietly, realizing I need to talk to someone about it. I've always wondered what it would be like if I saw him again. What would I say? How would I react or feel? And it was nothing like how I thought it would be. But in all fairness, it was quite the shock.
I'll bet it was, and I'm sure it wasn't easy.
No, it wasn't, and I'm so conflicted about it. On one hand, I'm glad he's out of there. You know how much I hated him being locked up in that place. She nods. But on the other hand, I'm still angry. I'm upset that no one told me he was out, even though I understand they couldn't. I'm mad that every time I've seen him, he acts like he didn't just toss me away and rip my heart out.
Wait, what do you mean every time? How many times have you seen him? I thought Jack said it was just the once?
Twice, I tell her. Don't tell Jackson, but he came to the soup kitchen the other night. He was waiting for me outside after I finished my shift, which is another thing that pisses me off. He seems to know everything about me when I know nothing about him. I shake my head in frustration. He was there to give me back something I lost at the club. I hold up my wrist, showing her the bracelet she knows he bought for me. Then he tried to walk me home, said it wasn't safe for me to do alone, the bossy asshole. She smiles, but it vanishes as tears well in my eyes. We got into a horrible fight, or rather, I screamed at him. I hate how bitter I am. I hate that after all this time he still affects me so strongly.
Oh, Anna.
She moves in closer and drapes an arm over me, providing comfort.
You have every right to feel the way you do. This is a lot to take in, and it completely caught you off guard. Logan wasn't just any boyfriend to you. You loved him deeply, and I know he loved you too.
I shake my head, but she doesn't let me protest.
Believe me, he did. Everyone saw it. He handled things very badly, but I know he thought it was the right thing to do. He had no right to take that choice away from you, but I know it's because he loved you, and he wanted to protect you.
Her logic has me bursting into tears as I finally let go, crying out all of my frustration and pain his return has brought on. I have so much pent-up anger, hurt, and, most of all, guilt. I feel horrible for yelling at him every time I've seen him. I know things must not have been easy for him either. I'm just still so angry about it all. But I know I need to make peace with it. I need to make peace with him. Julia stays silent and rubs my back through it all, waiting patiently until I get a hold of myself.
Better?
She asks, after most of my tears subside. Yeah, a little. Thanks.
Trust me, every day will get better. Grams always tells me that sometimes things happen for a reason, even if we don't understand it. I know everything will work out.
What makes you so sure? She gives me a knowing smile.
Because your trials with Logan is like looking into a mirror, and look at where Jax and I are now.
Her words have me stilling, but before I can argue with her, she kisses the top of my head and sits up.
Just think about it. I'm going to throw your clothes in the wash. Is there anything else you need?
I shake my head. No, but thank you. For everything. She smiles.
Anytime. Night.
Night, I reply softly. She shuts off the light and closes the door. As I lay in the dark room that's bathed in moonlight, I contemplate everything she just said. Logan and I were always compared to a younger her and Jackson, especially Logan. Even I can admit they have similarities, though the way I feel about both of them is completely different. But unlike Jackson and Julia, Logan and I will never have our happy ending. Too much damage has been done. Sometimes I wonder if I will ever have one. I've been on a couple of dates over the last few years, but nothing where any of them held my interest or made me feel that spark. I started thinking it was me, and maybe I wasn't capable of feeling that anymore. That was until a week ago, when I saw Logan, and that spark came back like a fireworks show on the 4th of July. The more I think about it, the more I realize I need to make peace with what happened, for both of our sakes.
Chapter 8. Logan. Right, left, left, right, right, right. I followed Jackson's orders, moving side to side and dodging his fists. Sweat pours down my face and my muscles burn fire, screaming at me to give up. But of course I don't. I never give up. We've been at this for hours already. The guy's pushing me to my limits for the upcoming fight. Round 9, the last round before the final, and one no one has made it past in over a year. Watch his knee, Sawyer warns a second too late, and I end up getting clipped in the ribs with enough force that almost knocks me on my ass. Break, Jackson calls. I go to my corner and grab my water bottle, squirting the cool liquid down my parched throat. What's with you today? He asks, walking over to me. Your head isn't in it like it usually is. He's right. It's because I have too much shit weighing down on me. Shit that I have no control over, and it's driving me fucking crazy. Of course I don't admit that, though. I think I'm doing all right. Your ass hasn't knocked me down yet. I taunt with a cocky smile. I take pride in that because there's no doubt I'm a good fighter, and I can handle my own. But these guys here are trained to kill with their bare hands, which is why I knew I would need them for this. Before Jackson can say anything, the new guy, Sarge, speaks up. I agree. The kid is a damn machine. He claps me on the back. Listen, kid, I think we need to talk about your future after this is over. You could really be something in the professional world, and I could be your manager. We would make boatloads of cash. It's a win-win for all. I grunt, but feel a smirk twitch my lips. You're not helping, Sarge, Jackson grumbles. And what did I tell you about that damn dog? He says, pointing to the homely-looking canine with his tongue hanging out of its mouth. What about him? I think he adds to our little circle here. He needs to stay away when customers are around. I told you that. Why? Look at how many chicks have been fawning all over him. He's a pussy magnet, and a perfect addition to your business. Sawyer and I both chuckle, but Jackson doesn't find it as amusing as us. This place isn't meant to be a pussy magnet, he snaps before looking over at Sawyer. See, this is why we should scratch the workout shit and make this place strictly for fighters. It's starting to become a fucking dating service around here, and it's pissing me off. I have to agree with him there. In the few weeks that I've been training, I've had almost as much pussy offered to me here as I've had at the club, which is saying something. And, if I'm being honest, it's getting harder and harder to ignore. I mean, it's been 4 years for fuck's sakes. But I know what I need to make a priority right now, and it isn't pussy. Unless, of course, the one in question belongs to... Don't go there, man. You will never get that privilege again. The entire thought pisses me off. Not in the mood for pleasantries anymore, I jump down and head to the punching bag, needing to hit something. Jackson senses my change of demeanor, and it isn't long before he comes over and joins me. He holds the bag while I beat the shit out of it. I feel his eyes on me and know what he's thinking. I don't want to talk about it, I say, hoping that will stop him from bringing it up. But of course, I know better. You should have told me you ran into her. Yeah, well, if we're talking about sharing shit, then you should have told me what you did for my mom and sister. Silence stretches between us as I continue to punch. So what? You're pissed off that I helped your mom out? I stop and finally look at him. No, I'm pissed off that you didn't fucking tell me. I could have at least been prepared. I wasn't expecting to go back and see them like that. I expected everything to be the same, if not worse. And you're mad that it's not? He asks, his tone incredulous. I don't blame him for being confused. Even I don't understand what the fuck I'm feeling. No, Fuck. I run my hands through my hair, trying to find the right words. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I take a moment to collect my thoughts. Look, I appreciate what you did, especially for my sister's sake. But if you want the truth, I don't fucking like that you saw my life for what it was. I don't like that I feel indebted to you, and even more so, I fucking hate that she changed with your help but not mine. I lean against the wall with my head down, hating that I just admitted that to him, but it's the truth. I think that's what pisses me off the most. How many times did I try to get her into rehab only to have her refuse? Sure, I couldn't afford where Jackson probably sent her, but she wouldn't even consider the idea. Do you really think your home life skewed my perception in some way? He asks. You have no fucking clue where I come from. I'm not saying your life was sunshine and rainbows, but believe me when I say I come from my own hell. Your mom fucked up and she knows it, but she didn't change for me. She changed for you. I just helped her get there. As for your debt, you owe me shit. I didn't just do it for you, I did it for Anna. My head snaps up at the mention of her, the sound of her name burning like salt to an open wound. Jackson leans against the wall next to me, matching my stance. I did whatever she asked for. I did anything and everything I could to help her stop hurting so much. She was fucked up for a long time when you sent her away like that. The image of her that day at the prison flashes through my mind, and I grind my teeth against the memory. Are you saying that I did the wrong thing? He shakes his head. Not at all. I think you did the right thing. I would have done the same. Actually, I did something similar with Julia, and it was hard, but I stand behind my decision. Sometimes the right thing fucking sucks. He's got that right. Well, whatever your reasons were for helping, thank you. I'm glad to know my sister wasn't suffering the entire time I was gone. We both don't miss the fact that I leave my mom out of the equation, but thankfully he lets it go. You're welcome. Now about Anna showing up at the fight? I hold my hand up to ward off whatever he's about to say. Look, it wasn't my place to tell you, and I figured she would eventually. But I will say that she is not ever stepping foot in that place again. Damn straight. I told her the same thing. I grunt. Well, hopefully she took it from you better than she did me. He shrugs. Probably the same. But she did agree that she wouldn't go back. Apparently it was her first time. All I care about is that it's her last. I nod, agreeing with him. Listen, why don't you go shower and we'll call it a day. We can start fresh tomorrow. I want to hit it hard over the next week before the fight. I've talked to someone I know in the industry, and he's agreed to come in and help. Who? Colin Slade. He says the name as if I should know who that is. Right, I guess you wouldn't know. He's Caitlin's brother, and one of the best MMA fighters in the industry right now. Why do you feel like we need him? Because he will be able to offer you pointers that we can't. We're trained in combative, and him MMA. Together, we should be able to make you unbeatable. Ricketts postponing shit is making me nervous, and I want to make sure you come out on top. I can handle him, I reply confidently, before pushing off the wall and heading to the locker room. Don't get too cocky, no one is invincible, he shouts to my retreating back. Except me, Sawyer bellows from across the gym, clearly eavesdropping. Shaking my head, I hit the shower, appreciating that the stalls are separate, or I wouldn't fucking have one here. I stand under the hot spray for longer than usual, the heat feeling good on my tight muscles. After I finish and start changing, I hear the most beautiful laugh erupt from the gym, the familiar sound washing over me and making my chest pull tight. Sawyer, put me down or I'll have Bandit sick you, Anna threatens with a giggle. Shit. I'm not ready to see her again. What the hell am I saying? I fucking crave to see her, but every time I do, it ends badly, and I hate causing her pain. I finish pulling on my shirt, then take a deep breath before walking out into the gym. Like always, my first glance of her hits me like a blow to the chest and sucks the oxygen right out of my lungs. Jesus, she is fucking beautiful. Her soft yellow tank top and jean shorts complement her warm skin tone and tight, lithe body. a body that I've missed almost as much as the girl herself. As if feeling the weight of my stare, she looks up, and her gaze collides with mine. Her soft brown eyes flare with surprise and something else, something that I can't decipher. I break eye contact first, not wanting to see the pain and anger I know is to come, then head over to the ring and grab my stuff. As I'm shoving my shit into my bag, I feel a soft finger trail down my arm. I look over and have to bite back a curse. Shit. This chick does not give up. Lindsay is her name, I think. No, wait, Lana? No, Lauren. Oh, who gives a fuck? The bitch is relentless. Hey, Logan. I want to cringe at her whiny voice, but manage to hold back. Hey. What are you doing right now? Heading home. Want some company? She tries to sound seductive, but it comes out annoying and grates on my nerves. Nope. I feel her tense next to me, but I don't bother to look up. Well, maybe I could leave my number in case you change. I'm not interested. Just like the last 4 fucking times. With a huff, I hear her walk away. Or at least I thought so. But when I feel a hand on my arm again a moment later, I fucking snap and turn on her. Look, I said to fuck... I trail off when I look into the face of an angel. The same one that haunts my dreams every night. Sorry. Anna apologizes softly, releasing my arm. No, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was you. It's okay. I wait for her to say something, bracing myself for a confrontation. So, I was wondering if maybe you wanted to, well, she releases a frustrated breath at her stammering and shakes her head. Do you want to come with me to Grace's Pie Bakery down the street to talk? Her offer renders me speechless, and she takes it the wrong way. Yeah, okay, never mind. Forget I asked. She turns to walk away, but I grab her arm before she can escape, and it's like a bolt of fucking electricity straight to my system. I can tell she feels it too. If her slight gasp is anything to go by, she glances down at where I touch her, but I don't let go. Yeah, Anna, I'll go with you. I'd fucking go anywhere with her. Okay, let me just say goodbye. With a nod, I step back and watch as she goes to retrieve her purse, my eyes glued to her incredible ass. When I finally pull my gaze away, I look up to see Jackson glaring at me like he's about to take me out. It's a glare that I remember well, but I don't let it deter me, and shrug unapologetically. Anna walks over to him and wraps her arms around his waist. That set used to really piss me off when we were first together. Actually, their entire relationship bothered me. She always had a hero worship thing for him. Don't get me wrong, I was glad the guy was there for her. I just hated that someone else was that for her because I wanted to be the only one she turned to. But then I pulled my head out of my ass and accepted their relationship for what it was. And I'm glad she has him, especially since I ended up fucking up and couldn't be there for her anyway. I'm pulled from my thoughts as she walks over to me, and I realize I've been staring at her like an idiot. You ready? Yeah. I decide to leave my bag for now and gesture for her to go first. Just as we make it to the door, Sarge calls out to her. Hey, Anna girl, bring some pie back for Bandit and me, will you? Just tell that sweet woman to put it on this guy's tab, he says, pointing to Sawyer. That dog is not eating any fucking pie while under this roof, Jackson says. Why the hell not? Because he will have the shits, and that is the last fucking thing I want in my gym. Sarge's argument gets cut off when Anna opens the door with a giggle and walks out. I follow suit, getting a whiff of her incredible scent from the slight breeze in the air, and it instantly turns my dick hard. Silence settles between us as we walk side by side. I get the familiar urge to grab her hand or touch her in some way, so I reach into my pocket and pull out my smokes in an effort to keep my hands busy. I light one up, hoping to take some of this edge off. When did you start that up again? She tries to keep her tone light, but I can detect her disapproval. I quit the first time for her because she fucking hated it. Said she didn't want me to die. 4 years ago. It was pretty much the one luxury I could have, and it helped ease the tension that constantly coiled inside of me while being locked up in that fucking place. It gave me a small sense of choice and freedom that I no longer had. I glance over to see her nod, but can tell it bothers her just as much now as it did before. Taking one more pull, I toss it to the ground and under my boot. "You didn't have to do that," she mumbles softly. Instead of responding, I decide to change the topic. "So, what's with Sarge?" "What do you mean?" I shrug. "I recognized him from that night when you walked out of the shelter. When I asked Jackson where he came from, he gave me some vague shit about the things he does for you." A smile graces her face. "I met him when I first started volunteering at St. Mary's, and we clicked right away. I was pretty much the only one whose head he didn't bite off. He's a kind man, but he can be grumpy at times." She explains with affection, but her easy demeanor slips with what she says next. "He's a former Marine, and his story of how he ended up here is heartbreaking. I came out the other night to see him in the rain because the shelter was full. I just couldn't leave him like that. And since I can't have him in the dorm, I called Jackson." Her smile returns, and so does that hero worship. "It sounds like it's going all right, minus the obvious differences about Bandit," she says with a chuckle. "Yeah, it seems like he fits in with them. He's quite the character. He was trying to be my manager today." "Manager?" "Yep. He thinks I'm a machine and that after this is over I can make us loads of money. His words, not mine," I add with a smirk. "After what is over, exactly?" she whispers, making me realize my mistake too late. She immediately cuts a hand through the air. "Never mind. Sorry I asked. I've already been informed that you can't talk about it." Her tone is light, but I can sense her frustration. I don't want her to know. I don't want her caught up in any of this shit. "You're right. I can't talk about it. But I'm sure you have a good idea what I'm doing, and who I'm doing it for since I'm out early." She looks up at me with even more questions burning in her gaze. But thankfully I don't have to elaborate because we make it to the bakery just in the nick of time. A pink little Victorian-styled shop with white trim that's called A Slice of Hope with a Sprinkle of Grace. We walk in to see it's quite busy, and I'm not surprised. I've had the pleasure of eating Grace's pies many times before at the gatherings Anna was invited to. They are the best thing this world has to offer. "Anna! Anna! Anna!" A little girl squeals as she runs over to us and jumps into Anna's waiting arms. By her blonde hair and bright green eyes, I have no doubt that this is Sawyer and Grace's daughter. "Well, hey there, little Miss Hope. Are you helping Mama out today?" "I sure am. Parker and Beckett are having a play date, so Mama said I could be her helper for the day. We made Daddy a special pie called Daddy Love Pie. We're going to surprise him with it tonight after supper." "Well, I'll bet it's delicious, and we both know your daddy will try to eat it all without sharing." "Probably." She giggles, but it trails off when she looks over at me. Curiosity sparks in her eyes. Anna quickly introduces us. "Hope, this is Logan. Logan, this sweet little thing is Hope Evans." "Hi, Hope. It's nice to meet you." "Hi." She waves with a shy smile. "Oh, Anna, what a pleasant surprise," Grace says, walking out of the back. She slightly falters when she sees me, but recovers quickly. After giving Anna a hug, she turns and pulls me in for one, too. "Logan, it's so good to see you." I tense without meaning to, uncomfortable with her affection, but I pat her back awkwardly, not wanting to be an asshole. "Thanks, Grace. You too." "Why don't you all go take a seat at the far back table while Hope and I get you guys some drinks?" "Sounds good." Anna puts Hope back to her feet, and I quickly notice that the little girl is dressed exactly like her mom, wearing a yellow 50s-styled uniform with a little white apron. She even has her name embroidered on the top left of her chest. Other than Sawyer's green eyes, she looks exactly like Grace. Both Anna and I order a soda, then go to take a seat at the only table in the back. Anna ends up sitting in the chair that's against the wall, which means I will have to sit with my back to the entire place. The thought has my stomach churning and my heart racing. "Would you mind if we switch seats?" She's caught off guard by my request, but quickly obliges. "Sure." I take the seat and breathe a little easier at feeling the wall against my back. Anna watches me with an assessing gaze, and I fucking hate it. Thankfully, we are interrupted before she can think too much about it. Here are your sodas. Hope holds one cup in both of her tiny hands, while Grace carries the other. I get the glass that Hope had, which has sticky liquid dripping all down the side of it, but Grace is there to quickly wipe it off. Sorry, she apologizes quietly, but I wave away her concern. All right, what can we get for y'all? Hope says, pulling a little notepad out of the front of her apron and a pen from behind her ear. Would you like to hear our special for the day? I would love to, Anna responds, biting back a laugh. The special is true love pie. You want some of that? It might make y'all fall in love, she says with a giggle. Anna's smile dims. I'll just have some warm apple pie with ice cream, please. She requests her order quietly. Hope scribbles on her notepad with a bunch of squiggles, then looks over at me. I'll have the same. I don't know what else there is, and I don't want to drag out the awkward moment that everyone can feel but Hope. Okay, coming right up. We're left alone while they go collect our order. Anna looks down and fiddles with her hands nervously. I can tell she has something on her mind, but doesn't know how to start. I hate seeing her like this around me. And finally, I can't take the strain any longer. Reaching over, I cover her twining hands with my own and notice how cold they are. It's me, Anna. Whatever you have to say, you can say it. She stops fidgeting and looks up at me, her gaze vulnerable, and it tears me up. It also makes me fucking nervous for whatever she has to say. I just want to say I'm sorry. My brows furrow in confusion, not expecting her to say that. Sorry for what? For how I spoke to you the other night, or rather for every time that we've run into each other. Obviously, I'm still hurt about the past, but I don't want to be anymore. I just want to forget about it all. If we run into each other, I don't want it to be a fight or uncomfortable, especially for the people around us. I understand the guys are helping you do whatever it is that you're doing, and that's okay. She lets out a breath and shrugs. I just wanted to say that and clear the air. I watch her silently, trying to absorb everything she just said. I understand what you're saying, but there's just one problem. What's that? She asks hesitantly. I'll never forget a second of our time together, and I don't want to. Her lips part on a subtle gasp, her eyes remaining locked with mine. The air suddenly fills with a different tension than it was 5 minutes ago. It's the kind that always surrounded Anna and me, no matter how long we were together. Here is your pie and ice cream. Hope's voice penetrates our moment, and Anna quickly slides her hands out from under mine. Can we get y'all anything else? Grace asks. We both shake our heads, and they leave us once again. Things are quiet while we eat, and I figure now is probably a good time to bring up the one thing that I'm dreading to address but needs to be done. I went and saw my sister and Mom the other day. Her head snaps up in surprise. Oh? I hold her stare. I wasn't expecting to see them like that. I expected shit to be the same, if not worse. Her eyes fall to her plate again. Jackson wanted to help, she whispers. Yeah, because of you. She continues to watch her food. You didn't have to do that, Anna. I never expected you to shoulder any of my responsibility. She shrugs. It's not a big deal. Your sister was hurting, and I knew your mom was in no shape to help her through it. I disagree. It's a very big deal. I hate knowing that you dealt with that shit. But, thank you. I appreciate you helping. More for my sister's sake than my mom's, because you're right, she wouldn't have been there for Janie the way she should have been. She glances back up at me. She's different now? So I hear. You don't believe it? I shrug. I don't know what to think right now, and I don't want to talk about it either. My tone doesn't deter her, but she respects my answer. Can I ask you something? Yeah. I brace myself for what she's about to ask. Do you have to go back? My eyes narrow in confusion, so she elaborates. After you're done doing whatever it is that you're doing here, do Do you have to go back to prison? She looks petrified for my answer. No, I'm out for good. She visibly relaxes and nods. That's good. Yeah, it's good. But out here won't be the same as before. I have a lot of trials ahead of me once this is done. Like a job? Who the hell is going to hire an ex-convict? What Sarge said earlier replays in my head, but I push it aside for another time. I have enough shit on my plate right now. We finish the rest of our pie in silence. As we get ready to leave, Anna grabs her purse to pay. Put it away, Anna. My tone is harsher than I intend for it to be, and she stiffens at the order. I invited you, Logan, remember? I can pay for it, or at the very least pay for myself. When I continue to glare at her, she rolls her eyes and puts her wallet away with a huff. I see you're still stubborn, she mumbles under her breath. Her irritation makes me smirk. In the end, it doesn't matter because when I go to pay, Grace refuses my money. So instead, I leave a generous tip and make sure to give it to Hope, which she excitedly stashes in the front of her apron. Grace hands Anna a to-go box filled with enough food to feed an army to take back with us, including a separate one for Bandit. It seems she has taken a liking to Sarge, too. After we say goodbye, we make our way back to the gym. I try to walk slow, not wanting our time to come to an end, because I don't know when I'll get to see her again. So, I saw that you know Sarah Claiborne, she says, breaking the silence. Who? I ask, confused. The girl who was trying to go home with you. Oh, so Sarah is her name. Fuck, I was way off with Lauren. Anna scoffs. Don't tell me you've slept with her and don't even know her name. I glance over to see her staring straight ahead, trying to act unaffected, but I know better. Jealous, Anna? I get a sick satisfaction at the thought. Yeah, right, I don't think so. Her sass has my cock turning rock hard. Just as we make it outside the gym, I grab her elbow to swing her around and back her up against her car. She sucks in a sharp breath, her eyes flaring as I brace my hands on either side of her head, caging her in. Good. You should never be jealous of anyone because there's no one on this earth who could ever compare to you. Her expression softens, and time seems to stand still as we stare at one another. Before I can stop myself, I lean in close and drag my nose along the side of her soft cheek, bringing my mouth to her ear. And no, I haven't slept with her. There's only one pussy I want, Anna, and I think we both know whose that is. Her chest heaves beneath mine as her breathing becomes short and uneven. I'm an asshole, and I know it. I have no right to make her feel this, but I fucking crave it. I need to know she still feels this as much as me. Logan. My dick jerks at the breathless sound of my name falling past her lips. But by the tremble in it, it's hard to tell if it's a protest or welcome. I'm hoping for the latter. I lean back to look down at her, needing the reassurance, when a prickle of unease runs through me. It's a feeling I've grown accustomed to, and one I always trust. Taking in my surroundings, my attention is immediately drawn to a black SUV that's parked across the street. The person in the driver's seat is staring directly at me. I squint to get a closer look at the guy, but he's wearing a hat that shields the top half of his face, raising my suspicion. Logan, what is it? Anna's voice snaps me into motion, making me realize that she's out in the open to whoever is watching. Shaking my head, I step back from her. Nothing. Come on, let's go inside. She's confused by my sudden distance, and I don't blame her, but I also don't give her time to ask questions. My hand finds her lower back to guide her inside, but she ends up walking in on her own. Just before I follow her in, I turn back around to see the asshole pulling out and speeding away. I get a closer look at him, but I still don't recognize him, though I have a damn good feeling who it could be. Walking back inside, I see everyone surrounding Anna, fighting over the food she's carrying. She glances back at me, her eyes filled with hurt and frustration. Makes me feel like shit. I know I should explain, but I don't want to say anything until I know what the fuck is going on. Everything okay? At the sound of Jackson's voice, I tear my gaze from Anna to look at him. Yeah, everything's fine. I'll see you tomorrow. I can tell he doesn't believe me, but lets it go. See you tomorrow, bright and early. With a nod, I go collect my bag, then glance at Anna one last time to see her kneel down with her back turned to me, petting Bandit. I reluctantly walk out without saying goodbye. As soon as I get to my bike, I call Lewis. He answers on the first ring. Hey, bro, what's up? Any chance you got a picture of Ricketts you could send to me? He's silent a moment, my question catching him off guard. No, but I'm sure I can get you one. Do that. Then send it via text as soon as you have it. Okay. Thanks. I hang up, not giving him a chance to ask questions. As I head back to my apartment, I keep an eye on my surroundings. By the time I walk through the door, I have a text waiting for me. Opening it, I see the picture. Even though I didn't get a close look at the guy in the SUV, it was close enough because I have no doubt that the guy who was watching me, watching us, was none other than Johnny Ricketts. Motherfucker! Chapter 9. Logan. Parking across the street, I take my helmet off and stare out at the deserted campus. After finding out that Ricketts was watching me, I needed to clear my head. I decided to go for a ride, and this is where I ended up. No big surprise, since I haven't been able to stop thinking about Anna since our run-in earlier today. From how her body felt close to mine, and the way her pretty warm eyes burned with the same need that's been pounding through me. Jesus, I'm still wound so goddamn tight from it that not even jacking off eased any of this tension. Now I'm here, torturing myself even more. And for what? It's late, dark, and there's not a soul in sight. I'm sure she's probably sleeping, which has me wondering what she's wearing. Does she still sleep in a tank top and panties? My semi-erect cock goes painfully hard at the thought. In the last 4 years, I've often wondered how much she's changed. Appearance-wise, she still looks the same, just a little more grown, more beautiful, which I didn't think was possible. But what about everything else? Everything that makes her Anna? Is her favorite food still Italian? Does she still love to read? Does she still cover her mouth when she giggles, or hum her favorite tune while lost in thought? Fuck, I miss knowing her. Being here right now is only making this ache in my chest worse. Shaking my head, I'm just about to start up my bike when the familiar sound of her laughter hits me. I tense and look around, trying to see where it came from. I start thinking I'm losing it, but then spot her, walking across campus, much too close to some preppy geek in a sweater vest. It's hard to see what the guy is doing to her to make her laugh, but whatever it is, I don't fucking like it. Not one bit. Oh my God, seriously, stop. I hate being tickled. Tickled? He's fucking tickling her? He keeps at it, making her squirm. Her hands full of textbooks that are crushed against her chest. A low, possessive rage builds inside of me. They stop at the entrance of her dorm to say goodbye. Geek Boy moves in closer, and he does something that causes her to drop her books. When she bends over to pick them up, the motherfucker checks out her ass. My motherfucking ass. And the asshole just sealed his fate.
Anna. I bend down to grab my books, trying to do it as modestly as possible in my sundress. I'm a little annoyed that Toby isn't the one picking them up since he knocked them out of my hands. I don't know what his deal is tonight. He's never been like this before. We've always had a platonic friendship, but tonight he took it to another level. I've been trying to be nice and subtly move away from his advances, but he's not getting the hint, which is why I ended our study session early. I guess Charity is right about him having stronger feelings for me than I do for him, which makes me feel bad. He's a really nice guy, but he's not my type. An image of my type suddenly floats through my mind, but I quickly push it away. When I stand back up, Toby is much too close, invading my personal space once again. So, when do you want to finish studying? How about tomorrow morning for coffee? Sorry, I can't tomorrow. I lie. After tonight, there will be no more study sessions for us.
Come on, Anna. Don't make me tickle you again, he says, with a teasing glint in his eye. I try to block most of my body with my textbooks. No, really, Toby, I want you to stop. He doesn't comprehend that I'm serious and he advances, but before his hand can touch me, he's intercepted. Back the fuck up. By the time I can register what's happened, Toby is on his butt, about 10 feet in front of me. What the hell? He sputters in shock, his eyes wide with fear as a very pissed-off Logan stalks toward him. Where the hell did he come from? You don't understand what the fuck stop means? I jump in front of Logan before he can make mincemeat out of Toby. Logan, stop. Everything is fine. He was just playing around. Everything is not fine, he snaps. Toby's tone is shaky as he gets to his feet. Anna, who the hell is this guy? I'm the guy that's going to kick your ass if you don't get the fuck out of here in the next 3 seconds. Logan, stop it now. I push him back with all my might, terrified what he's going to do to Toby. I turn to tell Toby to leave, but see he's already halfway across campus, running for his life. Spinning around, I give Logan a hard shove. What the hell is the matter with you? Me? He points at himself incredulously. What the hell is the matter with you? What do you think you're doing with that guy? I rear back, aghast that he thinks he has a right to question me. Violence pours off him in waves, and so does something else, something that can only be described as feral. Not that it's any of your business, but Toby was walking me back from our study session. Study session? And what fucking study session is that? All the different ways to check out a chick's ass? Lesson 101? My eyes narrow at his sarcasm. Now you're just being a smartass. I storm off, picking up my books along the way from when I had jumped in front of him. The hell I am. That little prick purposely knocked your books out of your hand so he could check out your ass. I stop and turn on him. Just how long were you watching us for? What are you even doing here, Logan? Spying on me? He stares at me, not knowing what to say, then points an accusing finger at me. We are not talking about me. We are talking about you and Geek Boy. I gape at him. Who the hell does he think he is questioning me? You know what? Forget this. I'm out of here. Pulling my keycard out of my bag, I head to the back entrance. Get back here. We are not done talking. Oh, yes, we are. I don't have to explain anything to you, least of all Toby. He follows me inside the building with a grunt. Toby? What kind of fucking name is that anyway? A perfectly fine name, I say through clenched teeth. The guy's a dipshit. You don't even know him. I don't know why I'm defending Toby. I'm just as annoyed at him as I am at Logan right now. Both of them need a good throat punch. Logan barges into my room behind me like he owns the place, and I'm thankful to see Charity isn't here. He stands with his arms crossed over his chest, looking arrogantly determined. For the first time tonight, I take notice how his usual rumpled hair is even more mussed from his helmet, pieces of it falling into his face, and how his loose, tattered jeans hang just right off his lean hips, and the way his black t-shirt stretches across his broad shoulders, showing off the black, swirling ink that's woven up his arms. This sexy asshole. Don't tell me you're actually seeing that geek. It's not any of your business if I am. He advances on me, reminding me of a predator stalking its prey. With my heart in my throat, I retreat until my back meets the wall and I have nowhere else to go. Just like earlier today, he cages me in, his hands going on either side of my head. His scent surrounds me, and the air around us becomes stifling. He leans in close, his eyes fierce. Don't, Anna. Don't you dare try to tell me that you two have more, because we both know different. My blood boils at the nerve of him. Just who the hell do you think you are? You have no right to act like this. We are over. We have been over for years, and... Like hell we are, he growls. Those are the last words spoken, just before his mouth claims mine with a possession that steals my breath. I gasp at the unexpected act, and he uses it to his advantage by thrusting his tongue past my lips. A whimper escapes me the moment his familiar taste, the one I've never forgotten, floods my mouth and rocks me to my core.
It's only a split second later before I wrap my arms around his neck and match him stroke for stroke. With a groan, his hands slip beneath my dress to cut my bottom, then lifts me off my feet. My legs wrap around his waist as he pins me against the wall. Our mouths are fierce and frenzied as we devour one another, tongues battling in the most beautiful way. He moves one hand up to grip my hair and pull my head back. I suck back much-needed air as he stares down at me with an intense hunger that matches my own. I whimper as his hips slam against me, his cock hitting me hard where I ache for him.
Remember,
he growls, his eyes wild.
I want you to fucking remember what my touch feels like.
I stare back at him, my heart swelling at the raw desperation pouring from his words.
I don't need to remember. I've never forgotten.
His expression softens at my admission, and his eyes fall closed just before he drops his forehead against mine.
That's because you're my Anna. You always have been.
Tears sting my eyes, and a strangled noise makes its way up my throat as the words I've longed to hear are finally spoken. Logan claims my mouth before a sob can escape, inhaling my pain. My fingers grip his hair, holding on for dear life as we are swept away in a heated storm of regret, passion, and longing. Moving away from the wall, he carries me over to the bed and sits down, bringing me to straddle him. I moan into the kiss and grind down on his jean-clad erection. He breaks our connection to look me in the eyes, his gaze raw and powerful.
Tell me, you need me as much as I need you right now. Tell me you want this, Anna.
I don't know what the future holds for us, if anything. There's still a lot of hurt from our past, but none of that matters right now. Nothing matters but taking what we have both obviously yearned for so long. Reaching up, I cup the side of his strong jaw, hating the vulnerability I see in his eyes. It's something I've never seen from him before. Yes, I want this. I need you, Logan. Relief washes over him just before we are on each other again, our hands and mouths fueled with urgency. I tug up his shirt, needing to feel his skin on mine. He leans back just enough to pull it over his head, and my hands immediately roam his hard body, re-exploring what I remember. He's harder, more defined. Not that he was ever lacking that before, but it's different. Following my lead, he pulls my sundress up over my head, leaving me in my soft pink matching bra and panties. With a deft flick of his fingers, he rids me of my bra, and my breasts tumble free into his waiting hands. My head falls back on a moan when his familiar touch meets my skin.
Just as beautiful as I fucking remember.
Leaning in, he takes a tortured butt into his mouth, grazing it sharply with his teeth, and the sting shoots straight to my throbbing center. He does this back and forth with each nipple, bringing my body to flare so hot that I swear I'm about to combust. I grind my hips, desperately seeking relief for the fierce ache between my thighs, but he stops my frantic attempts with a groan.
I want to devour every inch of this sweet body of yours, but goddamn, Anna, I can't wait any longer to take you. It's been too fucking long.
Yes, I agree breathlessly.
Sit up just a little, baby.
I do as he says, and he reaches between us to undo his pants. Just as he gets his zipper down, he freezes.
Shit.
What?
I don't have a condom.
My heart stutters to a stop at the thought of not feeling him inside of me. Are you clean? Have you been with anyone else? I brace myself, terrified for his answer. I know he said he wasn't with Sarah, but what about all the other girls who are throwing themselves at him while he's at the fights? The thought makes me sick to my stomach.
I'm clean. I haven't been with anyone else since you.
I let go of my imprisoned breath. Logan senses my relief and reaches up to cup my face.
I told you, Anna. There is only one pussy I want.
His hand moves between my legs, seeking what has only ever been his.
Only this.
A wave of heat flashes through me at his possessive words. Forget the condom. We don't need it. I'm on the pill, and I haven't been with anyone else either.
Thank fuck.
I laugh at his response, but it trails off in a gasp when he rips my panties clean off my body. His hand immediately finds my aching center, and he runs his fingers through my wet flesh. Oh, God. My words fall on a whimper as he skims over the spot that has tremors racking my body.
Ah, so fucking wet for me, baby.
Unable to wait any longer, I reach between us and shove his pants down just enough to grab his cock, then sink myself down on him. I suck in a sharp breath and drop my forehead on his at the exquisite burn as he not only fills my body, but my soul.
God, Anna.
The groan that escapes him is torturous, proving that he's feeling the same thing as me. With our foreheads close, I start rocking my hips, reveling in the feeling of being connected to him once again. I forgot how incredible it feels when you are with the right person, the one who makes your heart beat faster just by being in the same room as them, and the way electricity shoots through your entire body from just a simple touch, or when you kiss until you're breathless because you can't get enough of each other. It's a feeling I never thought I would feel again. It's why I rarely dated. I compared everyone to Logan, and they never measured up. His intense eyes bore into mine, as if seeing every one of my thoughts. Reaching up, he frames my face before stealing a soft kiss from my parted lips.
My Anna, he murmurs. Tell me, baby. Tell me you're my Anna.
I'm your Anna, I whisper, not being able to deny him, especially because it's the truth.
That's fucking right.
Giving me one more kiss, he lies down to his back, the position allowing me to take him deeper.
Jesus, you look like a goddamn angel over me right now.
I give him a soft smile. It's not only his words that make me feel beautiful, but also the way he stares up at me. It's a look I remember well, and one that I've missed almost as much as him. No one has ever made me feel as beautiful as he does. Bracing my hands on his hard stomach, I quickly find my rhythm.
That a girl. Fuck me.
I moan, his dirty mouth fueling me as I frantically seek relief. With a groan, he pumps his hips, forcing air from my lungs, then stills.
That okay, Anna?
He asks, his jaw tight with restraint. I appreciate him making sure, but I don't need it. Not anymore, and not with him. Yes, it's more than okay. I want all you have to give me.
Then that's what you're going to get, baby.
Gripping my hips with his strong hands, he forgoes all caution and drives up into me. I bite my lip to keep from screaming, while sounds that can only be described as animalistic erupt from him. He brings one of his hands between us to stroke my swollen clit. Oh, God. I grab his wrist to keep it in place and ride his finger while he fucks me hard and fast. I'm so close to the edge, and I can feel he is too, his cock growing harder inside of me.
Come with me, Anna.
His other hand reaches up, pinching my sensitive nipple. Then it happens. Ecstasy crashes into me hard and fast. I throw my head back on a cry and revel in the incredible sensations exploding throughout my body. He keeps his pace, dragging out my pleasure before following along with me. I'm unable to stay upright any longer and tumble down on top of him. Logan's strong arms hold me close as we struggle to catch our breaths, our sweat-slicked bodies melding together as our hearts beat wildly against each other. Once I float back down to reality, I bring my face level with his and we remain transfixed, staring into each other's eyes in the dark and silent room. No words need to be spoken. A few minutes later, I reluctantly go to the bathroom with a sheet wrapped around me. I take a moment and try to pull myself together after the emotional roller coaster that I just experienced. I walk back out to see Logan sitting at the end of my bed, with his pants back on but still shirtless. Are you leaving? I blurt out, before I can think better of it, and I want to kick myself at how vulnerable I sound.
That depends.
On?
You.
He watches me, his gaze uncertain.
Do you want me to leave, Anna?
I shake my head. I still don't know what the future holds for us, but I do know that I'm not ready for him to leave yet. He reaches out for my hand. I take it, and he pulls me over to him before wrapping his arms around my waist.
Then I'm staying.
I give him a relieved smile, then crawl into my small bed. I move up against the wall to make as much room for him as possible, but he doesn't follow.
Can I sleep there instead?
For the second time since seeing him again, he looks uneasy. No, his gaze is downright tortured, like he might get sick. Pain slices through me at his tormented expression. I'm terrified to know what has made him scared to sit anywhere with his back to the open. Being a major in psychology, I have a few suspicions, none of them good. Yes, of course. I move to the other side, and once he takes the spot, I turn to face him. He pulls my body flush against his, and I bring a leg out from under my sheet to drape over him, wanting to be as close as I can get. We stare at each other in the dark, his face illuminated from the moonlight that cascades in from my window. "What are you thinking about?" I ask him softly.
You, and about how much I've missed you.
My heart turns over in my chest at his admission. I more than missed him. I ached for him. Some days were so painful I thought I would never survive it. I bury my face in his chest to hide the sting of tears in my eyes, but, unfortunately, they fall. He kisses my shoulder and holds me close.
Don't cry, Anna. Everything is going to be okay.
I nod, even though I'm not too sure about that. There is still so much I don't know, so much to work out. But I don't want to think about those things right now. I want to enjoy tonight for what it is, and that's feeling Logan next to me while I sleep. It isn't long before his arms bring me the solace that I crave, and I fall into a deep slumber. The next morning I wake up, feeling a lot colder than when I went to sleep. Reaching out next to me, I feel the bed is empty and realize Logan is gone. "He left about an hour ago." I jump with a yelp and turn to see Charity sitting by my bed, watching me. "Jesus, Charity, you scared the shit out of me." I lay a hand over my pounding heart and pull the sheet a little tighter around me when I remember I'm naked as a jaybird. "Look at you, glowing like a fucking lantern," she observes with a smile. "He left when I came in, and thankfully he did, because I heard Old Lady Franny walking the halls not too long ago." Old Lady Franny, a.k.a. Frances Cartier, is the president of our dorm's security. She's a miserable old woman who is always trying to catch someone doing something wrong. You would think we are in a boarding school and not college. "Spill it, girl. I want all the juicy details." "There's nothing to tell, Miss Nosy," I lie. "Bullshit. You look like you got good and fucked." Lord, if she only knew. I smile as I think about how many times Logan woke me up in the middle of the night. The tender ache between my legs a constant reminder. Charity waits patiently for a response. Usually I tell her everything, including about my past with Logan. I had to after what happened to the fight, but last night is something I want to keep to myself, at least for a little while longer, especially since I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened, or rather, my heart. "Fine, keep that bad boy all to yourself." I'm glad I at least got a peek at the goods before he left. His body? Those tattoos? Shit, Anna, I about came on the spot. A small tinge of jealousy flutters through me at her admiration. I hate that she saw what he got to look like in the morning and I didn't. I wish I'd been able to say goodbye before he left. I don't even have his phone number. At the thought, my phone dings with a text. Leaning over, I reach for my cell phone on the nightstand that I don't remember putting there, and my tummy does a flip at the name on the screen. Logan.
Sorry I left without saying goodbye. I have an early start at the gym this morning, and I didn't want to wake you. You looked peaceful, which is exactly how you should always be. Just know I'm thinking about you, and last night. I'll be seeing you soon, Anna. P.S. Your roommate is a little odd.
I laugh at the last part, and Charity quirks a brow at me like I've gone crazy, but I ignore her. The heavy feeling that I had a few moments ago lifts from my chest, now knowing that I have his number. I read the text over again, my eyes focusing on one thing in particular.
I'll be seeing you soon, Anna.
With a sigh, I hold the phone close to my heart, and my cheeks start to ache from how big my smile is. It's a true, genuine smile that I haven't felt in a long time. It's terrifying and beautiful all at once.
Chapter 10. Logan. Jackson, Cade, Sawyer, and Sarge are all waiting as I make my way to the ring. I feel Jackson's assessing gaze on me as I climb through the ropes. "What's with you?" he asks, suspicion lacing his words. "What do you mean?" "I don't know. Something is different. You look, I don't know, different." Because after 4 long fucking years, I finally had the one girl who I haven't been able to stop thinking about. The one I thought I would never get to have the pleasure of touching again. Just thinking about being buried in Anna last night has my dick going hard. I pull myself together and shrug off his assessment. I make sure not to make eye contact while putting on my gear because he's an observant bastard and doesn't miss anything. Unfortunately, neither does Sarge. "He looks like he just got laid," he quips with a mouthful of breakfast burrito. "Tell us, kid, who is she? That chick from yesterday?" I tense without meaning to, and the entire place goes dead quiet. You have got to be fucking kidding me. I look up to see Jackson headed right for me, looking like he's about to take my head off, but Kate ends up holding him back. "What the hell are you thinking?" This confrontation was bound to happen sooner or later. With my stance relaxed, I lean against the ropes and cross my arms over my chest. "What I do outside this gym and in my personal life is none of your business." He points a finger at me. "It is when it comes to Anna, and you goddamn know it." "Anna?" Sarge sputters in shock. "What about her?" It doesn't take him long to put the pieces together. "Oi." He ends on a low whistle. I don't acknowledge him and only focus on Jackson. "You want to be the big brother in her life? Fine, I get that. But when it comes to us, it's not your business. It never has been. She doesn't need to get fucking hurt again." My cool facade shreds. I'm not trying to hurt her. I'm taking back what's mine, and no one, not even you, is going to fucking stop me from doing it. I mean every word. After last night, there is no way I can stay away from her. I know she's better off without me. I've always known that. But I'm a selfish bastard, and if she's willing to have me again, then I won't deny myself. I've already been kept from her for too long. 4 years ago, I did what I had to do for Anna's sake, but I won't take the choice away from her again, not when it makes us both miserable. Silence sounds throughout while we stare each other down. Sawyer looks over at Cade and breaks the heavy moment. "I swear the kid's balls have gotten bigger." It's not the first time he's said that. They've always thought I was crazy to challenge Jackson, but when it comes to Anna, she is one thing I will fight for. They don't realize that there's nothing that intimidates me. Not anymore. "You're in a dangerous situation right now. Are you really willing to risk her?" Jackson asks, his question taking my annoyance up another notch. "I don't want her involved and you know it, but it's not like she's gone unnoticed." "What are you talking about?" "Everyone saw her that night with me at the club, and then yesterday." I trail off, knowing he will be as angry as I am. "Yesterday what?" "Ricketts was outside watching the place." "And you're just fucking telling me this now?" "I didn't know it was him until I saw his picture." "Fuck!" Sawyer jumps back in. "All right, just calm down. He was probably scoping out the competition, wanting to see where you were training and with who. That's what Lewis thinks too. He said it's not uncommon, but I still don't like that he saw me with her." "Have you seen him since?" Kate asks. "No, and I've been watching for him." He nods. "Then that's probably all it is. I don't think we should worry unless it happens again. Get us a picture of him so we can keep our eyes open around here." "I will." I bring my attention back to Jackson and see him still glaring at me. "Are we done? Because I'm telling you now that when it comes to Anna, I won't back down. If you can't accept that, then I'll go train somewhere else because I won't give her up, not again. I don't want to train anywhere else. I want their help, but not at the cost of Anna. I know I'm being presumptuous about any kind of future with her, but I know she still feels this as much as me, and I'm going to fight for it, fight for us, even if I don't deserve her. Sawyer claps him on the back. Come on, Jackson. We've been through this. Anna is capable of making her own decisions. You know how hurt she's been. If he's going to make her smile again, then let him. He points over at me. But if you make her cry, then we'll kick your ass. Yeah, Sarge pipes in. We'll kick your motherfucking ass all over South Carolina because no one hurts our Anna. I grunt. Don't worry. I'll kick my own ass if that happens. Everyone is silent as we wait for Jackson's agreement. I start thinking that I'm going to have to walk my ass out of here, but he ends up relenting with a frustrated breath. It's not just about her. It's you too. You need to keep your head in this so it doesn't get taken off. I falter, a little shocked at his concern for me. We've always somewhat gotten along, but that was for Anna's sake more than anything. Or at least that's what I thought. But now, thinking about all he did for my family, and even helping to train me, maybe it's more than that. Not that I need it, but it's nice to know someone has my back. I know it's important, but so is Anna. I can handle both. I've got this. He nods, accepting it even if he doesn't like it. All right, then let's get started. Slade should be here any minute. As soon as the words leave his mouth, the door opens and in walks who I'm assuming is Colan Slade. He's about my height, maybe a little taller, and the same lean build, but cut like a motherfucker. He wears a backward hat and sunglasses. Once he removes his aviator's, familiarity tugs at me. I don't know why, but I swear I've seen him somewhere before. He slightly falters and something registers in his eyes, but he recovers from it quickly, making me wonder if I just imagined it. Jesus, he's a big son of a bitch too, ain't he? Sarge mumbles under his breath. Jackson hops down from the ring to greet him. Thanks for coming. Colan acknowledges him with a nod and shakes his head before they both make it into the ring. This is Logan, the one I'm hoping you can give some pointers to. Colan sizes me up in a way that has alarm bells going off, but I stick out my hand for the sake of pleasantries. Hey, have we met before? It takes him a moment before he accepts my outstretched hand. No, I don't think we have. You look familiar. You've probably seen him on TV. He's been blowing up every sports channel over the last few months, Jackson says. It can't be that because I don't watch TV. Maybe he just looks like someone I know. There's no reason for him to lie about knowing me. And that guy over there is Sarge. Jackson points behind me. He's a former Marine and one of our ringside trainers now. And of course you already know Cade and Sawyer. Colan acknowledges them all with the same nod he gave Jackson. A real talkative guy, it seems, Sarge grumbles for my ears only. So what is it you're doing that you need help with? Colan asks. Before I can answer, Jackson does, telling him the cover story that we came up with. Logan wants to enter the EFC. Sarge here is convinced he's got a good chance at going far, and I have to agree. He's a good fighter. We have shown him a lot, but I know you can show him more of the MMA than we can. EFC stands for Extreme Fighting Challenge, which is what Colan does, and by the sound of it, he does it well. Silence surrounds the place as Colan watches me, his gaze calculating, and it has those damn alarm bells going off again. I'm just about to ask him what the fuck his deal is, but he speaks up before I can. Okay, I'll show you some stuff. How much you weigh, 190? 203, I answer. He nods. Your height helps. You'll be classified as light heavyweight. I'm in heavyweight mainly due to my height. A lot of the light heavyweights are guys who have been training for a while, so you need to be on your game and know the rules fast. And there are a lot of rules. It's not like street fighting. I inwardly tense, wondering if that was a dig, telling me that he knows. Jackson thinks the same thing if his sharp gaze is anything to go by. What makes you think he knows anything about street fighting? Cade asks, voicing what we're all thinking. Colan shrugs. Nothing. You said he was already a good fighter. so I figure he had to learn it somewhere. I'm just saying if he's used to brawling, the rules are different. Some of the tension in my muscles ease. I've always been able to take care of myself, I answer easily. He nods. Fair enough. Let's get started then. For the next 3 hours, I'm pushed to my limits once again. All of them, never letting up. My muscles burn, my body is soaked with sweat, and my stomach wants to rebel, but I push on. In the process, I learn a lot more than I thought I could. There is no doubt that Colan is a force to reckon with. His instruction and moves, added to what the other guys have shown me, makes me feel confident, unbeatable. Kate and Sawyer moved on about an hour ago, needing to work with some of the other fighters. The gym is packed with its regulars, but I'm oblivious to everything and everyone, my mind in sharp focus. That's until the one girl who is weaved deep inside of me walks through the door, and now nothing exists but her. Our eyes instantly connect, and I stop what I'm doing, right in the middle of an instruction from Jackson. Anna's gaze is hesitant as she stares back at me, unsure of my response to her being here. She bites that lip of hers nervously, and my eyes drop to her mouth, a mouth that I've been aching to taste since leaving her this morning. I glance around to see all the other assholes in the place looking at her with interest, and it drives me fucking mad. Knight, are you even fucking listening to me? Jackson shouts, getting into my face, but I ignore him. Without a word, I move around him and jump down from the ring to head for my girl, my Anna. Her eyes widen as I stalk toward her. Hey, I just came to... Her words die on a gasp when I pick her up off her feet and claim her mouth in a hot fucking kiss. I should feel bad that I'm soaked with sweat and getting it all over her, but nope. I don't give a flying shit. I want to brand her, mark her with my own scent so everyone knows who she belongs to. It turns out she doesn't care either because her slender fingers thread through my sweaty hair, giving as good as she gets. My cock grows hard against her stomach, a growl escaping me as her sweet flavor floods my mouth and rushes through my veins. You have got to be fucking kidding me. Jackson's heated words remind me of the spectators we have. Usually I wouldn't care, but since the guy is trying to be cool about this, I decide it's best not to push my luck. At least not right away. Reluctantly, I pull back, but keep Anna in my arms and off her feet. It takes her a bit to open her eyes, but I wait patiently, taking a moment to watch her sweet expression. Once she opens them, those warm eyes of hers penetrate me like a punch to the chest. What was that for? She asks, her breathless voice jacking my dick harder. I couldn't go another second without tasting you. Her swollen lips from my kiss tilt into a soft smile. And to make sure every motherfucker in this place knows exactly who you belong to. She gives me one of her sweet giggles and wraps her arms around my neck. You're awful sure of yourself, Knight. Yeah, baby. I've always been sure when it comes to you. Her smile vanishes, and she drops her forehead on mine, vulnerability shining bright in her gaze. I hate it, but I know she's still hurt. I will get her to trust me again. Can we please get the fuck back to what you're supposed to be doing? Jackson bellows from the ring, bringing a smile back to Anna's face. You better put me down before he turns into the Hulk and smashes you around. Every blow would be worth it, I tell her honestly, and it's the truth. Nothing hurts more than not having this girl in my life. I lived with that pain before and barely survived. Give me one more kiss and I'll put you down. She quirks a brow. Are you bartering with me? Maybe. Actually, I just want her to kiss me again, and if she doesn't hurry the hell up, I'm going to take it. You never have to barter with me for a kiss. Leaning in, she gives me what I want, what I constantly ache for. At the sound of Jackson's growl, I realize I'm pushing it. I slowly drop her back to her feet, but keep kissing her until she reaches the ground. What are you doing tonight? I ask, hoping she says me. I have a shift at St. Mary's that ends at 10, then nothing. How about I pick you up? She smiles, clearly liking the idea as much as me. Yeah, okay. Okay. I go to give her one more kiss, but end up getting shoved to the side before I can make contact. "What the hell are you doing? Get back in the fucking ring," Jackson growls, looking ready to bury me. With a smirk, I dodge his hand that tries to connect with the side of my head. I hear Anna giggle as I make my way back to the ring and turn back to wink at her. "See you tonight, baby." "Bye," she waves shyly. Jackson mutters something that has Anna laughing. She launches herself at him and kisses his cheek. "Oh, stop being such a grouch." He grunts but wraps his arms around her before pointedly looking at me. It's a warning, letting me know I won't ever come between them. It's unnecessary. I'll give him his time with her. I always will. Because in the end, Anna will always be mine. Nothing or no one will ever change that.
Chapter 11. Anna. Standing outside St. Mary's, I check my watch again to see it's 7 minutes after 10, and concern begins to plague me. Logan is never late. At least, he never used to be, and he always called if he was. I'm just about to send him a text when the sound of footsteps draws my attention to the left. In the dark night, I spot a silhouette in the distance, walking my way. Something about the set of his shoulders and purposeful strides has alarm screaming inside of me. I'm always one to listen to my gut instinct. Since St. Mary's is closed and Nancy has the keys, I cross the street and head toward a cafe that's close by. My heart kicks into overdrive when I glance back to see the guy cross too, and he's headed right for me, his pace increasing to an alarming speed. Shit. Keep calm, Anna. As I give myself the internal pep talk, I run through every scenario Jackson taught me for self-defense. Just as I'm about to reach in my purse for my pepper spray, my cell phone vibrates in my trembling hand. I'm thankful when I see it's Logan's number. I hit answer, and he doesn't give me a chance to speak. "I'm so sorry. I'm on my way. Logan," I whisper, my heart in my throat at the sound of fast-approaching footsteps getting closer and closer. "Anna, what's wrong?" "I think someone's following me. My words are cut off in a scream when an arm snakes around my waist. I hear Logan shout my name just before the phone is knocked out of my hand, and I'm thrown up against the cement wall with brutal force. The air knocks from my lungs, but even as I struggle to breathe, I still fight with everything I possess. I bring my knee up into my attacker's groin, but he anticipates it. He blocks it and smashes my head into the wall, making black spots dance along my vision. It stuns me long enough that he gets the advantage. I start screaming, praying someone hears me, but he slams his gloved hand over my mouth. A sharp blade bites into the tender skin of my neck, and a whimper of fear locks in my throat as icy terror grips me. My attacker brings his hooded face only inches from mine, and I stare back into a pair of dark, malicious eyes. "Listen to me carefully. You're going to tell your boyfriend to throw the fight. Do you hear me?" I tense as realization dawns on me that he's talking about Logan. His pressure over my mouth turns painful. "Answer me, bitch. Do you understand?" I nod. "Good. Make sure he listens, because if he doesn't, it will end badly, and I'll deliver his body to you piece by piece." The threat has a sob escaping me. His head tilts to the side as he stares at me, his eyes turning soft and a little crazy. "You really are very pretty." Bile rises in my throat, and my fear escalates to a whole new level. Leaning in closer, he drags his nose along my cheek, bringing his mouth to my ear. "But as much as I'd love to stay and play, I've got to run." Shoving away from me, he takes off faster than he did coming in. Frustratingly, my legs give out from beneath me, and I drop to the ground when all I want to do is run. I pull my knees into my trembling body and sob, crying harder than I have in years. Panic overtakes me as long-buried memories from 7 years ago resurface. I feel completely helpless against them as they pull me into a full-blown panic attack. "Breathe, Anna. Everything is okay. Please, baby, breathe." The words penetrate through my hysteria, and my heart rate starts to settle at the familiar, soothing voice. I begin to register the warm embrace wrapped around me and the comforting scent surrounding me. I snap back into myself and realize Logan is on the ground, holding me, with my face buried in his neck, the same position he always used to hold me in when I had panic attacks from all those years ago.
Good girl. Just breathe. I got you.
I cling to him and soak in the safety of his arms as my erratic heartbeat tries to steady itself. Minutes later, he grabs hold of my face and brings my gaze to his concerned one.
Are you okay? Did he hurt you?
Am I hurt? I take a moment to see if I feel pain anywhere, but all I can feel is Logan's warmth.
Anna, please fucking answer me.
I don't think so. I croak out through the rawness of my throat. He just scared me more than anything. I think about the man's threat to Logan, and it brings a fresh wave of fear to soar through me. He told me, I can't even get the words out.
I heard what he said.
He grinds out, fury lacing his voice. Before I can question him on what the hell is going on, a car pulls up next to us, and a man in a suit gets out of the passenger side.
What the fuck took you guys so long?
The man doesn't answer Logan's question. He looks down at me regretfully before opening the back door.
Not here. Get in.
I tense, not wanting to go anywhere with them.
It's okay, baby. I know them. We're going back to my place.
Logan stands with me in his arms and carries me into the back of the car with him. I curl into his body, needing his strength, something that I haven't needed in years, something that I thought I would never need again.
Chapter 12. Logan. Fury pumps through my body as I hold a still trembling Anna on my lap. The fear that I felt when I heard her scream still has me feeling like I'm going to be sick. I look across the living room at the special agents, wondering what the next move will be, hating that she was targeted because of me.
Miss Roberts, did you get a good look at your attacker? Could you describe him?
I know who the fuck it was. I snap and feel like shit when Anna flinches. I pull her closer and take a breath, trying to calm the rage hammering through me. It was Ricketts. He saw me with her yesterday. Anna tenses, then turns to me, her face pinched with confusion. What? When? Outside of the gym, after the diner. Recognition registers in her gaze as she realizes the reason for my sudden change of mood. Why didn't you tell me? Before I can explain, my door flies open and in charges Jackson, with Cooper following close on his heels.
Anna!
He storms over and rips her from me, pulling her in close.
Jesus, are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. I can tell she is lying. Her voice is still shaking with fear. Her eyes are haunted with memories from all those years ago, and I fucking hate it. I tried to remember everything you taught me, but he anticipated it, and then I became so frightened I couldn't think straight. I couldn't move. I froze, Jackson. Her fear and frustration has my rage reaching a whole new level. I'm going to kill that motherfucker when the time comes.
It's okay, kid. Don't beat yourself up. It happens. We'll work on it.
Irritation mixes with my rage as Jackson's hands rub up and down her back. I hate that he's the one comforting her right now.
Come on. I'm taking you home with me.
The thought of him taking her from me right now has panic rearing inside of me. I stand up and pull Anna back from him. Not happening, Jackson. His eyes turn lethal and he takes a threatening step toward me.
You have no fucking say in the matter. She's coming with me whether you like it or not.
No, she isn't. You guys stop it right now. We ignore Anna's fearful order and match each other stance for stance, the air around us thick with dangerous tension.
This is your goddamn fault,
he accuses. You think I don't fucking know that? That's why she stays with me. I will fix this. We don't need you interfering like a goddamn hero. He grabs me by my shirt and gets in my face.
You listen to me, you little punk.
Finally, my control snaps, and all the violence and frustration I'm feeling erupts. I shove him away from me, then go after him, primed and ready for a fight. As soon as I slam into him, we both go to the ground. No, stop, please! Anna's desperate plea rips through the room while we roll around trying to pin each other. Our struggle to one-up the other doesn't go on for long before we're broken up. Both of you, knock it the fuck off! Cooper breaks us apart, and Agent Davis pulls me back. Jackson and I glare each other down, our chests heaving with the same determination. At the sound of a hitching breath, I glance over at Anna to see her crying, heartache twisting her delicate features. It makes me feel like shit. I close the distance between us and pull her against me. I'm sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. She buries her face in my chest and wraps her arms around me. What the hell is going on, Logan? Guilt tears through me at how lost and scared she sounds, all because of me and this fucking case. Before I can say anything, Agent Brooks speaks. I'm sorry, Miss Roberts, but we can't delve into information about... Like hell we can't, I argue. She has a right to know after what just happened. He's right, she does, Cooper says, backing me up. She's in the middle of this now, whether we like it or not. Brooks's eyes narrow, not wanting anyone to go against him, but in the end he reluctantly agrees with a nod. Come sit down, and I'll explain everything. I take a seat on the couch and make sure to bring her back down on my lap, needing to hold her. With a deep breath, I tell her everything, right down from the moment the agents and Cooper came to me, offering me the plea bargain if I went undercover for them. I explain the fights and rules, then tell her Ricketts is my last one before the final, but I make sure to leave out the details about that round. I caught him watching us yesterday outside the gym. I didn't want to say anything until I knew for sure it was him. When it was confirmed, I figured he was just scoping out where I was training, and I didn't want to frighten you. I give her a moment to absorb everything. I try to gauge her reaction, but can't, and her silent turmoil makes me fucking anxious. Instead of asking me anything, she turns to the agents, her gaze narrowing. Why him? What do you mean? Brooks asks in confusion. I mean, why did you choose him to do this? I don't understand why you wouldn't put an undercover agent in. Out of all the people you could have chosen, why him? He shifts uncomfortably before answering. We have our reasons. Anna catches on quickly because one thing she is not is stupid. You are unbelievable. Her words are low and laced with fury. I've never heard from her before. Look, Miss Roberts, I understand what you may be thinking, but... She jumps to her feet in a flash. Don't you dare try to feed me your bullshit. Everyone rears back at her outburst, especially me. Who the hell do you think you are? You get an ex-convict to do your dirty work because his life is less important to you than one of your agents? That's not true. Yes, it is. That's exactly what this is about. But you're wrong. He does matter. His life matters to us, to the people who love and care about him. And now his life is in danger because of your goddamn self-worth. Well, fuck you and your case. Stunned silence consumes the room. Her words shocking the hell out of me. But it also has something shifting in my chest. I'm not going to deny that I've thought the very same thing, but to hear her call them out, to tell them that I mattered to her, makes me want to kiss the shit out of her. I glance at Jackson to see him looking as shocked as I feel, but also proud. Cooper looking pretty much the same. Agent Davis is the one to break the quiet. You're right. We asked an ex-convict for a reason, but it isn't for the one you think. We lost an agent in there because he was found out. No one is going to suspect Logan to be working with the police. He also knows someone on the inside, so it made it easier to get him in. And his fighting ability makes him much more qualified than any of our own. This case is important to us. Many lives have been lost in that final death round, and we don't want any more. I watch her visibly tense. Final death round? Shit. The 10th round is an event held for a private group of people. I'm not sure who yet. That's what we need to find out. That round, they fight to the death. Davis explains, not realizing he's not helping his case with her. Do you understand now why this is so important? Why we need him? No. What I understand is you need to find someone else because he's not doing it, not anymore. I'm sorry, but we can't do that. He's almost done. Only one more round to go until that final one. I don't care about any of that. I care about him, she yells. That man just told me he was going to deliver my boyfriend's body to me in pieces if he continued to do this. Do you understand that? Her words come out strangled and cracks my fucking heart in half. I pull her back down on top of me. It will be okay, baby. I promise I can take care of myself. No, it's not. None of this is okay. She turns to me, her gaze pleading. Please, Logan, don't do this. I'm begging you. It's not worth risking your life. I wish I could promise her that. I would do anything to have her not hurt like this, but I can't. I'm sorry, but I gave them my word. She's about to argue, but I don't let her. I cup her face and stare back into her warm eyes that I've missed so fucking much and tell her the truth. I keep my voice low so only she can hear me. I need to do this, Anna. I don't want to go back there. I hate admitting that to her, to sound so weak, but I need her to understand. I'd rather die than go back to that place. My words register. A stark pain hits her eyes just before she drops her forehead on mine with a sob, and it fucking guts me. Shh, it's okay. I brush my lips across her wet cheek, catching her falling tears. I promise nothing will happen to me. I can do this, Anna, and that motherfucker will pay for what he did to you tonight. I want to know what you have in place to secure his safety. My head snaps over to Jackson as he questions the agents. Don't worry about that, we got it covered, Davis says, his tone holding annoyance. I catch Jackson's jaw clench at the agent's brush-off, fury igniting his eyes. It's a look I know well. Davis is treading into unknown territory. If I was nicer, I would warn him. But I decide not to. He needs to be taken down a notch. That's not what I asked you. I don't answer to you, SEAL boy, so mind your own damn business. Uh-oh, Anna whispers, knowing what's about to come. In a flash, Jackson has the agent by the throat and against the wall. Cooper steps in front of Brooks when he advances to save his partner. You listen to me, you arrogant prick. These kids are my business, so you answer my fucking questions and bury your self-righteous bullshit, or I will bury you, got it? I feel like stating we are far from being kids, but decide to save it for another time because I'm quite enjoying Davis being put in his place. The guy can be a real asshole sometimes. All right, Jackson, that's enough. Lay off now. Jackson drops Davis to his feet and allows Cooper to pull him away. Are you fucking crazy? Davis sputters. You had it coming, and you know it. Cooper's right, he did, and the agent knows it too. With a glare, Davis stands and points at Jackson. That's your only free pass. Next time I lock your ass up. Jackson grunts. You don't scare me, you little shit. Take your power trip and shove it up your ass. Jesus, Jackson, will you shut up? Cooper pinches the bridge of his nose, something I've seen him do often when he's stressed. This is a federal case that doesn't involve you. You have no right to demand answers. Tired of this pissing match, I decide now is a good time to cut in. He has every right to ask questions. It's his sister who was just attacked, and he's the one who's been helping me live through these fights, so I can get the information you need. So instead of measuring who has the bigger dick, let's focus on what's important here, and that's Ricketts. He took this to an entirely new level by involving Anna, and he needs to fucking pay for it. Agreed, Cooper says, backing me up as usual, which I appreciate. Davis and Brooks finally pull their heads out of their asses. Listen, we can't do anything yet. The fight is in a week. After it's done, we'll make sure he's dealt with, but not before then. We can't. It would jeopardize everything. In the meantime, we'll put someone on Miss Roberts, just to be safe. That has me feeling a little better. Me? What about Logan? He's the one in danger. I shake my head at Anna's concern. I'm fine, baby. I can take care of myself, and he knows it. It's why he went to you and not me. I agree, Brooks says. I don't think she's in danger. It was a scare tactic because Ricketts knows he's going down. We stick to the plan for now, but like I said, after the fight, he'll be dealt with properly. If I don't kill him first, but I keep that thought to myself. We'll be in touch. Contact us if anything else happens, Davis says. As the agents make their exit, Davis swings a final look of contempt in Jackson's direction. Jesus, I fucking hate feds. They're nothing but a bunch of arrogant pricks, Cooper mutters. Jackson's eyes bore into mine, and I hold his stare, bracing myself for the fight I'm sure is to come. Both of you come home with me. I blink, not expecting him to say that, and I reject the idea fast. No way. I'm not going to your house, not with Julia and Annabelle there. Before he can argue, I turn to Anna. Maybe you should go, just to be safe, at least until the fight is over and the cops have rickets. I hate every word that falls from my mouth, but I'm trying to do what's best. I would protect Anna with my life, but if this isn't a scare tactic and I'm a target, she would be safer at Jackson's until this is over. No, I'm not leaving you.
Anna, it's for the best.
Jackson starts, but she cuts him off. No, I'm not leaving him. She turns to me, determination igniting her gaze. I'm serious, Logan. Don't push me away. Not again. Her words hit me like a ton of bricks, bringing me back to that day 4 years ago at the prison. Please, she whispers. Don't do that to me again. I blow out a heavy breath and nod. I won't. It was just a suggestion. If you want to stay with me, then we'll make it work. She drops her head on mine with relief. Thank you.
Fuck's sake.
Jackson curses, clearly not pleased with the decision, like I knew he wouldn't be. Anna goes to him and wraps her arms around his waist. Please try to understand. I can't leave him, and I don't want to. You know how hard this has been on me, Jackson. I need to be with him. Her soft words hit me like a punch to the gut. To know she needs me as much as I do her has something breaking free inside of me. Something that was locked up tight, but now has me breathing easier.
I'm just worried, kid. I don't want anything to happen to you.
I'm just about to tell him I wouldn't let it, but she beats me to it. Logan won't let anything happen to me. The conviction in that statement causes another shift inside of me. Not only am I glad she trusts me enough to take care of her, but also choosing me to do it instead of Jackson. As much as I try to be understanding of their relationship, I want to be the one she goes to, the one she trusts to protect her. For once, I want to be her hero, not him. If it makes you feel better, how about when I'm not with Logan or at school, I'll come to the gym or your house? That's exactly what I would have had her do anyway. But she'll be glued to my fucking side every possible moment. I can tell Jackson is close to giving in, but he tries one more time to persuade her.
I have guns at my house.
I grunt. So do I. What? How the hell do you have a gun? Cooper asks, but doesn't give me a chance to speak. You know what? Don't answer that. I don't want to know. Jesus, I got one who has illegal fucking guns, the other is tossing out threats to the fucking feds. I swear you assholes give me heartburn. Did you really think I wouldn't have something to protect myself with the shit they have me involved in? And how do you know it's illegal? Maybe it's not. He gives me a you have got to be shitting me look. I shrug. It was worth a try. Truth be told, I knew it would take too long, and I figured my chances of getting approved for one were slim to none. I did what I had to do. No way would I be taken off guard unprotected. Never again.
Whenever you can't be with him, I want you with me. Got it?
Jackson says to Anna, his demand breaking me from where my thoughts were just about to go. I promise. Cooper walks over to me. I get that you're helping the feds and you need to follow the plan, but remember, nothing is more important than your life, especially not this case. If something doesn't feel right, you break that plan. Don't put yourself in a position you can't get out of. I nod, and he sticks out his hand to me. You have my number if you need me. Thanks. I'm not used to people having my back. I've always been the one to shoulder all the responsibility, and usually I like it that way. But right now I appreciate his help. I trust him a hell of a lot more than the agents I'm working for. With a final goodbye, they both walk out the door, leaving Anna and me alone. She watches me hesitantly, her eyes looking tired and haunted from tonight's events. You okay? I blurt out before I realize how stupid the question is. Yeah, I think so. Just tired. She clears her throat. I just realized we both don't have our vehicles here, and I don't have anything for tonight. We'll worry about all that in the morning. I have a spare toothbrush you can use, and you can borrow something of mine to wear. She nods. Okay, thanks. Do you mind if I have a shower? My cock instantly swells at the thought of her in my shower, but I try to tamp it down, knowing now's not the time after everything that's happened. Yeah, my voice is rough, betraying my good intentions. I go grab her a pair of sweats and one of my shirts, then a towel, before showing her to the bathroom. Once she closes the door and I hear the shower turn on, my already hard dick throbs like a motherfucker. Shaking my head, I walk out onto the balcony to have a smoke, needing to ease the tension coiling inside of me. This is going to be a long fucking night.
Chapter 13. Anna. I walk out of the bathroom feeling a little more refreshed, though no less disturbed from tonight's events. I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around everything. I enter the living room to find it empty, but notice the balcony door is open. Walking over, I tentatively peek my head out to see Logan sitting on a chair having a cigarette, lost in thought. I use this moment to take him in, from his rumpled, messy hair to his troubled expression. He looks lost, rather than the sure, confident guy I've always known. I also notice his back is against the building as he stares out at the world in front of him. In the years he's been gone, something has changed in him. I still see his old self, and he was always guarded, but now he is harder. I don't know the right word for it, but it hurts my heart. As if sensing the weight of my stare, he looks at me, and his troubled expression softens.
Hey, did you find everything okay?
Yes, I did. Thank you. I reply quietly, still having only my head peeking around the door.
Come out here, Anna. It's a nice night, and I'm enjoying the fresh air.
The air you're having is hardly fresh. Although I say it in a teasing manner, I do really hate that he started smoking again. He gets that sexy smirk of his that makes my heart flutter in my chest.
Touché.
Taking one last drag of the cigarette, he puts it out.
There, now come out here.
Even though his balcony is mostly private by the half wall wrapping around it, I still check to make sure no one is around before tentatively stepping out. Logan's smirk vanishes, and his gaze turns to fire as it roams down my half-naked body. I shift under his heated stare and clear my throat. Your pants didn't fit. Even when I did the drawstring up as tight as it would go, they still fell off. His eyes slowly move back up to meet mine.
Why are you nervous?
The question catches me off guard. I had hoped I was hiding my emotions better, but I guess not. Because I'm scared, I answer truthfully. Guilt flashes in his eyes.
You don't need to be. I'm not going to let anything happen to you.
I'm not scared for myself. I'm scared for you. His expression is one I can't decipher, but something shifts in the night air between us, something that has my heart rate kicking up. He holds his hand out to me.
Come here.
I reach out to take it, and he pulls me over before lifting me in a swift move to straddle him. My breath seizes in my throat at the unexpected act, and I bite back a moan at the feel of his erection between my legs. His fierce gaze locks with mine as he holds me close.
Nothing is going to happen to me, baby. I promise.
I wish I felt as confident as him, but I can't get that man's awful threat out of my head. I hate that they're using you for this. I more than hate it. I'm furious about it. He shrugs.
In the end, it works out for all of us.
Because you don't have to go back there, I ask softly, remembering his earlier words to me, words that had my heart swelling so painfully at the desperation it brought to his eyes.
Yeah, and because it also gives me a chance to redeem myself.
My head tilts inquisitively. What do you mean? For what happened with Robert? He nods.
A little. I guess a part of me feels that by helping them, I can prove I'm not the murderer everyone thinks I am.
I hate that he feels the need to prove he's a good person. Reaching up, I cup the side of his face. You're not a murderer. What happened was an accident. He was the bad person, Logan, not you. He stares back at me, his eyes intense as he encircles my wrist and presses a kiss to my palm.
That's not the most important redemption I have.
Oh, I whisper through my sudden dry throat. Then what is?
You.
Even though I figured that was going to be his answer, it still rocks me to my core. I suck in a sharp breath and drop my head down on his, my eyes closing at the storm of emotions battling inside of me. I fight back the regret trying to bubble up, my heart hurting for all the time we've lost together. Logan's hands weave up into my hair, keeping us only a breath away from one another.
I'm going to fix us, Anna. I'm going to make everything right again, or I'm going to fucking die trying.
Before he can say more, my mouth finds his. All of the fear and frustration from tonight fuels a desperation from us both as we inhale one another. My hands frame his face, while his cup my bottom to bring me closer, but it's not close enough. I reach between us for his shirt and drag it up. Take this off. I need to feel you. I need to feel all of him, every part. I need him to erase the memories that threatened to take me tonight. He's the only one who has ever been able to do that for me. We only break the kiss long enough to remove our shirts. Then we are back on each other, mouth to mouth, skin to skin. My gasp and his groan mingle as electricity shoots through every nerve ending in my body. I love feeling your bare skin against mine, I admit, breathing into the kiss.
Me too, baby. I just love breathing the same fucking air as you.
His words have my heart warming and my hips rocking to be closer. My hands are urgent as they move to the button of his jeans. With a growl, he helps me get his pants undone and frees himself. I grasp his smooth, hard cock in both of my hands, and he pumps his hips up into my firm grip. The raw and wild sound that erupts from him proves he's as desperate for my touch as I am for his.
I swore to myself, the next time I had you, I was going to take my time rediscovering every inch of your sweet body. But goddamn, I can't right now. I need you too fucking bad.
I need you more, I breathe out.
Not fucking possible.
With that, he shreds my panties from my body, then plunges inside of me in one single thrust that knocks the breath from my lungs. Oh, God.
Fuck, Anna, you're perfect,
he groans. We both remain still and take a moment to revel in how it feels for him to be deep inside of me. Nothing else matters right now but this and how we complete one another. We're perfect together, I whisper.
That's right, baby. And you want to know why?
I wait for him to tell me.
Because you're mine. You always have been. Every goddamn part of you belongs to me.
Yes. It's a scary thing for me to admit, especially when I'm taking a chance on him again after he pushed me away. But in the end, it's the truth. My heart will always belong to him. Everything that's happened has only proven that.
Damn straight. And no one is going to fuck with this. No one will ever keep you from me again.
Promise, I ask, sounding as vulnerable as I feel. I need him to promise me this, because if I lost him a second time, I know I wouldn't survive it. Instead of answering, he snakes a hand around my neck and pulls me in for a kiss, a long, powerful one that touches the very depths of my soul.
Yeah, baby, I promise,
he whispers against my lips. His hands move to cup my breasts, and his thumbs brush over my stiff nipples, drawing a whimper from me.
You like that?
Yes.
You want me to take these pretty nipples into my mouth?
A moan slips past me at his dirty words. Yes. He leans down and takes a tortured bud into his mouth, sucking with a pressure that borders on a beautiful pain that I feel all the way to my core. My head falls back on a cry, and my fingers weave into his rumpled hair with a grip so tight I'm sure I'm ripping strands out. By the growl that escapes him, I'm assuming he doesn't mind. He goes back and forth between each breast, giving them the attention they yearn for, bringing my body to highs I've only ever known with him. When I can't take the burn any longer, I plant my bare feet on the cool cement and rise up until the tip of his shaft is inside of me, then drop back down. An explosion of sensations erupts through my body, and Logan drops his head back on the building with a groan.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's my girl. Do it again, baby.
His fingers grip my hips, and he helps guide me. I do it again, rising slowly to my tiptoes, then drop back down on him hard, bringing him deeper inside of me than I thought possible. I do this over and over, having pleasure blast through me every time. Logan restrains himself, letting me lead until he can't take any more and slams up inside of me. I suck in his sharp breath and grab onto his shoulders to steady myself. He stills.
This okay?
I nod, because I'm incapable of talking at the moment, but it's not good enough for him.
Tell me, Anna, that it's okay. Tell me you want me to fuck you.
I lick my dry lips, then whisper, I want you to fuck me. With a growl, that's exactly what he does. He plunges inside of me over and over again. My mouth opens on a silent scream, the intensity of his thrusts rendering me speechless. I dig my nails into his shoulders while I hold on to him for dear life.
Yes. Let me feel your nails, baby. Fucking mark me.
Logan, I whimper, my tummy beginning to pull tight with my impending orgasm.
Look at me, Anna.
My eyes snap open at his command. I hadn't even realized they were closed.
I want to see your pretty eyes while you come on my cock.
His words, along with his delicious assault, have me falling over the edge. I drop my forehead on his, and he draws me down to his mouth, swallowing my cries of ecstasy. In the midst of my pleasure, I feel him go still and groan out his own release. I bury my face in his neck and hold him close, while we both try to catch our breath. A slight breeze kicks up and sends goosebumps across my heated flesh, reminding me we're outside. Oh God, we just had sex outside, and everyone is probably watching us. Now that we are no longer in the throes of passion, the thought has panic bubbling up inside of me. Logan chuckles, clearly not feeling the same torment I am.
No one can see us. The building across from us is a storage unit, with no windows.
I brave the chance to look behind me and see that what he says is true. I also do a quick scan of the dark alleyway to see everything quiet and vacant. When I turn back to Logan, he has an amused smirk.
Did you really think I would let anyone see what's mine? I'm open to a lot of kinky shit, but allowing someone to watch me fuck my girl isn't one of them.
My stomach dips at his words, wondering just what kind of kinky things he's talking about. With a chuckle, he leans in and gives me a hard kiss.
Come on, let's get inside, so I can sleep with you in my arms for the rest of the night.
That sounds like heaven. Only this time, no sneaking out on me in the morning.
Not this time, baby,
he promises as he carries me inside. He gives me another clean shirt of his before I enter into the bathroom to clean up. I also stole a pair of his boxer briefs, since he ripped my panties to shreds. Just the thought has butterflies swirling in my tummy. I walk back out and into his room to see he's already in bed, with the covers pulled back, waiting for me. The small space is completely bare, except for a bed and dresser, the bed looking out of place from where it's pushed against the wall. I shove away the niggling question as to why. I don't want anything to ruin the easy mood we found. With a small smile, I walk over and crawl in next to him. He pulls me in close, so our bodies are flush against each other, and our faces only a breath away. Laying his hand on my face, he brushes his thumb under my eye.
Talk to me.
What do you want me to say?
Tell me everything about you. Everything I've missed. And don't leave a single thing out. I want to know you better than anyone again.
He doesn't realize that he still knows me better than anyone, because no one has had me the way he has. Not my heart, or my body. Well, considering it's been a long time, you would think I'd have a lot to tell you, but I don't. I'm still boring old Anna. I joke half-heartedly, trying to lighten the mood, but he doesn't smile like I hoped he would.
You could never be boring, Anna. Whether you eat, laugh, read, or sleep, I find you completely fascinating.
I smile softly. You have a way with words, you know that?
Only when it comes to you.
His admission has my smile spreading. I think about his original question and wonder where to start. After I graduated, I decided not to stay in Summerland. I moved in with Jackson and Julia for the summer. My dad was able to pull some strings to get me transferred to Charleston University, so I lived with them until school started. I leave out the part about why I left. I'm sure he knows, and it's not something I want to dredge up.
Are you liking it? Psychology, I mean.
I nod. Yeah, I do. The workload is really daunting some days. Actually, most days, I admit with a smile. But I like it a lot. It took me a bit to decide what field I wanted to get into, but I decided on counseling. I really want to help people, maybe even people who went through what I did. I shrug.
The panic attack you had tonight was pretty bad.
He starts cautiously, his hard gaze contradicting his soft tone.
When did they come back?
When you were first gone, I admit quietly. I don't bother to share that they started right from the first night I had to sleep without him, knowing it will only make him feel worse. But I eventually found a way to control them, and I've been okay until tonight. I shake my head in frustration. I hate it. I hate that he scared me enough that all those long-buried memories came rushing back. I was completely helpless against them. His jaw flexes with rage, and guilt flashes in his eyes.
I'm sorry you got caught up in this shit, Anna. I never wanted that to happen.
I know. It's not your fault. You can't control other people's actions. I can tell he doesn't believe me, but before I can say more, he speaks again.
Where are your memories now?
I stare back at him and tell him the truth. Gone, thanks to you. Relief washes over his expression before he gives me a brief kiss.
Good. I'll always chase away your demons, baby.
Maybe one day you will let me chase yours away. Something painful flashes in his gaze before his eyes fall closed and he drops his forehead to mine.
You do, Anna. Just being near you quiets them.
Hearing him say that should make me feel better, but it doesn't. I don't want them quieted. I want them gone. And it hurts that after all this time, he still won't let me in to do it. Chapter 14. Anna. Logan and I pull up to White Coral's Edge, a beach that's between Charleston and Sunset Bay. The last few days have been surrounded with tension. Between the heavy training Logan has had to endure and the tension hindering everyone's mood, we all need a break. So when Julia suggested a day at the beach, I eagerly agreed. We need this, a day of fun and to let loose, because the fight is fast approaching, and all I've done is worry. I'm trying to hide it from Logan, knowing he has to do this, but it's been hard, really hard. Grabbing my beach bag from the back seat, I hop down from the new truck that the FBI rented for Logan and land right into his waiting arms. He slams the door, then pins me against it before laying one heck of a kiss on me. By the time he pulls back, we are both breathless. What was that for? I ask with a smile.
Because I know when I see what you have under this sundress, it's going to wreak havoc on my self-control. And since Jackson is around, I can't do a goddamn thing about it.
I giggle. True, plus there will be children around. Leaning in close, I bring my lips to touch his, but I promise I'll make it up to you later. I follow up my comment by taking his lip between my teeth, wondering if it still drives him crazy. I get my answer when a low growl erupts from him. His hand snakes up my dress, and I moan as he cups my ass. Right when I'm about to throw caution out the window, the sound of children squealing my name breaks us up. Logan drops me to my feet, and I quickly right my dress before kneeling down with open arms to greet all my favorite little people. Annabelle and Hope make it to me first. I pull both of their tiny bodies in for a big hug, then reach over and kiss Parker and Beckett on their cheeks. Beckett's face turns red, like always, but Parker eats it right up. "How are my favorite little peeps doing?" "Great," Annabelle answers. "You gotta come see all the stuff Mama and Daddy brought for us to play with. We're building sandcastles." "And making mud pies," Hope adds. "That sounds like fun." I look over at the boys. "What about you guys? What are you doing?" "Trying to get my sister to eat her mud pies." Parker barks out a laugh, and Beckett joins in, both boys finding it hilarious. Like father, like son. However, Hope doesn't find it as funny. "Try it again, Buster, and you'll be sorry," she says with her best glare, before looking at me and shaking her head. "Boys, nothing but trouble." I burst into laughter. That's true, but what would we do without them? "Well, I'd have a lot less sand in my mouth without him around," she says, jerking her thumb at her twin brother. Parker reaches over and pulls on one of her pigtails, while Beckett rips the shovel out of her hand before running off. "Hey, get back here!" She chases after them as fast as her little legs will carry her. I shake my head, then stand and take hold of Annabelle's hand. "All right, little sis, show Logan and me where the party is." I reach back for Logan's hand and find him staring at me with an expression I can't decipher. "Everything okay?" "Yeah." He grabs hold of my hand and lifts it to press a kiss on the inside of my wrist. "Everything is good." Annabelle propels me forward. "Come on, lovebirds, this way." I giggle at how much she sounded like her dad just then, and let her lead us over to the group. Jackson is glaring at us as we walk up. "Took you long enough, considering you pulled up 5 minutes ago," he grumbles, clearly hinting at our little make-out session. I roll my eyes before leaning down to kiss his cheek. "Well, hello to you too, you grouch." I ignore his grunt, then lean over and hug Julia before moving to Kayla and Cooper. I drop a kiss to Ella's sweet blonde head as she sits on Kayla's lap. She's only 2, but you can tell she'll be as beautiful as her mother. Next, I make my way to Sawyer and Grace. Sawyer catches me off guard and pulls me down on top of him, messing up my hair as he always does. I slap him, but can't stop from laughing. "God, you're annoying. You need to set a better example for your kids. Your son is following in your footsteps and tormenting his sister." As soon as the words leave my mouth, a frustrated growl tears from Hope, where she's building her mud pies. "That's it. That was your last warning, boys." Grabbing a water gun that's bigger than her, she gets up and chases after laughing Beckett and Parker. "She can hold her own. Besides, that's what brothers are supposed to do," Sawyer says. "Believe me, he's my son, which means he's going to grow up to be perfect, just like his old man." "Easy on the ego there, Evans," Grace chides, but can't hide her smirk. With a chuckle, I roll off his legs onto my stomach and look into the sweetest little smiling face. "Oh my goodness, it's my sweet little Mia," I coo, before planting kisses all over her chubby cheeks. With a squeal, she pulls on my hair. Everyone laughs at her infectious baby giggle. I get to my knees now and give Faith a hug, holding her a little longer than I did everyone else. "Hey, Faith." "Hi, Anna," she replies softly. Even though I'm closest with Jackson and Julia, Faith and I share something that no one else can understand. Faith, too, endured horrific things that week in Iraq. We both had our bodies stolen from us. But we are survivors of it, and it's all thanks to the men who surround us. "Where are Ruthie and Cade?" I ask, looking around the semi-crowded beach. "They're out on the jet ski." "And Christopher? Is he gone?" I ask carefully. "He is. It's a long stretch, this one." She tries her best to smile, but you can see the concern in her emerald eyes. It was a big surprise for everyone when we found out that Christopher decided to follow in Cade's footsteps and join the Navy. We all thought he would do something with music. I have a sneaking suspicion that his breakup with Alyssa had something to do with his decision. I know Faith worries about him constantly, and I don't blame her, especially after knowing how wrong a mission can go, but she and Cade are very proud of him. The guys trained him hard and made him so good that he even beat some of Jackson's records that he held at Bud's, which Sawyer makes sure to rub in every chance he gets.
Have a seat, Logan,
Julia says, pulling me from my thoughts. I look up to see him still standing. Getting to my knees, I pick an empty spot on the blanket, then grab his hand and pull him down before situating myself on his lap. I have to swallow back a moan when I feel his erection under my bottom.
Who wants a beer?
Sawyer asks, grabbing the cooler behind him. Cooper's gaze snaps to him.
You better be full of shit. I told you that you can't drink at a public beach. Don't blame me. It was your wife's idea.
Cooper turns his glare on Kayla.
Why am I not surprised? Do you always have to be a pain in my ass?
Now, Coop, don't be a party pooper. It's just a beer or two. No one has to know. Shaking his head, he rips the cooler from Sawyer.
Hey, what the hell are you doing? Putting it in the truck. We can drink it when we go back to Jackson and Julia's. We're not having it here, and that's final.
He storms away, heading toward the parking lot. Thanks a lot, Evans, for throwing me under the bus, Kayla grumbles. He shrugs.
He'll forgive you easier than me.
Oh, yeah. He seems really forgiving right now.
Well, take off your dress for crying out loud. Show some skin. You could have saved our beer if you stripped down to your bathing suit.
Sawyer! Grace slaps him but laughs along with everyone else. You know, you might actually be onto something. Kayla hands Ella off to Julia. Can you hold her for a few minutes, please?
You don't have to ask me twice.
Julia takes her, and everyone falls silent as Cooper comes back. You can't see his eyes through his aviators, but his expression is hard, so you know he's peeved. He takes his seat again and lies back with his arms behind his head. Do y'all want a sandwich? Grace offers, trying to break the awkward moment. Thanks. I grab one for Logan and me, then bring my attention back to Kayla as she stares down at Cooper. Did you at least keep it out of the sun so it remains cold? Julia coughs, trying to cover up a laugh, and I take a big bite of my sandwich, hoping to do the same. Cooper stares back at her, not finding her as funny as we do. You gonna ignore me all day? He continues to say nothing. She sighs and stands up. All right. Well, while you be a drama queen, I'm going to go for a swim. She slips off her sundress, unveiling a black bikini. It's modest, but does nothing to hide her incredible body. You would never know she has kids, especially a 2-year-old. Cooper stiffens as Kayla walks off toward the water. He remains still for all of about 10 seconds before he curses under his breath, then gets to his feet and runs after her. She squeals with laughter when he picks her up and hauls her into the water. Mama, can you come here? Annabelle and me need some help with the decisions on this pie we're making, Hope calls out. I'm coming. Grace gives Sawyer a kiss before getting up. He blatantly tries looking under her sundress as she stands.
You should strip down to your swimsuit too, Cupcake,
he calls to her, retreating back. She waves him off, which has him grunting, unimpressed. At that moment, Beckett and Parker come running by with their water guns.
Hey, Parker, come here.
Sawyer calls him over. Yeah, Dad?
Give me your water gun for a minute, will ya?
Uh-oh, Julia says, voicing my own thoughts. Okay.
Thanks.
Sawyer goes to grab it, but Parker pulls it back. For $5.
What?
He asks, thinking he misunderstood him. I said for $5. Logan grunts out a chuckle behind me.
What do you mean for $5? I paid for it.
Cough it up or no gun. Parker adamantly stands his ground, with determination etched across his little face.
Oh, I'll cough it up all right. Give me that damn thing.
Sawyer rips the gun from his hands, then chases after him with it. Parker takes off with a scream, leading Sawyer right over to Grace, which is exactly where he was headed in the first place. After soaking Parker with it, he aims the gun at Grace. Sawyer, don't you even think about it, or I swear I'll... She trails off on a gasp and curls into herself with a scream as he soaks her. After Sawyer finishes, he drops the gun.
Oh, darn. You're all wet. Guess you better take off that dress of yours now,
he says with a dirty grin. Grace stands with clenched fists, her hair soaked around her face. Uh-oh. Daddy, you's in trouble now, Hope says, staring up at her mom. I'd have to agree. Grace looks about ready to commit murder. Right when I think she's about to unleash on him, she ends up turning around and striding toward us. She takes off her soaked dress in the process, looking just as good in her bathing suit as Kayla does in hers. Once she reaches her blanket, she bends down and grabs a bunch of stuff that all looks to belong to Sawyer: his hat, a pair of expensive-looking Nike slide sandals, and his shirt. Then she carries them over to the dock. At the very end, she turns to Sawyer, quirking a brow, and holds all of the items over the water. His stance remains relaxed as he watches her with amusement.
Nice try, Cupcake. But we both know you aren't going to throw that shit in the water, especially my lucky hat. You're too sensible for...
His words die when she drops it all in the water. Oh, darn! All your clothes are wet. Guess you better go in and get them. She sassily throws her hand up on her hip, mocking him. Way to go, Grace, Julia whispers with a chuckle.
Wrong, Cupcake. You're going in to get them.
With that, Sawyer charges right for her. All right, get her, Dad! Parker cheers. Panic washes over Grace's expression just before she snaps into gear and hauls ass. Of course, she doesn't even come close to escaping him. He tackles her before she's even off the dock and takes her into the ocean. A few seconds later, their heads bob up, Grace sputtering and giving him hell. He cuts her off by grabbing her and laying one heck of a kiss on her. Daddy, catch me! Hope yells, waiting at the edge of the dock to jump in. Sawyer catches both her and Parker at the same time. I can't help but smile as I watch them. Actually, as I watch everyone with their families, it makes me want to have that one day.
How's school going, Anna?
Julia asks, cutting into my thoughts. I shrug. Busy, but I'm still loving it. I'm glad reading week is coming up. It'll give me a chance for some downtime and to prep myself for exams.
You don't need to prep yourself. You're a genius, and you'll ace it, like everything else you do,
Jackson says, bringing a smile to my face. The sound of a jet ski cuts into our conversation. I turn to see Ruthie and Cade park at the end of one of the docks. Ruthie clings to his back as he walks over to join us. Hey, Anna and Logan. She greets us cheerfully, excitement lighting up her eyes. Hey, Ruthie, how's it going? Good. Did y'all see us out there? We were cruising pretty fast.
We sure did, Faith answers. Y'all were going crazy fast.
I know. We had the need for speed and a little danger. Ain't that right, big guy?
You know it, kid.
Cade raises a fist and gives her a knuckle bump. With a giggle, she jumps down from his back, then walks over to take Mia from Faith. Come here, my precious baby sister. She sits the toddler on her lap to face her and kisses her cheek. Mia's chubby little arms wrap around Ruthie's neck as she rests her head on her shoulder. The entire side is downright heart-melting. Ruthie is an amazing big sister. We were all a little worried how she would feel with another child around, especially when it came to sharing Cade, but it turned out everyone worried for nothing. She loved Mia from the moment she graced this earth, just like everyone else. Her and Cade's relationship never changed. If anything, it's only grown stronger over the years. I'm sure it helped that he and Faith adopted Christopher and Ruthie. Or rather, Christopher was a little old to be adopted, but agreed to change his last name to Walker for Faith and Ruthie's sake. Cade takes a seat behind Faith and pulls her onto his lap. We engage in small talk while finishing our lunch. No one mentions the upcoming fight, which I'm thankful for because I don't want to hear about it. Not today. After letting my stomach settle, I'm ready for a cool down. The sun is close to its peak, and I can feel my skin start to crisp. I turn and look up at Logan. Want to go for a swim?
Yeah, come on.
Standing, I remove my dress and hear Logan release a low growl from behind me, which causes a shiver to travel down my spine. As soon as my dress drops to the ground, Jackson grabs it and throws it back at me.
What the hell are you wearing? Put your dress back on.
I rear back at his heated order. Why?
Because you're practically naked.
Jackson, Julia snaps in my defense. I glance down at my modest white bikini, very modest compared to what's out there, but his comment has me feeling self-conscious and unsure of myself. This isn't different than what any of the other girls here are wearing.
They are grown women.
So am I argue, trying to keep the hurt out of my tone, but feel myself flush red with embarrassment. Logan comes up behind me.
Come on, you don't need to listen to this shit.
His words are laced with fury as he grabs my hand to lead me away.
Anna, wait.
Jackson protests, his words softer. Logan turns on him fast.
Back off, or your next words are going to cause a scene in front of everyone that you won't want.
I don't get a chance to gauge Jackson's reaction before Logan pulls me out to the ocean with him. The cool water is a welcome relief to my hot skin and hurt feelings. We walk until my feet can't touch anymore, and I have to wrap my arms around Logan's neck. He swims us behind the dock for privacy and holds me close, his concerned eyes boring into mine.
Ignore him. You look fucking beautiful, as you always do.
He should know better than to say something like that to me, I admit quietly.
You're right, he should. But he's not thinking clearly. He's letting his emotions speak. He loves you. He's protective of you. He doesn't want me thinking all the things I'm thinking right now,
he adds with a smirk, trying to lighten the mood. I quirk a brow at him. Are you actually standing up for him?
No, I'm trying to stop you from hurting. You're beautiful, Anna. Don't ever think any different.
I drop my forehead on his with a soft smile. You make me feel beautiful.
Good, because you are. You're perfect. And if there weren't a bunch of kids around right now, I would show you.
And what is it you would do, exactly? I ask, lowering my voice to a whisper. His hand slide to my bottom in a possessive grip.
You sure you want to know the answer to that?
Yes, I reply, my voice breathless. He leans in and starts nuzzling my neck.
I would start off by removing your top, filling my hands with your perfect tits, before sucking your pretty pink nipples into my mouth.
A shiver runs through me at his rough voice in my ear.
Then, I would move aside these bottoms of yours and make you come, like I did the very first time I got to touch you.
I moan and rub against him, his words setting my body on fire, even in the cold ocean.
Sitting at the park against our tree, with you between my legs, your back to my chest, I had slipped my hand under your pretty dress and between your silky thighs. I touched you, stroked your clit nice and slow. Do you remember?
Yes. How could I ever forget? It was life-altering. I was so nervous, but he chased my fear away with pleasure, showing me exactly what my body was capable of. That day, he had started erasing the shame from my soul and replaced it with something beautiful.
Me too, baby. Your cries of pleasure and the smell of your hair invading my senses is something I will never forget. Every moment of my life I spend with you is something I could never forget. Because you, Anna, are unforgettable.
His words repairing a little more of my soul that was shattered from the day he sent me away. I drop my forehead on his, and he takes the opportunity to brush his lips across mine. Our quiet moment is interrupted a few minutes later, when Sawyer calls out to us,
"Get up here. We need your help for this."
Giving me one more kiss, Logan boosts me up on the dock, then follows up after. I see all of them, including their kids, lined up at the next dock over, except for Jackson. He waits for us at the end of our dock, his expression unreadable. Logan interlocks our fingers and gives my hand a reassuring squeeze before pulling me forward. The closer we get, the more nervous I become. I hate fighting with Jackson, but I'm really hurt by what he said.
"Can I talk to you for a minute?"
he asks as we reach him. Logan looks over at me for approval and I nod. He walks down to join everyone else, leaving Jackson and me alone. Without thinking, I cross my arms, feeling the need to cover myself.
"Don't do that."
He reaches over and uncrosses them, bringing them back to my side.
"I'm an asshole. I'm sorry for what I said."
I look up at him and swallow past the ache in my throat. Out of everyone, you should know better. You made me feel really bad about myself. You made me feel cheap. With a curse, he pulls me against him, hugging me so tight I have a difficult time breathing.
"I'm sorry, Anna. Really sorry."
He apologizes,
his voice thick with guilt. I could never think that of you. Sometimes it's hard for me to remember that you aren't 15 anymore. And it drives me crazy to think of what's running through every guy's head on this beach when they look at you.
My bathing suit looks the same as all the other girls, I say again.
I know, and believe me, I want to bash every motherfucker's head in who I've caught looking at my wife, too. I can't help it. But that's all me and my own shit. You should stand proud. You're beautiful, strong, and perfect. I fucking hate that I made you doubt it for a second.
His sincere tone has me deflating and wrapping my arms around him, returning his embrace. I forgive you. Just don't ever say anything like that to me again.
Never. I promise.
I nod against his chest.
Come on, let's go join the others. Evans, Kate, and I have a little competition we need help with.
Uh-oh. Am I going to want to witness this?
I know. Usually if Evans has an idea, it's a bad one, but not this time. Trust me, you aren't going to want to miss this, because I'm going to kick some serious ass.
I roll my eyes at his arrogance, but become even more intrigued at what's about to go down. My gaze gets drawn to Logan as we make our way down the beach, and I can't help but take in his half-naked perfection, with his black board shorts and lean, muscular body on display. It's a sight I will never tire of seeing. It seems to be the same for others, as I watch a few girls walk by him, eyeing him with interest, or rather, eyeing all the guys up. I can understand it. These guys separately are lethal to girls' hormones, but all together, well, there is no word for it. I bite back a chuckle when I see Kayla flick her hand to the girls to move along. None of the guys notice the attention, though, especially Logan, because his eyes are trained on Jackson and me.
You know I really want to hate him, right?
Jackson mumbles as we get closer, bringing a smile to my face. Which I find funny because he's so much like you.
I know. It sucks.
His response has me laughing. Well, I think I could do a whole lot worse. Or, actually, I could never find better. I say truthfully. He grunts, but gives my shoulder an affectionate squeeze. Once we make it to the group, I break away from him and throw myself at Logan. He catches me with a smirk.
Everything okay?
Yeah, it's good.
Good.
He responds with a kiss.
All right, this is how it's going down.
Sawyer starts.
Knight, you'll take Jackson's jet ski and Cooper will take mine. And you'll go to either side of those buoys out there.
He points far out in the distance to the orange buoys floating on a rope.
We're swimming our way over, so pay close attention and watch which of us makes it first. Not that it should be hard to tell because I'm going to kick ass, but...
Everyone rolls their eyes at his smug remark.
Anna, you come help load the kids on our backs and count us off.
Grace gasps. No, you don't, Sawyer. You are not taking my babies into the middle of the ocean with you on some sort of stupid competition.
Why?
Because it's dangerous. What if there are sharks out there?
Oh, Jesus. There are no sharks. We aren't going that far out.
I agree with Grace. Julia cuts in nervously. I don't want Annabelle out there. Why don't y'all just go?
Baby, I'm not going to let anything happen to her.
Jackson attempts to assure her.
This is what we do. It's what we're trained in.
Yeah, Mama, and I want to go with Daddy. It'll be fun. She relents with a sigh.
All right, just be careful.
Grace, on the other hand, is still not looking convinced. Sawyer Evans, if anything happens to you or my babies, I swear to God. He cuts her off with a long, drawn-out kiss.
I got this, Cupcake. I'd never let anything happen. Now be waiting for me with my winning kiss.
She pushes him away with a scoff, but a smile hints at her lips. Logan hops on the jet ski while Cooper gets on the other, allowing Beckett to join him before heading to their locations. We all walk with everyone else to the end of the dock. Annabelle jumps on Jackson's back excitedly before Julia can even help her. Then it's the twins. Hope gets on first, then Grace helps Parker on top of her. Now hold on tight to Daddy, all right? Don't worry, Mom. Dad and I won't let anything happen to Hope. Grace's expression softens with a smile. I know, baby. Y'all take care of each other, okay? Parker gives her a thumbs up. Let's do this, big guy. Ruthie shouts before jumping on Cade. Faith chuckles. Hold on tight to him, Ruthie. Don't worry, we got this, she replies and gives Faith a thumbs up.
All right, Anna, count us down,
Sawyer calls out. Oh my God, I think I'm gonna be sick, Grace mumbles, placing a hand on her tummy. Faith rubs her back. Don't worry, Grace. The guys got this. They'll be okay. She blows out a heavy breath, then nods with a smile, though not a convincing one. All right, here we go, I yell. On your marks, get set. The kids join in with me. Go! In a blink of an eye, they're off. I'm actually shocked to see how much speed they have and how graceful their strokes are with having kids weighing them down. Right now, they all look close, really close, but the further they get, the harder it is to tell. Is it terrible for me to hope Sawyer doesn't win? Grace whispers. I'll never hear the end of it, and his ego is big enough. We all burst out laughing because it's the truth. Far off in the distance, we see them come to a stop. They stay out there longer than we're expecting, and it starts to make us nervous. Why aren't they coming back? Julia wonders, chewing on her thumbnail nervously. I'm about to throw out guesses when Logan and Cooper come speeding back and line up on either side of the dock, their expressions amused. What's going on? Grace asks once they cut the engine.
It was a tie,
Cooper tells her with a chuckle. No way. Really? Julia asks in surprise.
Yep, and they're pissed. So now they're coming back this way, racing it again.
We turn to see the guys headed for us, their speed and agility almost seeming unreal. You can hear the kids' laughter as they hold on for dear life, cheering on their dads the closer they get. They all look neck and neck again. We move up to get a good look at the finish line, and sure enough, all three hands slap the dock at the exact same time. The guys bob up from the water, out of breath.
Who was it?
Sawyer asks, his breathing heavy. Cooper is the one to tell him.
All three of you? Again?
No way, you're full of shit, he accuses.
No, I'm not. Ask the girls.
It's true, we all agree at the same time, chiming in on Cooper's laughter.
Damn it,
Jackson grumbles, clearly hoping for a different outcome. Annabelle gives him a big kiss on the cheek. It's a good thing, Daddy. You're all heroes, she says with a smile. Jackson grunts, then flips her around and throws her in the air, making her scream with laughter. Cade tosses Ruthie next, then Sawyer starts with his, holding Hope in the air while Parker clings to his chest.
Hey, Knight, catch,
he shouts before throwing Hope in the air. Grace screams and the rest of us girls gasp in fear. I swear my heart literally stops beating. Only Sawyer doesn't throw her to Logan and ends up catching her himself. All the guys laugh at our expressions, clearly knowing he wouldn't have thrown her. Sawyer, I'm going to kill you. Grace leans over to hit him, but he ends up grabbing her wrist and pulls her in head first. I jump in after her and take Hope from Sawyer so she can deliver the beating to him that he deserves. Everyone else comes in, including Cooper and Logan. I keep hold of the dock since I can't touch. Logan comes up behind me and encircles my waist before swimming Hope and me over to a more shallow area. Thanks, I whisper, turning on him with a smile. Yes, thank you, kind sir, Hope adds with a giggle. Logan smirks.
You're welcome.
Hey, Logan, catch me, Annabelle yells from the dock behind him. As soon as he turns to see who called him, she launches herself at him.
Oh, shit.
He jumps forward just in time to catch her.
Annabelle,
Jackson shouts from the other side of the dock with Julia in his arms.
Don't do that again. You have to wait until people are ready for you,
he scolds. Don't worry, Daddy, he caught me, she yells back, then looks at Logan. Don't mind him. He's a worrywart. I burst out laughing and watch as she crawls over Logan's head and situates herself on his back. He stares back at me, looking unsure of what to do. Following Annabelle's lead, I move Hope to my back, then take Logan's hand and pull him to swim with me. The rest of the time flies by, with laughter, fun, and memories that will last a lifetime, which is exactly what I needed, what we all needed. The sun has started to set by the time Logan and I leave. As we drive home, I stare out the window, with my heart feeling lighter than it has in years. everything finally feeling as it should, minus the upcoming fight. But I shoved that thought away, not wanting anything to ruin my happy little bubble. Logan's thumb strokes my fingers from where our hands are clasped together on the console.
You're really good with kids,
he says quietly, breaking into my thoughts. I look over at him with a smile. Thanks. I love them all so much. I've been babysitting them since they were born. It's hard to believe how fast they're growing up. It actually makes me sad to think about. He gives my hand a squeeze.
You're going to be an amazing mom one day, Anna.
My tummy dips at his compliment, and I can't help but wonder if he means in general or for our children. Does he even want kids? Does he want a future with me? The latter is something I've been dying to ask, but I'm terrified for his answer. He did say he would never leave me again. Surely that must mean the same thing, right? I'm brought out of my thoughts when we turn onto his street, and I see a familiar car parked in front of his apartment building. Uh-oh, I whisper, my heart immediately kicking into overdrive.
What's wrong?
I think that's my dad's car up there. I point to the silver Mercedes that's parked on the street, and sure enough, as we get closer, I can tell it's my parents. My mom looks terrified, and my dad looks like he's about to commit murder. Shit, this is going to be so bad. I haven't told them yet. It makes me wonder how they found out. I know Jackson wouldn't have said anything, not without telling me.
What do you want me to do, Anna?
My attention snaps to Logan at his harsh tone, his expression void of any emotion. Nothing, I mean, just park and we'll go in. He remains silent as he parks and doesn't make eye contact with me. I swallow nervously, trying to gauge his mood but can't. Is he upset with me? My parents exit the car the same time we do, and my anxiety skyrockets at the way my dad starts toward us.
You are in big trouble, young lady.
Bill, my mom cautions, running up behind him. Dad, listen, I can explain.
I don't want to hear it. Get in the car now. You're coming back to Summerland with us.
I rear back at the order. What are you talking about? Of course I'm not. I have exams coming up and...
I don't care,
he bellows, his anger shocking me. I've seen him mad before, but not like this.
There are rules that you agreed to follow, and you broke them.
No, I didn't, I say through clenched teeth.
Honey,
my mom starts, glancing at Logan nervously. What's going on? We drove to your dorm to surprise you and found out that you aren't living there anymore.
Instead, we find out you're living with a criminal.
Logan tenses next to me at my father's ignorant comment, and my temper flares hot. I stand in front of him and glare up at my dad. How dare you say something like that? Especially when you know better. I want you to leave right now. I refuse to talk to you when you're like this. I am 22 years old. You can't order me around like this.
Like hell I can't. You are my daughter and you're coming with us.
Just as he reaches for me, Logan knocks his hand away and steps in front of me.
Don't put your hands on her like that. Not ever.
His voice is low and dangerous, and I'm terrified things are about to get worse.
Get out of my way, boy, or I will bring you all sorts of trouble.
Bill, stop it right now. You're way out of line, my mom reprimands, pulling him back. What on earth is wrong with you? I ask, my heart breaking at the way he's acting.
Me? You're the one who has been lying to us.
No, I haven't. I just haven't had the chance to tell you yet. This is all recent. Ask Jackson if you don't believe me.
Jackson?
He rears back, seeming surprised that he knows. Yes, Jackson. I shake my head. You know what? I don't need your approval. I'm an adult and can make my own choices. I thought you trusted me, but guess I was wrong. I grab Logan's arm now, my throat growing tighter by the second. Come on, I whisper, not wanting to subject him any longer than necessary to my father being an asshole. He reluctantly lets me pull him away, but I stop next to my dad. Don't bother contacting me again. Not until you can respect me and talk to me like an adult. I pull Logan behind me, leading the way to his apartment building. Anna, wait, my mom calls out. Stopping, I turn to see her running toward me with tears in her eyes. The sight has mine beginning to fall, too. She pulls me in for a hug.
I'm so sorry, honey.
She steps back to look at both of us.
I'm sorry to both of you. Your father is just angry. We were really caught off guard when your roommate told us you weren't living there anymore. But you're right. He should trust you. Just, please tell me you're okay. That you're going to be okay.
I'm okay, Mom. I promise. She nods and cups my face.
Okay. Will you please call me later and tell me everything? I know you're upset right now, so I don't expect you to tonight, but tomorrow, please.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
She leans in and kisses my cheek.
I love you.
I love you too, I whisper. She turns to Logan and pulls him in for a hug, taking him by surprise.
I'm glad to see you're okay. I'm sorry for what just happened. Please, take care of my daughter. I won't let anything happen to her,
he promises, his tone flat.
I know you won't, which is why I'm leaving her here with you.
She steps back and looks at me.
I better get going. Call me tomorrow.
I will. She takes back off to the car where my father sits. I don't make eye contact with him because I'm too upset to even look at him right now. Letting out a heavy breath, I follow Logan into the building. He remains silent the entire time, and the tension between us is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Once inside his apartment, he slams the door harder than necessary and leans against it, his easy demeanor from the beach completely gone. I'm so sorry for how he acted, I say, tears clogging my throat to think my father hurt his feelings. He shrugs.
Why? He didn't say anything that wasn't true. You are shacked up with a criminal. Isn't that why you didn't tell him you were staying with me?
No, of course not. How can you even say that?
No. It's not because you're embarrassed to tell him that you've hooked back up with your loser ex who went to prison?
My heart cracks at his obviously low opinion of me. Nice. First my father and now him. But just like with my father, I refuse to put up with it. I guess you don't know me so well either, huh? Picking my purse back up that I discarded on the couch, I move to the door. Get out of my way. I'm not staying here with you anymore. He stares down at me and doesn't budge. Fine. I turn to go to the balcony, deciding I will crawl down the fire escape if I have to. But before I even make it to the sliding door, he comes up behind me and slaps a hand on the glass, crowding me against it.
Wait,
he says, his tone softer.
Please don't leave. I'm sorry I'm being an asshole. I'm just pissed off at the entire situation.
You have a right to be angry, but not at me. If I really thought that of you, I wouldn't have gone up against my father like that. His arms come around my waist, and he drops his head on my shoulder.
I know, baby. I'm not mad at you. Hell, I'm not even that mad at your dad. Well, except for how he spoke to you. I'm mostly mad that he's right, and I can't do a goddamn thing to change it.
I turn around in his arms and look up at him, hating the torment I see in his eyes. What do you mean?
It's the truth, Anna. You're with an ex-convict. It will always be like this. You will always be associated with it, and it's the last thing I want to taint you with.
That isn't the truth, and I don't care what anyone thinks. He shakes his head, but I don't let him speak. Yes, look at me. I grab his face, forcing his gaze to mine. You know what I see when I look at you? I whisper. I see a man who was wrongfully convicted. A boy who fought to protect his sister and most likely saved her life. Stepping closer, I press a soft kiss to his cheekbone. I don't see an ex-convict. I only see a man of honor. His breathing turns heavy, and instead of responding to me with words, his mouth finds mine. The kiss is slow, passionate, and filled with something I can't name. Something I'm not sure I've ever felt from him. Fear? Hurt? I don't know. But it has me pouring everything I can into it, wanting to take away whatever this pain is that's coiling inside of him.
I'm sorry I hurt you, baby,
he murmurs. I know. His cell phone goes off in his pocket. but we ignore it and don't break our kiss. However, when it starts ringing again right away, Logan pries his mouth away with a groan. He drops his forehead on mine.
I'm sorry. I should answer it. It could be one of the agents.
It's okay. I'm going to have a shower before bed. His eyes turn to liquid fire. I expect him to say screw it and follow me, but he doesn't. With a frustrated breath, he gives me one more kiss, then steps back. After I collect a change of clothes and head into the bathroom, I turn on the shower and get under the warm spray, letting the hot water soothe my inner turmoil from the fight I just had with my father. I make it quick, wanting to be back in Logan's arms and find the peace we had earlier when we left the beach. A smile lifts my lips as an idea forms. I know just the thing.
Chapter 15. Logan. I'm pissed off after my long-ass phone call with the agents to hear the water has been shut off. I was hoping to hang up with enough time to join Anna in the shower, but the assholes were yapping my fucking ear off about the fight tomorrow night. Something I don't want to be thinking about right now, but know it needs to be a priority. Discarding my shirt, I throw it in the hamper as I walk into my room and drop down on my bed. I throw my arm over my eyes in an attempt to dull the ache that started in my head. From the shit that just went down with Anna's parents to the plan for Ricketts, all I want to do is go back to when we were at the beach, and I could forget about everything but the girl who eases my demons. The girl who makes me forget that I'm a criminal. At the sound of the bathroom door opening, I move my arm and look to see Anna standing at the bedroom doorway, staring at me. My dick jerks at the sight of her incredible body in nothing but her panties and one of my shirts. Our gazes hold as she walks over to me, my heart pounding at the look in her eyes. It's one I know well. Kneeling at the bottom of the bed, she slowly crawls up my body, stopping at mid-stomach to place her warm, soft lips on my abs. I sweep up her long, wet hair and watch as she licks the contours of my body, making her way back down to the band of my board shorts. My muscles tighten in sweet, hot anticipation as she undoes my shorts and frees my aching cock. The moment she takes me in that beautiful mouth of hers, a groan erupts from me and my fingers fist in her hair. She strokes where her mouth can't reach and runs her tongue along the underside of my cock. Fuck yeah. You remember, Anna, don't you? You remember how I taught you to suck my dick? Her warm eyes flare, and she hums her response around my dick, sending vibrations throughout my entire body. With a growl, I lean up just enough to grab one of her firm, round, lace-covered globes. Without removing your mouth, swing your pretty pussy my way. She stills, knowing exactly what I want her to do. Keeping her mouth on me, she moves her body enough for me to grab her hips and lift her so she's straddling my face. The sweet smell of her invades my senses and has my body coiling so fucking tight I'm close to exploding already. I waste no time shredding the thin lace from her hips. Her body trembles as I swipe my fingers through her wet slit. Don't stop, baby. Suck my cock while I eat your pussy. As soon as she starts sucking again, I delve in and groan as her sweet taste explodes on my tongue. She cries out around my dick and thrusts back on my mouth. I lift her hips so I can have better access, licking her everywhere my tongue can reach. This I fucking love. It was one of my favorite things I would do with her while we waited for her to be ready to take all of me. I loved showing her all the different ways to pleasure each other, and she was always so fucking eager to learn. Reaching down, I cup the back of her neck and pump up to hit the back of her throat. She whimpers at the control, and her thrusts become more frantic. Fucking my face as she would my cock. It drives me fucking insane. Swirling my tongue around her swollen clit, I bring my hand back up and slide 2 fingers into her tight heat, stroking her G-spot. I suck her nub between my lips and it sends her over. Her cries of ecstasy explode around my cock and have my balls tightening painfully. Her rhythm never falters as she brings me closer to the release I crave. Once her final tremors subside, I lift her hips just enough so I can speak. Anna, baby, move your mouth. I'm about to come. She moans and sucks me harder and faster. With a groan, I fist her hair again. I'm serious, Anna. I can't hold off much longer, baby. She doesn't let up, only gives me more. When she reaches down and cups my balls with just the right amount of pressure, I fucking detonate, groaning out my release. I come harder than I ever have in my life, and my sweet Anna drinks every fucking bit that I spill into her hot, wet mouth. Once she's done, she turns to crawl back up me, but I flip her over, coming over top of her, and seal my lips over hers. Her arms wrap around my neck, welcoming me into her mouth. A growl escapes me at the way our flavors mix together. It's fucking perfection. She's perfect. This girl fucking owns me, and she always will. But I decide not to voice that right now. Not much scares me, but the thought of losing her, of not having her for the rest of my life, fucking terrifies me. I pull back when I sense her needing air, but keep my mouth close and stare into her warm eyes. Eyes that I saw every time I closed mine to escape to a better place than the hell I lived in for 4 years. A small smile takes over her sweet expression. That was fun, she whispers. I grunt. Fun is a major fucking understatement, baby. I press a kiss to her giggling mouth, then move off her and pull her to sit up. Lift your arms. She does as she's told, and I slip my shirt over her head, revealing the most beautiful fucking sight. It has my dick going hard all over again. Lying down, I pull her warm body against mine, chest to chest, so she's facing me, and rest my forehead on hers. We remain silent, not needing any words, and I soak in everything Anna, knowing I need this every single night for the rest of my life in order to survive. Chapter 16. Logan. Tension fills the car while I drive Anna to Jackson and Julia's for a few hours until I'm done with the fight. She stares out the passenger window, avoiding my gaze, her knee bouncing incessantly. She's been like this all day about the upcoming fight, and I fucking hate it. I hate that she's hurting because of me, and I can't do a damn thing to make it better because I have an obligation to uphold. As we pull up to the house, she gives me a fake smile before quickly exiting the car. I jump out quickly, coming around the other side and snag her around the waist before she can make her escape. She keeps her gaze on my chest, refusing to make eye contact. Grasping her chin, I lift her face to see she has unshed tears in her eyes, and it completely guts me. Everything is going to be okay. I promise. She nods. I know. I'm sorry. I'm just scared for you. Don't be. I can take this fucker, and he's going to pay for what he did to you. Just remember who you are, Logan. I know exactly what she's saying, but she doesn't need to. I move in closer and cup her firm ass in my hands before lifting her off her feet. I know exactly who I am, baby, and that's yours. That brings a genuine smile to her face. Now kiss me and tell me you're my Anna. Her soft lips brush mine. I'm your Anna, she whispers, turning my dick hard. Mine, I growl unintentionally. Yours, she repeats quietly. My mouth slams down on hers and I take all the sweetness she has to offer, needing it before I leave her. The slam of a door snaps us out of our moment, and I turn to see Jackson glaring at us. With a grunt, I turn back to Anna. I guess that's my cue, baby. I press one more kiss to her smiling mouth before dropping her back to her feet. Reaching up, I cup the side of her smooth cheek. I'll be back in a few hours. Her smile dims, and so does the light that she just had in her eyes. I'll be here, waiting for you. Always. With a kiss to my palm, she reluctantly steps away. I desperately want to pull her back and say fuck it, but I know I can't. I watch her run up the front steps, stopping long enough to jump on Jackson and kiss his cheek. Hi, Mr. Grouch. She giggles at his grunt, then turns back to me one last time to blow me a kiss before heading into the house. I walk over to the garage where my bike has been parked for the last few days so I could drive Anna around in the truck. "It might rain tonight, you know," Jackson says, following me. "I'll be fine. If I don't have to be confined inside of a vehicle, I'm not going to be. I was confined long enough. The only time I'll drive the truck the agents rented for me is when I have Anna, because I know it's better for her. But for me, I need the open air. It's something I went without for too long." "You feeling good about tonight?" he asks as I straddle the bike. "Yeah, I'm ready." And I am. The fury that has been coiling inside of me since the incident against Anna is just waiting to be unleashed. "Keep it together. I know you're pissed, so am I, but don't let your emotions fuck with your head. Don't worry, the only thing my fury will be fueling is my punches." He nods. "All right, I'll see you in a bit, kid. Wreak havoc." After a hard clap to my shoulder, he walks off. "You do know I'm only 8 years younger than you, right? That's far from a kid," I yell to his retreating back. He stops and turns around. "As long as you're dating my little sister, you're a kid. If you don't want to be a kid, then I guess you better break up with her." I grunt. "Not happening." "Yeah, I figured, but it was worth a try," he says with a smirk, then turns around and heads into the house. Shaking my head with a chuckle, I start the bike up and go do what needs to be done for the sake of my freedom. Adrenaline viciously pumps through my body as I bounce on the balls of my feet. My muscles wound tight with a dangerous rage waiting to be unleashed. Not even the cheering from the crowd, one of the largest yet, penetrates the violence roaring in my ears. Ricketts stands on the other side of the ring with a cocky smile. He has no idea what's about to come to him. His fate was sealed the moment he made the decision to go after Anna. "Jesus, man, I've never seen you like this before. You look about ready to kill," Lewis comments as he finishes smearing the Vaseline on my face. "Don't get me wrong, it's a good thing. Just tell me whatever it is he did so I know not to ever do it." He chuckles awkwardly at his joke. Before I can answer, the ref starts his announcements. I pay no attention to him and keep my eyes trained on Ricketts, waiting for that bell to ring at any moment. "You want to know?" I ask, as soon as the ref finishes. "Yeah." Never fuck with my girl. As soon as the bell sounds, I waste no time and head right for the fucker. A split second of surprise flashes in Ricketts' eyes just before I strike hard and fast. He expected me to do the usual dancing around, put on a show, and it was his mistake. I never give him a chance to hit back. I only make him pay for what he did to Anna. "Not so tough now, are you, motherfucker?" I snarl, pummeling him with my fists, feeling bone crush against each blow. He finds a way to escape the corner I forced him into. "Jesus, man, what the fuck?" he bellows, looking up at me with his face swollen and bloody, still caught off guard by my intensity. "Did you think you were going to get away with going after my girl? What the fuck are you talking about?" he shouts back, acting like he doesn't know. "You're full of shit and you're going to fucking regret ever touching her." I go after him again, but this time he's ready for me. He manages to get a few punches, but nothing compared to the blows I land on him. God damn it. He stumbles around with his arms up, foolishly thinking that will protect him from me. He manages to escape fists once again. "I'm telling you, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I didn't fucking touch her." "You're lying. I saw you watching us outside the gym." "I was checking to see where you were training, but that's it. I haven't seen her since that day. I fucking swear it." I stop my circling, a moment of doubt worming its way inside of me. Something in his tone has me questioning what I thought I knew. Unfortunately, he uses this split second to his advantage, charging at me. He takes me to the ground and lands a few blows, some really powerful ones that have my ears ringing. In a swift move that I learned from Slade the other day, I flip him over and get him under me. I wrap one arm around his neck and my other around his leg. He struggles to get free, but I have him locked up tight. He isn't going anywhere. When the bastard spits in my face, I twist my arm that's curled around his knee until I hear a sickening crack. His scream of agony fills me with satisfaction. I stare down at him, my eyes hard with warning. If you ever go near her again, I will fucking end you. Do you hear me? I didn't touch her. You have the wrong guy. He chokes out through the little air I'm allowing through. Something tells me he's being truthful, and now I'm left with a lot more questions. Who the fuck could have done it? Ricketts' struggling brings me from my troubled thoughts. You better be telling the truth, because if not, I'm coming back for you. With that last threat, I finish what I started. I tighten my arm around his neck, and it isn't long until he falls unconscious. As the bell rings for my victory, I release his limp body and get to my feet. Lewis runs up to me, jumping at me with excitement. You did it, man! You fucking did it! You're in the final! He raises my hand to the screaming crowd, cheering as loud as them. But none of it phases me. It never does. I hate this shit. A pair of panties hit my chest. I kicked them to the side without bothering to look in the direction they came from. Pulling away from Lewis, I head to my dressing room, wanting to get the fuck out of here. I shove my way through the crowd, but come to a dead stop when I spot someone in the far back corner, watching me. The guy has a hood pulled over his head, shielding most of his face. Something about his stance has familiarity tugging at my memory, reminding me a lot of Colan Slade. What the fuck? The person turns and slips out the side door, snapping me into action. I rush toward the emergency exit, pushing past the crowded bodies. By the time I make it out the door, he's long gone. It's as if he fucking vanished. Hey, man, what's going on? Who are you chasing after? Lewis asks, running out the door behind me. I turn to him. Do you know who that was? Who? The guy with the hood on. Didn't you see him? He stares at me like I'm crazy. Did Ricketts get more shots on you than I thought? I shake my head. Never mind. I head back inside and go to my dressing room. Lewis keeps close, following me in, then slams the door behind him. Fuck! You were a beast out there. No one, and I mean no one, has ever been able to take him down like that. He jumps at me again, his excitement still apparent. Jesus! I can't believe we're at the final! This is going to be huge! I'm wagering everything I have on you. I inwardly tense as guilt rears inside of me. No, don't. Don't wager anything. You have no idea if I'm going to win. What the hell are you talking about? Of course you are, and we're going to make a killing. So you know who I'm fighting? Well, no. We don't find out until that night, but I have complete faith in you, man. I think you might actually be unbeatable. I shake my head. No one is, Lewis. His excitement dims, and concern takes over his expression. Yo, Knight, don't tell me you're flaking out on me, man. You can't. These guys don't fuck around. If you don't go through with this, they won't think twice about killing you. And I don't want that to happen. His sincere concern makes me feel even more like shit. I want to divulge everything and tell him to fucking run. But I know I can't. Instead, I pull myself together and wave away his panic. Nah, man, I'm not flaking out. You know me, I wouldn't do that. I just don't want the added pressure of you losing all your money and living on the streets. I joke half-heartedly. He releases a relieved breath. All right, good. I didn't think you would. You're a man of your word. Before I end up cracking from the guilt, I clear my throat and change the subject. So when and where is this final fight? I don't know, and we won't find out until last minute. Boss doesn't trust anyone anymore, not after the Fed we caught undercover is here. Fed? I ask, knowing the agents need this information. Yep, he wasn't around long before he was found out, and it ended with him taking his last breath. How was he caught? I ask, carefully keeping my tone light. He shrugs. I don't know, and to be honest, I don't want to. I'm here for the fighting and money, nothing else. I already knew that because the guy doesn't have it in him to kill anyone, no matter how badass he tries to be. It makes me hate even more that he's caught up in this shit. If I decided to go EFC after this, would you come with me? I ask, before I can think better of it. His eyes widen in surprise. You serious? You're thinking of going EFC? I shrug. Why not? I figure it will be the only place I can make decent money. Like you said, who's going to hire an ex-convict? Hell, I don't even know if they will, but it's worth a try. A smirk stretches across his face. Yeah, man, I'd be honored to come with you. We'll find a way for you to do both. Can you imagine the money? Or we use this as our chance to go the straight and narrow like we discussed, I suggest, talking about the conversation we had just before he was released. His smile dims, becoming more genuine than cocky. Yeah, maybe we should. With a heavy breath, he runs a hand through his hair. Look, I gotta run. I'll keep you up to date, but I'd say you have at least a week or two. I nod. All right, keep in touch. Will do. He turns to leave but stops and turns back around. Oh, I was gonna ask, what the hell did Ricketts do to your girl? I think about how much I should divulge, if anything. This time I decide to be honest, hoping he can help. Someone waited for her the other night and threatened her, saying they would kill me if I didn't throw the fight. No shit, he says, genuinely shocked. No wonder you went at him like you did. Yeah, well, I'm not sure it was him. What do you mean? He says he didn't do it. Usually I wouldn't believe him, but something feels off. Who else could it be? I shrug. I don't know. I was hoping you could shed some light on that for me. I watch as he rolls it around in his head. I don't know, man. I've never heard of anything like that happening before. My first instinct would be that he's lying, but who knows? Stranger shit has happened. A lot of money rides on these fights. Maybe they stupidly bet against you? He shrugs. Again, I have no idea. I'm just throwing shit out there. But to me, it would be stupid to bring her into it. Why not just switch their bets and place their money on you? Unless they can't. Maybe they have more to lose than money. I think out loud, trying to run over every possible scenario. Shaking my head, I let out a frustrated breath. I don't know. Listen, I'll put out feelers. I'll be subtle, keep it quiet. But if you ask me, it probably was Ricketts and he's lying. But I'll see what I can find out. Thanks. I appreciate it. Hey, don't sweat it. You and I, we're a team. I got your back, man. Always. He walks out the door, leaving me with guilt burning through my veins.
Chapter 17. Anna. After reading Annabelle a bedtime story, I make my way to the porch steps and stare out at the lighted tree, the warm evening breeze and hot tea doing nothing to calm the fear that's been plaguing me since Logan left. I glance down at my cell phone to check the time again and pray for a text from him, something, anything. But there's nothing. Come on, Logan. Please hurry. The sound of the front door opening brings me out of my turbulent thoughts. A moment later, Julia sits next to me and puts her arm around my shoulders. Annabelle asleep now? I ask softly. Not yet. She roped Jax into a second bedtime story. She said the one you read wasn't long enough, and of course, he fell for it. I chuckle. Of course he did. He can never say no to her. But I don't blame him. I can't either. You doing okay? She asks, even though she already knows the answer. I will be, once he's back here with me, and I know he's safe. Her hand squeezes my shoulder. I'm sorry. I know what it's like to worry. Believe me, but he'll be here soon. I nod. I know, I just hate it. After all this time, we're finally back together, and I'm terrified he'll be ripped from me again. And I know that feeling, too. It's scary to think about losing our loved ones, especially when we know how it feels. I'll never forget how long it took me to get over losing Jackson that first time. When I got the call that he was hurt, and they didn't know if he would make it. She shakes her head softly. It's something I try not to think about, or I'll go crazy. All we can do is have faith, and cherish the moments we get with them. If we constantly live in fear, then we'll end up missing out on the here and now. As hard as it is, try to remember that. Instead of dwelling on the time you and Logan have missed out on, try using it to make up time lost. What she says makes complete sense, and logically I know this, but it's hard. The regret of time lost with him is still fresh, Maybe it will be easier when he isn't caught up in this mess, and we can focus on a future together. Although, I have no idea what that future holds. The unknown of that is killing me too. There's a lot we need to talk about. I trail off on that thought and look at Julia. Can I ask you something?
Of course, anything.
When Jackson came back, after what happened in Iraq, did he open up to you about it? Something passes over her expression, something painful, before she releases a sigh.
Not at first, no. And even when he did finally open up to me, it wasn't much, but it was enough for me to be there for him.
How did you get him to open up? I'm hoping she can shed some light so it can help me get Logan to open up, especially concerning whatever it is that happened to have him so scared to have his back open, to make him so much harder than he used to be. Whatever his demons are, I want to rid them from him like he did mine.
Well, I don't really know.
After he got back, I knew he had more scars than the ones that marked his body. Just thinking of Jackson's back has my throat burning something fierce.
I always tried to be there for him and waited patiently, hoping he would finally open up. One night, he had a horrible nightmare, and that's when I pushed. I couldn't wait any longer for him to come to me. I knew it was the right time. He couldn't keep his turmoil to himself anymore.
I swallowed thickly, my heart hurting over his torment, one I'm sure we shared, but very differently. Do you think it helped him when he opened up? I'm sure it did. It's something I've learned a lot about, not just from my personal experience, but also in school. However, I think it helps when you have the right person to open up to. I'm not sure where I would be if I hadn't met Logan all those years ago. Therapy helped me, but he's the one that helped me overcome it all.
I think so. I'm sure some of those internal scars will be there forever. How could they not? But I think many factors come into play at the ones that have been healed.
Like what?
Well, you, for one. Some of his biggest torment at the time was his guilt over what happened to you, that he didn't make it in time.
My eyes close as pain slices through me, hating that he harbored any guilt over me.
But seeing what a beautiful young woman you've turned into, with a promising future, healed that,
she adds with a smile.
Then, of course, there's Annabelle.
I smile. Yes, we must not forget her. How could her sweet face not heal everything?
Julia chuckles. I agree, and we both know she has Jax wrapped around her finger.
That she does. My smile dims a bit with what I'm about to say next. You're forgetting one more factor, maybe the biggest one of all when it comes to his healing. Her eyes narrow in confusion.
What's that?
You. She gets another smile. This one's so radiant, you can feel it all the way to your heart. She wraps her other arm around my shoulders and pulls me in close.
You and I, Anna, are two peas in a pod. We both love men who are sexy, stubborn, and possessive, but they have more honor than most men could ever hope for. They may drive us crazy, but we need them as much as the air we breathe.
My arms wrap around her waist, since I'm one step lower than her, my heavy heart feeling a little lighter. I'm really glad I met y'all, Julia. I love you guys more than I could ever say.
Me too. Am I interrupting?
We break apart and look behind us to see Jackson walking out the front door. We both wipe away a few tears that escaped during our moment and smile up at him.
Not at all. Come have a seat,
Julia says. I expect him to sit next to her, but he ends up forcing himself between us and draping an arm around both of us.
What are you girls talking about? Or maybe I don't want to know,
he adds, taking in our melancholic state. We were talking about how amazing you are, I answer honestly.
Yep,
Julia agrees, kissing his cheek. He grunts, uncomfortable with a compliment, but holds us a little tighter.
Save that ass-kissing for Evans. He's the one who likes that shit.
We both agree with a giggle.
Is our daughter asleep?
Julia asks, changing the subject.
Yeah, she fell asleep quickly,
he replies, before looking down at me.
I just got off the phone with your dad.
I tense, and the light feeling I just had evaporates. Oh, and what did he want? I try to keep the bitterness out of my tone, but don't succeed. I love my father, but I'm still so angry at the way he acted.
He was just checking on you, making sure you're okay.
I harumph, then immediately feel immature for it.
I know you're mad, but cut the guy some slack. He loves you, and he was caught off guard.
I get that, but you don't know how bad he acted, or the horrible things he said, especially about Logan.
Actually, I do, and if it's any consolation, I told him it was shitty too, especially because we all know why Logan went to jail. He said shit he didn't mean. I can kinda relate.
Well, at least you apologized. He hasn't, and until he does, I am not speaking to him.
Fair enough.
Darn right it is, I grumble, which makes him chuckle. The sound of a motorcycle breaks up the conversation. A ton of bricks feel like they've been lifted off my chest as Logan pulls in. Oh, thank God. I push away from Jackson and run over to the garage where Logan parks the bike. He climbs off and heads in my direction.
Hey, baby. Sorry, I
throw myself at him and cut his words off with a kiss. I inhale everything he has to give me, needing reassurance that he's okay. With a low growl, he more than delivers, stealing my breath as he takes control of the kiss. Please tell me you're okay, I whisper against his lips.
If I tell you I'm okay, are you going to stop kissing me?
No, I'll never stop kissing you. If I have it my way, I'll kiss this man for the rest of my life.
Then yeah, I'm okay.
I pull back with a smile, but it dies quickly when I notice his jaw is swollen and the corner of his eye has a cut on it. The outdoor garage light shining directly on his injuries. I reach up and gently drag my fingers along the wound.
I'm okay, Anna. I promise.
Did you at least win? I ask softly, not really sure if that matters.
Of course I did.
A smile touches my lips at his cocky reply.
But we need to talk.
My heart plummets at his expression. What is it? What's wrong?
It's okay. I just need to ask you something. But let's join Jackson before he shoots me, thinking I'm doing more with you over here in the dark than what I am.
Kissing my forehead, he drops me back to my feet and keeps an arm around my shoulders as we walk back to Jackson and Julia on the porch steps. I expect Jackson to make a remark about what took us so long, but he doesn't. He doesn't even look annoyed. His sharp gaze is focused on Logan only.
So, how did it go?
Logan shrugs.
Depends on how you look at it. I won, but now I'm left with a lot of questions, ones I'm really needing some answers to. What do you mean?
He releases a breath and looks down at me.
Have a seat, baby.
I do as he says, sitting on the step next to Jackson's feet. My heart pounds a million miles a minute, wondering what the heck is going on with him. He passes me his phone, showing me a picture. Who's this? I ask, as I stare down at a man I've never seen before.
Look closely. Does he look familiar at all?
I feel Jackson lean over top of me to look as well.
Why are you showing her a picture of Ricketts?
This is Ricketts? I ask, knowing that's the guy who fought tonight.
Yeah.
This isn't the guy who threatened me. I feel Jackson tense behind me, and something that looks like disappointment passes over Logan's expression.
Are you sure? You said you didn't get a good look at the guy.
I know, but I'm positive it wasn't this guy, because the man who threatened me had dark brown eyes, not green, like this one's. He nods, then takes his phone back and does something before handing it to me again.
What about this guy?
I stare back at a guy I know. Colin? Yeah, of course I know him. Or at least I've met him before.
But it wasn't him.
I rear back in shock. What? No, of course not.
What the hell is going on, Knight?
Jackson asks. He blows out a frustrated breath and runs his hand through his hair.
I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but shit isn't adding up. Ricketts swears he had nothing to do with what happened to her, and for some reason, I believe him.
Then who else could it have been?
Hell if I know. Maybe someone who has money placed against me? Lewis is putting out feelers to see if he can find anything, but...
He shakes his head.
I don't know. Nothing is adding up anymore. Fuck! Jackson stands and starts pacing, looking as concerned as I feel, because this means whoever wants Logan dead is still out there. So what the fuck is with you showing her a picture of Slade? What the hell does he have to do with it? That day at the gym, I swore I recognized him from somewhere, and I know he did me too. It wasn't from seeing him on TV, because I don't watch it. I could tell he was lying about knowing me, but I had no idea why he would. Tonight, as I climbed out of that ring, I saw someone watching me in the far corner. I couldn't see him clearly, because he had a hood on, but he sure as hell reminded me a lot of Slade. As soon as I saw him, he slipped out the side door, and by the time I made it outside, he was long gone. No way. I don't know Slade well, but I can't see him jeopardizing his career for this shit. He doesn't need to. The guy's top of the industry right now. I thought that too, but I'm telling you, Jackson, it sure fucking looked like him. I don't understand what he would be doing there. He has nothing to gain from it. Maybe scoping it out to make some extra cash? Logan suggests. Jackson shakes his head. I don't know. Anything's possible, I guess, but I can't see it.
So, what does this mean for you? I ask softly, having a difficult time voicing the question past the lump in my throat. If Ricketts isn't the one who wants to hurt you, then someone else does, and they're still out there. My voice cracks at the end, showing just how scared I am. I feel Julia reach over and rub my back before Logan drops down in front of me, taking my face between his hands.
Hey, come on, baby. I told you, I can take care of myself, and whoever sent you the warning that night knows it. It's too late now. I'm going to the final, so whatever they were hoping to achieve didn't happen. I promise, Anna, I'll be okay. But...
He pauses, and I know immediately what he's about to say before he even says it.
Maybe it's not a bad idea for you to stay here until this is...
No, I told you already I won't do it. I'm not leaving you. If you're that sure of your own safety, then you shouldn't be worried about mine. He exhales an anxious breath, dropping his forehead to mine.
I'm always worried about yours, even if there's nothing to worry about.
With his lips close to mine, I take the opportunity to brush a kiss along them. I can't leave you, so please don't ask me to. I hold my breath, waiting for his reply, praying he doesn't push me away.
Are the feds still following her?
Jackson asks, breaking into our moment. Logan pulls back and looks up at him before answering.
Yeah, when she's not with me or you. And I'm pretty sure Cooper has someone driving by my place constantly, too. Then let's keep doing it how we have been, especially since there's a lot of protection on you guys right now.
I turn back to Jackson in surprise. His expression goes hard as he points down at me.
But if anything happens, Anna, anything that gives us more cause for concern, you will be coming here whether you like it or not. Got it?
I glare up at him, not liking his order, even if I do understand it. Yeah, I got it. Though, not without Logan. But I keep that to myself, because I know it will be nothing but an argument.
Everything will be okay.
Logan reassures me again.
Lewis is looking into things, and I trust him. If there is cause for more concern, he'll find out. Now it's just a waiting game.
Jackson nods.
I agree, but we still need to be careful. If something more happens before the final, then you guys both come stay out here.
Jackson throws his hand up before Logan can argue.
If necessary, Julia and Annabelle can stay with Cade and Faith in the guest house. But I agree with you. I think everything will be fine. At least until the final.
Yeah, but that's what scares me the most. What about when the final does happen? What will happen to Logan then? Just the thought has me sick. I just want this all to be over, so Logan and I can finally move on. Chapter 18. Anna. A few nights later, I hear Logan enter the apartment, coming back from his nightly run. I look out the bedroom window to see the unmarked police car still parked across the street. Closing my textbooks that I have sprawled around me on the bed, I get up to greet him. As I round the corner, I see him standing over the kitchen sink with his back to me, drinking a tall glass of water. Heat immediately floods my body at the sight of him, my eyes sweeping down his half-naked perfection. His black athletic pants hang enticingly low on his lean hips, his sexy sculpted back glistening with sweat. Now I'm the one in need of some water. With a smile, I walk toward him, wrapping my arms around his waist, not realizing my mistake before it's too late. I'm completely caught off guard when I'm swiftly thrown up against the fridge with his hand wrapped around my throat. My breath seizes in my lungs and terror grips me as I stare back into the coldest blue eyes I've ever seen.
Jesus! Fuck!
Logan jumps back, releasing the grip around my throat, fear and shame washing over the lethal expression he had just moments ago.
God, Anna, you can't do that to me. Not ever again. Do you hear me?
His hand slides through his hair in desperation as he backs away from me.
Fuck!
He punches the wall next to him, the crushing force leaving a gigantic hole before he walks out to the balcony. The slam of the door knocks me out of my stunned state. I bring a shaking hand to my pounding heart and try to comprehend what on earth just happened. The fear and fury that were in his eyes have guilt tearing through me. After all the signs he has given off, I should have realized. I should have known better. Taking a few deep breaths, I pull myself together and walk out onto the balcony. Logan leans against the wall, inhaling his cigarette as if his life depends on it. His gaze never strays to me, but he knows I'm here. I move to stand in front of him, but he still doesn't look at me.
I'm sorry,
I whisper through my burning throat. I didn't mean to catch you off guard. I won't ever do that again. He finally looks down at me, and his tormented expression hits me like a punch to the stomach. Reaching up, he grazes his knuckles along the side of my throat, regret burning in his gaze. With a clenched jaw, his eyes fall closed, and he drops his head back on the wall. Logan, talk to me. Please tell me what happened. Maybe if you talk about it, you'll feel...
No.
A frustrated breath escapes me at his quick rejection. I take Julia's advice and decide now's the time to push. Please don't shut me out. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about what happened. He tosses his cigarette and moves me to the side.
It's not going to happen, Anna, so just fucking drop it.
My temper spikes when he storms back inside, completely dismissing me. I follow in after him. Why won't you let me be there for you? He spins around, anger flaring his eyes.
Because it won't fucking change anything. Do you really think it's going to matter? To make a difference?
It might.
No, it won't. And it's shit you don't need to hear.
Don't do that. Don't treat me like a child. You forget I know how awful the world can be. I let go of a pained breath and try my hardest to rein in my frustration, not wanting to fight. Listen, sometimes when you talk about things it can help, especially when...
Save your psychobabble bullshit for someone else. You are not using me as some sort of fucking study project.
This has nothing to do with my major. It's about you not letting me in. You have always shut me out, and it's not fair. You know everything there is about me. You know the darkest moment of my life, and it hurts me that you won't let me into yours. His jaw grinds so hard I'm surprised it doesn't snap.
Fine. You really want to know?
His voice is calmer, yet somehow more dangerous. He moves toward me in a way that has me retreating back.
You want to hear what it's like to have your freedom taken from you? To have your identity stripped to the point you become a number instead of a human being? To know what it feels like to be locked up like an animal and confined in a space that has no windows and is the size of a fucking shower stall?
My back finally hits the wall and he cages me in, his arms bracing on either side of my head. Every word he breathes has my heart pounding in anguish, but I keep myself together and hold his hard gaze, not letting his intimidation push me away.
Or maybe you want to hear what it's like to be watched 24/7. What it's like to not be able to take a piss, eat, or sleep in fucking privacy.
He pauses, and the eyes staring back at me are so cold, the little hairs on the back of my neck take full notice.
Then there are the moments where you can't leave your back open for even a second, or some perverted fuck will try to make you their bitch. You want to hear about the time it almost happened to me, Anna? Will that make you feel better?
Oh, God. I shake my head, not wanting to hear it. Not like this. Not when he's so angry and won't let me be there for him.
No, but you said you wanted to know everything.
Stop it, Logan, I say through clenched teeth.
No. You asked for it, so now you're going to hear it. I'm going to tell you why I'm a fucking head case who can't have his back left to the open.
He moves in so close that the anger pouring from him is almost suffocating.
I'm going to tell you about the time 3 guys caught me unaware in the shower.
Stop, please, I plead on a strangled whisper, not wanting it to be like this.
Don't worry, baby. It doesn't end badly. At least not for me. Want to know why?
I shake my head, unable to get words out anymore through my burning throat, but he doesn't stop.
Because I turned the tables and laid a beating to them that made me almost kill for the 2nd time in my life. I even put one motherfucker into a coma.
Tears fall down my cheeks, and a sob bubbles up my throat, but I try my hardest to force it back down.
Do you feel better now that you know?
I don't answer him, and he snaps.
Fucking answer me! Are you happy now?
He screams. Stop it! Stop yelling at me! I sob, trying to push him away. He's not my Logan right now, and I can't bear having him talk to me like this.
That's what I thought.
He pushes away from me.
Well, now you have it, Anna. That's why I don't let anyone get the opportunity to catch me off guard. I will never be vulnerable like that again. So I hope you feel better now that you know, because I sure fucking don't.
He storms out of the living room and into his bedroom, slamming the door so hard behind him that I'm surprised it doesn't splinter. As the loud bang echoes through the apartment, my legs give out from under me, and I completely shatter. I curl into myself, hugging my knees to my chest, and cry. I cry for Logan and everything he went through. I cry for how angry he still is. But mostly, I cry for us. I cry because he doesn't trust me enough to be there for him like he always is for me. Once my sobs subside, and the only sound coming from the dark, silent room is of my labored breathing, I think about what to do. I love him, and I want to be there for him, but I can't force him to let me in. I don't know whether to leave and give him space or push more. After what just happened, I'm going to assume the latter is not a good choice. After a few more minutes of debating, I decide to leave. It's clear he's really angry right now and doesn't want me around. All I can do is give him space and pray he comes back to me, that one day he'll let me in and be there for him like he has been for me. Getting up, I make my way slowly toward his room to gather some of my clothes. I pause, with my hand on the doorknob, terrified for what I'm about to encounter. With a deep breath, I search for as much courage as I can before I quietly enter. The room is black, except for the moonlight that pours in through the bedroom window. I can barely see the outline of his body as he sits on the side of the bed, with his head in his hands and his elbows propped on his knees. "Logan?" I whisper, not really sure if I should tell him I'm leaving or just pack up and go. When he doesn't respond, I decide it's best to just grab a bag and leave. With a sad sigh, I walk toward the closet and gasp in surprise when he snags my arm. He yanks me between his legs and wraps his arms around my waist, burying his face into my stomach.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
The desolation coming from him is like nothing I've ever seen before. He mumbles something into my tummy, but I can't understand him. "Logan, please look at me." I frame his face, forcing him to look up at me, and suck in a sharp breath when my hands instantly become soaked with his tears.
I didn't mean to, he chokes out. I didn't know it was you. I would never hurt you, Anna. I would never put my fucking hands on you like that. You know that, right?
I feel my own tears spill again, my heart aching at his turmoil. Of course I do. I know you didn't mean to. He catches me off guard as he lifts me to straddle him, his arms hugging me desperately tight.
I swear, I'll never do that again. I'm so fucked up, Anna. I didn't realize it was you until it was too late. I thought...
Shh. It's okay. I'm okay.
I'll never be able to live with myself if there's a mark on you.
There isn't, I reassure him, unable to bear the pain in his voice. The only thing hurting right now is my heart. I hate to admit it, especially right now, but it can't go unsaid. He drops his head on my shoulder, his body trembling with anguish, and it completely guts me.
I'm so sorry I said the things that I did. I was angry and I lashed out, but I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at myself, at what I'd almost done to you, and...
He pauses, hesitating with his next words. Don't hold back on me now, please. He lets out a heavy breath.
I hate for you to know what I went through. How much I hated that fucking place, because I knew it would only hurt you, and I don't want that. But I ended up hurting you anyway, and for that, I'm so fucking sorry.
I hug him closer, trying to comfort him as much as possible. I just want to be there for you, the same way you have been for me. Let me take your pain away. Let me take care of you the way you take care of me.
That's just it. You do. More than you'll ever know. Just being near you makes everything better.
I'm glad, but I need more. I need you to let me in. Yes, it hurts me to know someone tried to hurt you, but it hurts more for you to keep me in the dark. If I'd known what happened, I would never have come up behind you like that. He nods.
I'll try. It's just hard for me. I'm not used to it. But I'll do anything to not have you hurt, Anna. Just, please don't leave me. I can't fucking survive without you.
Lifting his face to mine, I drop my forehead to his and stare into his wet, tormented eyes, then voice the one thing I've wanted to tell him since seeing him again. I love you, Logan. Do you hear me? I never stopped, and I never will. I won't ever leave you. I wouldn't have left you 4 years ago, and I won't now. As long as you don't shut me out, you will always have me. Forever, I add with a whisper. Instead of responding with words, his mouth takes mine in a searing kiss, one that lights up my heart and touches the very depths of my soul. There's nothing rushed about it. Unlike all the other kisses we've had up to this point, this one is slow and deliberate, but just as passionate. It also has a hint of something new. A new understanding, maybe? A promised future? Whatever it is, I latch onto it and let it heal the pain that's been lancing through me since our fight.
My Anna,
he whispers against my lips.
I love you so fucking much it hurts.
He flips me over, reversing our position, and comes over top of me, his mouth finding mine again. I moan at feeling how hard he is between my legs and thrust up eagerly, desperately needing to feel him inside of me, now more than ever. He wastes no time giving me exactly what I want, what we both need. He rids me of my dress, then panties. This time, though, he slides them down my body instead of ripping them off like he usually does, kissing every bare inch of skin he passes, bringing my body to life while making me feel cherished. I'm so lost in the perfection of his touch that when he comes back over top of me, I realize he has already rid himself of his pants. Without waiting another second, he slides into me with one smooth thrust. I gasp at the exquisite pleasure that shoots through my body. The way he completes me is the most beautiful and soul-touching feeling of my life. His forehead drops on mine with a groan.
God, I fucking love you. Everything about you.
His kind words add to the warmth of sensations flowing through me. I reach up and frame his face between my hands, keeping him close. I love you too. You're perfect. Perfect for me. He begins thrusting in and out of me with slow precision, his deep blue eyes penetrating me in the darkness.
I missed you so fucking much. I thought about you every goddamn second I was in that hellhole. Only you, Anna. It was the memory of you, of us, that made me survive.
The truth of his words has my heart seizing in my chest.
I thought of your pretty brown eyes.
Leaning down, he kisses the corner of one eye.
Your long, soft hair, and how it felt between my fingers.
He follows up his comment by sliding his hand through my hair.
Your beautiful smile, and the taste of your lips.
His lips feather across mine ever so softly.
The way it felt to be inside of your warm body. I completely lost myself in you every second, just to make it through the days.
I close my eyes, my heart aching to think of how alone he was.
I would have come for you eventually.
My eyes snap back open to see the truth of his words blazing in his gaze.
After this was over, I would have come. I would have taken back what was mine, the one and only thing that has ever truly belonged to me.
His admission brings on a fresh round of tears.
Shh. Don't cry, baby. Everything is good now. We have each other, and that's all that matters. Nothing or no one will ever fucking keep me from you again.
Never, I choke out, meaning it. I will not let anything ever take him from me again.
Mine,
he whispers with a delicious thrust. Yours. Grabbing my hand, he kisses the inside of my wrist before lifting it above my head and linking our fingers together.
Forever.
Forever, I agree. His rhythm increases, continuing to glide in and out at a leisurely pace. I lift up and match him stroke for every beautiful stroke, getting lost in the perfection we always make together. A gasp escapes me as he changes his angle and begins hitting that spot deep inside of me. Oh God, I'm going to come, but I don't want to yet, I admit on a moan as I feel my impending orgasm approach.
Give in to it, baby. We have all fucking night. Let me have your pleasure, Anna.
With a few more deep thrusts, I let myself go and fall into sweet oblivion. Logan trails kisses along my neck and whispers beautiful words to me through every wave of heat that slams into me. Once I float back down to reality, I frame his face and bring his mouth to mine. Your turn, I whisper, before taking his lip between my teeth and nipping it sharply. Fuck. He buries his face into my neck and groans. I hold him through it, like he did me. I kiss his shoulder and any part of his fevered skin I can reach. Moments later, we lay in the dark, unmoving, our erratic hearts beating as one. Logan presses his lips to the side of my throat.
Forgive me.
I lift his face back to mine. You're forgiven. I already told you that. I know you would never hurt me, Logan. So let's just forget about it, okay? I don't want that moment to continue to haunt him. He has enough demons to overcome, and that one is not necessary. Instead of answering, he brushes his lips across mine.
Shower with me.
I quirk a brow at him. Are you asking me or telling me? He gives me a sexy smirk, which is exactly what I was hoping for.
Which one will make you say yes?
I'd say asking, but I kind of like it when you're bossy.
Well then, in that case.
I squeal as he scoops me up in his arms. My hand snags the sheet to try and cover myself, but he rips it from me, then walks to the bathroom. I cling to him to keep warm, but soon he has us beneath the hot spray. A smile transforms my face as he takes to washing me, reminding me of that night all those years ago, the night he finished erasing the ugly memories from my soul. After our shower, I walk back into the room and grab one of his shirts to sleep in, then crawl back into bed. He pulls me in close as I lay my head on his chest, right over the steady thrum of his heartbeat, our legs tangled with one another. His hand slips under my shirt, and he drags his fingers along my back while mine trace the contours of his abs. Complete and utter contentment fills me, like always when I'm in his arms. I feel my eyes grow heavy, but they flutter back open when he starts talking.
So there's this guy, Lewis. I'm sure you've heard his name mentioned over the last few weeks,
he whispers, voicing it as more of a question. Yeah, but I'm not quite sure who he is.
He was my cellmate for about 2 years. Was one of the few people I could stand. He was in there for armed robbery and grand theft auto. He told me the whole story about him being a stupid kid that made a dumb mistake and hooked up with the wrong crowd. We talked a lot about what we would do when we got out. He told me he was going to get it right, take his second chance. And he ended up involved with this shit.
The disappointment and frustration in his voice is apparent.
I asked him why he did it, and he said because it was the only way he could make decent money to survive.
He shrugs.
I can understand that. It's not easy for him to get a decent job that will make good money.
He pauses, and I wait patiently for him to continue, knowing he has to be going somewhere with this.
It makes me feel like shit to know he will end up back there because of me.
I turn to my stomach and make a fist on his chest to prop my chin up on so I can look up at him. I understand why you feel that way, but you can't control other people's actions either. He made a choice.
I know,
he agrees quietly, but I can hear the guilt in his voice. Have you thought about talking with him? Maybe convince him to go the right direction before this all goes down? He nods.
I asked him if he would come with me if I went EFC. I thought maybe I could talk with the agents and see if he could get off with probation or something. I don't know if they will go for it, but worth a try.
I'm trying to follow what he's saying, but he lost me at EFC, my heart in my throat at the thought. You want to join the EFC after this is done? I whisper, praying that's not the case.
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
He looks down at me when I remain silent.
What's wrong?
I don't want you to fight, I tell him. The thought makes me sick. I hate that you do it now, but I know you have to. I sit up and look down at him. What's something you have always wanted to do? For a career, I mean. And I'm not talking about how you worked at the garage before. I mean, if you could choose anything in the world to do as a job for the rest of your life, what would it be?
I don't know.
There has to be something you've thought about doing, something you've always wanted to be, maybe even from when you were a child. I can tell there's something. I can see it in his eyes. He shifts uncomfortably and shrugs.
What does it matter? I can't ever do it.
Says who? He grunts.
Says the law. What police force is going to hire an ex-convict?
I tense in surprise. You wanted to be a cop?
Yup. Of course, due to my responsibilities with my mom and sister, I never planned to. And I liked working at the garage. I made decent money. But like I said, no respectable workplace is going to hire me. At least with the EFC, I can make a lot of money, and it's something I'm good at.
I disagree, I say, before I can think better of it. He quirks a brow at me.
You don't think I'm a good fighter?
His tone is amused. Of course you are. You're good at everything you do, I say, but the truth only earns me an eye roll. I push on. What I disagree with is you settling. Just like you told Lewis, this is your second chance. Use it and do whatever it is you want. Strive to make your dreams come true, because you deserve it. You're too good to settle. He watches me, and I can tell he doesn't feel the same way. Like there's no hope. I'm thinking I may have just overstepped, but then he sits up swiftly and catches me off guard by throwing me down and coming over top of me. I laugh, but it's cut off by his mouth. I wrap my arms around him and get lost in the passion we always create. I swear, I will never tire of kissing him. He pulls back a long moment later and stares down at me.
There's no such thing as settling if I have you. Everything else in the world doesn't matter if I have you, Anna.
The biggest, silliest smile takes over my face. You have a way with words sometimes, Logan Knight. His mouth takes mine again in a searing kiss.
Forever,
he whispers. Forever. The subject is forgotten as we lose ourselves in one another once more. But in the back of my mind, I vow to do everything I can to make sure he gets the second chance he deserves. Chapter 19. Anna. I'm sitting in the kitchen, located in the back of the gym, with Bandit by my side, while the guys finish up training for the day. I've been trying to focus on the textbook in front of me, needing to study, but can't. My mind is elsewhere. After what happened with Logan, I haven't been able to stop thinking about the men in my life. So many of them, in one way or another, have suffered from PTSD. Between Sarge, Jackson, Sawyer, and Cade, I feel like there needs to be more support out there, especially for those who fight for our country. An idea took root inside of me the other day, one that I feel all the way to the depths of my soul. Like it's something I'm meant to do, especially with my career path.
"Hey, Anna girl, look what I got for us," Sarge boasts, walking into the kitchen with 2 large boxes of pizza that smell divine.
All of that is for the 2 of us?
"If we hurry up, it will be."
With a chuckle, I move my book out of the way as he puts the pizza boxes on the table in front of me. At that moment, Sawyer walks in, throwing a shirt over his head, looking freshly showered.
"I don't think so, old man, but if the 3 of us hurry, it will be,"
he says, clearly hearing Sarge's plan. I shake my head as they hurriedly open the boxes and start devouring the pizza. Just as I reach over to grab a slice, Cade, Logan, and Jackson walk in.
"Nice of you all to wait,"
Jackson grumbles. He squeezes my shoulder as he passes, then he and Cade take the seats across from me, next to Sawyer and Sarge.
"You snooze, you lose,"
Sawyer says with a shrug. Jackson grunts.
"Right, and I'll just bet you used my fucking card to pay for it."
"I did not.
"I used his,"
he replies, pointing to Cade. Cade's head snaps up and he gives him a hard glare, which would intimidate most people, but it only makes Sawyer laugh.
"I'm fucking with you. I paid for them. You're welcome. You can all pay me back by taking my kids overnight so I can have my woman all to myself."
All of them grunt in response. I'm just about to tell him I'd love to take the twins anytime when Logan comes up behind me. Leaning in, he kisses the side of my neck, causing goosebumps to break out over my skin.
"Stand up, baby."
As I stand, he moves behind me into the chair and brings me down on his lap, his fingers trailing lazy circles on my bare thigh. A soft smile graces my face as I reach over to pick up my slice of pizza. As conversation resumes, I look around at all the amazing men, and a contentment settles over me. When there's a break in their conversation, I decide now is a good time to mention my idea to them. "So, I want to talk to you guys about something," I start nervously. Logan's hand falters on my leg, while all of the others sit back in their chairs and give me their full attention.
"What's on your mind, kid?"
Jackson asks. I clear my throat and shift uncomfortably. I shouldn't be so apprehensive. This is a good thing, but I'm nervous, because their approval means everything to me. I want them behind me on this. Logan senses my apprehension and presses a kiss to my shoulder, his hand starting its lazy circles again on my leg. It gives me the courage I need. I've been thinking a lot lately about what route I want to take after I'm done with school. I have an idea, something that's very close to my heart, and well, I'm hoping you all could give me your honest opinion.
"If it's your idea, I'm sure it's brilliant. What are you thinking?"
Sawyer asks. I can't help but smile, his comment calming my nerves even more. Once I'm done my practicum, I want to open up a rehabilitation center for people suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, and I want there to be financial aid for anyone who needs it, especially for our vets. I glance over at Sarge, whose usual sunny expression is now soft and dim. After doing a little bit of research, I found that there isn't anything similar around here, especially not anything with the potential for financial aid. I am thinking of offering group therapy, support in transitioning back to civilian life, and possibly even helping them search for jobs. Sometimes what comes next can be the hardest part, I add quietly, remembering what Sarge had shared with me before. Everyone is silent, and I have a hard time gauging their expressions. So, what do you think?
"That's a big idea, and one that will cost a lot of money,"
Jackson says. I nod. I know, but it's the perfect thing to put my trust fund toward. I also thought about putting together a team to host charity events to raise money, and I'm hoping to get some financial backing too. I'm sure my dad would contribute. Well, when I start speaking to him again, I add, still hating that we aren't talking. And my friend Charity, her dad is the mayor. I could get her to talk to him. How great would it be to have the city backing it? Cade quirks a brow.
Looks like you've thought a lot about this.
I have. It's something I feel strongly about. Like, it's my calling or something. I feel my face heat at how silly that probably sounds. Logan's arms tighten around my waist.
I think it's very you, baby, and something you would be amazing at.
His sweet words ease my embarrassment.
It's a great idea,
Sawyer says, speaking up.
I'll help back it.
I tense in surprise. Oh, no, that's not why I wanted to talk to you guys about it. I just wanted... I trail off when he holds his hand up.
I know, but I agree. There needs to be more places like that, especially after all the cutbacks the government has been dishing out. It's a good idea. I know my dad would back it too.
Heat warms my chest as their approval invades my heart, my mouth stretching into a big smile.
Count me in too,
Cade says.
And me, but on this guy's dime,
Sarge says, jerking a thumb at Sawyer. I laugh as tears sting my eyes, my heart overflowing with gratitude at their offer of support. I look over at Jackson, waiting for his approval, desperately needing it. A small smirk tilts his lips before he gives me what I want.
You know I have your back.
A squeal of joy escapes me just before I stand up and rush over to them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I start hugging and kissing them all. Sarge takes hold of me in a strong hug and whispers in my ear,
You're a good cookie, Anna. I wish I could help you out. If I had the money, I would.
His confession has my throat growing tight. There are a lot of ways you can help that doesn't involve money.
Then count me in.
Backing up, I smile, then look over to Jackson before hurtling myself at him. He catches me with a laugh and hugs me close.
It's a really good idea, kid. And I agree with Logan. You're just the girl for the job.
His comment prompts tears to stream down my face. Thank you. Thank you all for always having my back. They smile back at me with pride and adoration, something I'll always need from them. They're like my second family, and I don't know what I would do without their support.
Always. Now, let's finish this pizza and talk more game plan,
Sawyer suggests. I nod, then take my seat back on Logan's lap. As we finish the pizza, we go over all of my ideas. The guys give me a lot of great suggestions that have me even more excited.
Speaking of game plans, let's talk about the gym here for a minute, and the training,
Jackson says.
It's getting more and more demanding. I was thinking about asking Slade if he would come in a few days a week to help when he can, but after what he thinks he saw the other night,
he gestures to Logan.
I'm not sure what to think about him anymore.
Cade cuts in.
I asked Faith about him the other day, when you told me about it. She said he has a fucked up past. He got into some shit before he moved out here, with Caitlin, but she says he's changed. She refuses to believe he's a part of anything illegal. She said he's a good guy, but sticks to himself and likes his privacy. And what do you think? Jackson asks. You've been around him more than us. I don't know what to think. We both aren't the most talkative guys, so even when I have seen him, we didn't spend time getting to know each other. He seems all right to me, and usually I'm a good judge of character. But who knows? I want to trust Red's judgment, but she and Caitlin both love the guy, and they see the good in everyone, so...
He trails off with a shrug.
I could have sworn it was him there, but who the hell knows? Maybe I am wrong,
Logan says, his voice holding uncertainty.
Or maybe he's just betting on the fights,
Sawyer suggests.
I know it's illegal, but it's not like the guy is killing anyone.
Cade shakes his head.
I don't know. That doesn't seem right either. Like Jackson said before, he's at the top of the industry and making a killing. He shouldn't need the money. I'll bring his name up to Lewis. I won't tell him why. I'll just ask if he's heard of him and see what he says.
Jackson nods.
Let me know what he says, then we'll go from there. He looks at the others next to him. On another note, let's talk about the fitness side of things. I know we originally started this gym for that reason, and only planned to do some training for the fighters, but the fighting has exploded, and the fitness part has been nothing but a bunch of women looking for dates, and I'm fucking sick of it. I agree,
Cade says.
It's not that bad,
Sarge says in disagreement.
And beautiful women add to the atmosphere. Bullshit, it's not that bad. Just look at how many throw themselves at him while we are in the middle of fucking training him.
Cade says, pointing at Logan. My muscles tense as jealousy burns in my gut. It doesn't surprise me, but I still hate it. And I hate all the girls that are always at the fights, lifting their shirts and flashing the fighters. Just thinking about it makes me sick to my stomach. As if sensing my thoughts, Logan's hands tighten on my hips before he pulls me closer to him. Unfortunately, I have a harder time melting into him than usual.
So what the hell are we going to do with the thousands of dollars worth of equipment we have?
Sawyer asks. Cade shrugs.
Caitlin has mentioned to me before that she would like to come in twice a week to teach spin and yoga. Maybe we can let her do that. We can offer a few fitness classes through her. Good idea, Jackson says. Let's do that. We'll make sure the classes are scheduled when we aren't training or running self-defense. Sounds like a plan to me,
Sawyer agrees. Sarge, on the other hand, doesn't seem as pleased about it, but accepts it.
Well, Caitlin will probably need a hand, so make sure she knows that I'm here to help her out too. I'll be on call if any of them overheat and need mouth-to-mouth.
I shake my head, but can't help the small smile that touches my lips. That man needs a date with a real nice lady. Once he's back on his feet and not living at the gym anymore, I'm going to help him do exactly that. After some more talk of the gym, we all get up to leave at the same time. Except for Sarge, of course. He and Bandit retire to their cot and television. The drive home is silent, probably because I can't help but think about Cade's comment back there. Is it always the same girl hitting on him? Is it Sarah? Or is it a bunch of them? Does it matter? No, it doesn't. It sucks all the same. I know this, but for some reason as we pull up to his apartment and get out of the truck, I can't help but say, "So, you're creating quite the dating service at the gym, are you?" I try to act nonchalant about it, but figure I probably sound as jealous as I feel. Smooth, Anna. Real smooth. He grunts. I glance over at him as we walk up the stairs. Is that a yes? His eyes narrow in warning, and it causes my stomach to do a little flip.
That means your comment doesn't dignify a response, because you know the answer.
He's right. I do, but I still can't seem to help myself. Maybe. I toss over my shoulder before walking into his apartment. Just as I hear the door slam, Logan comes up behind me and pulls me back snug against him, one arm wrapping around my waist and the other across my chest.
What do you mean, maybe? Do I need to remind you, Anna, who I belong to?
My heart kicks into overdrive as a delicious shiver travels through me at his husky voice in my ear. He asks again as I try to find my words. His teeth gently nip my earlobe, drawing a moan to escape me.
Answer me, baby. Do I need to remind you?
Yes, he does. Because if he doesn't, I might combust from the heat thrumming through me. I nod, still having a hard time forming words through my dry throat. A low growl rumbles in his chest and vibrates against my back.
I was hoping you would say that.
Bringing his hands to my shoulders, his fingers slip under the straps of my sundress, and he begins sliding them slowly down my arms.
I will gladly remind you, and I'm going to make sure you never forget it.
Oh, God. My breath locks in my throat at the promise, anticipation humming through me for what's to come.
Other than annoyance, do you know what I feel if a girl approaches me, Anna?
I shake my head. Leaning in, he brings his mouth to my ear.
Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. You know why?
He asks, pushing my dress down until it pulls at my feet, leaving me in nothing but my pink lace thong.
Because they aren't my Anna.
His words have my heart flooding with warmth, and all the jealousy I felt moments ago evaporates.
Their eyes aren't warm like yours. Their hair isn't the right color or length, he whispers, pressing a kiss to the side of my neck. And their smiles don't light up every dark place inside of me, like yours does.
I swallow hard, absorbing every word. Knowing that I do that to him means more than anything else in this world. He steps back, and I hear the rustle of clothing before he comes up behind me once more, skin to skin. A fevered sigh escapes my lips as his heat envelops me. Slowly, he begins running his hands up my ribcage until he reaches my swollen, aching breasts, tweaking my sensitive nipples between his fingers. "Logan," I moan, loving the feel of his warm hands on my bare skin. Reaching up, I snake an arm around his neck and melt back against him as he brings my body to life in the most beautiful way with his touch.
My cock only gets hard for one girl, baby, and you're it. Even when I first got out and hadn't fucked in 4 years, they didn't appeal to me. Instead, I would come home and stroke my cock, thinking about my girl, my Anna.
His fingers pluck my nipples harder. The exquisite pain has my pussy throbbing with an intensity that borders pleasure and pain. With a whimper, I thrust against his erection, seeking the relief I desperately crave. His hand coasts down my stomach and stops just above the lace, his warm palm splaying on my lower abdomen.
One day, this is going to be swollen with my baby.
I second his sharp breath, my heart swelling at his words. Yes. His hand slides down further.
Mine,
he growls, cupping me. Yours, I agree on a whisper.
Damn right. Every fucking part of you belongs to me, just like I belong to you.
Gripping my hips, he walks me forward, then bends me over the side of the couch. Another moan escapes me as the cool leather greets my sensitive nipples. My erratic heart rate soars, and anticipation shoots through me at the unknown.
This okay, Anna?
He asks, his voice husky with arousal. I don't hesitate with my answer. Yes, it's more than okay. He trails his large, warm hand from the top of my spine down to the bottom, his lips following its path until I feel him kneel behind me. A low growl erupts from him as he cups my ass in his hands.
Jesus, you have the most beautiful ass I've ever seen. It's fucking perfect, just like the rest of you.
My breathing accelerates as his finger traces the lace material of my thong.
The things I want to do to you,
he murmurs. Then do them, I blurt out, before I can think more of it. I feel him tense behind me.
Be careful what you ask for, Anna. I only have so much control.
I can take anything you have to give me, just as long as it's you, I tell him truthfully.
Oh, it will always only be me, baby.
He plants a soft kiss to my lower back, then moves between my legs, facing the most intimate part of me. I gasp in surprise as he nips the inside of my thigh sharply. He licks the bite, soothing the sting before he runs his nose down the center of my wet panties. My entire body trembles as he kisses the top of each thigh.
You smell so fucking good,
he growls. Gathering the material of my panties in one hand, he tugs the lace to the side and blows gently on my pulsing clit. Oh, God. My knees weaken, and I'm thankful for the sofa that's beneath me. I squirm to bring his mouth where I desire him most.
You want me to lick your pussy, Anna?
God, yes, I whimper desperately.
Good, because I want that too. I love eating your pussy, baby.
He croons, just seconds before giving me what I want. A pleasured cry slips past my lips as his tongue swipes through my aching flesh. My panties are eliminated as he fists the scrap of lace in his hands, giving it a hard yank before delving back in again. This time he pays special attention to my swollen nub, giving it the attention it craves. Logan, it's so good, I moan, pleasure flooding every part of my body. His hands move to the inside of my thighs, and he pushes them further apart before plunging 2 fingers inside of me. Ah! I cry out at the delicious invasion, my hips moving to the rhythm of his tongue and fingers. At the feeling of my impending orgasm, I begin riding his face faster. Just before I reach sweet bliss, he slightly eases the pressure of his mouth and removes his fingers from me. A noise of disappointment leaves my throat. Why on earth would he stop? Before I can ask him, he takes the same 2 fingers that were deep inside of me and runs them through my wet slit all the way to the crevice of my ass. I tense as he stops at my small, puckered entrance, my heart jackhammering in my chest.
"Trust me, Anna,"
he murmurs. A small sliver of apprehension skitters down my spine. This is territory we have never stepped into before, but as nervous as I am, my curiosity is stronger. Licking my dry lips, I nod, then realize he can't see me. "Yes," I whisper. His fingers drag back and forth through my wet flesh as he lubricates them with my arousal.
"I'm going to make you feel good, baby. I promise."
He brings his mouth against me again, his skillful tongue easing my hesitancy. I feel him massage the tight hole with a wet finger before slowly sliding the tip of it inside of me. Oh, God! I still at the exquisite burn, a part of me craving more, and the other part wanting to force him out.
"Relax, baby. Just breathe and let me in."
Taking a deep breath, I do what he says and force myself to relax. As I exhale, he pushes in a little further, stretching me more than I thought possible. The painful pleasure is unlike anything I've ever felt before, like dousing gasoline to a fire. His tongue starts working my clit again, and it's exactly what I need. It isn't long before the pleasure overrides the pain, and I begin seeking more of his finger.
"That's my girl. Take my finger."
He hums in approval, the vibration of his words reverberating through my body.
"One day soon, it's going to be my cock invading this tight ass of yours, Anna."
Oh, God. My pussy clenches at the thought of him taking me that way. "Logan, please. I'm so close," I plead, anxious for him to push me over the dark ledge I'm teetering on.
"Shh. I got you, baby."
He captures my bud between his lips and sucks with an intensity that has me detonating. A scream of pleasure rips from my throat as ecstasy rocks me to my core. I buck against his face, splintering into shards of divine pleasure, soaring to a new high I never want to come down from. As my orgasm continues to tear through me, I vaguely register Logan move to stand behind me. In an effort to have him inside of me as quickly as possible, I push back, seeking him, needing him. I don't have to wait for long. Gripping my hips firmly, he plunges inside of me with a force that knocks the breath from me. A groan leaves him as he stills deep inside of me.
"We still good, Anna?"
he asks. His voice is tight with restraint. "So good," I moan, finding it hard to get words past my raw throat. "Please don't stop. I want everything you have to give me." With a growl, his grip strengthens on my hips as he begins fucking me with an intensity that has my knees buckling from his ferocious thrusts. Gripping the sofa, I bite my lip to stifle my screams.
"You feel this, Anna? Do you feel how fucking perfect this is?"
he says through clenched teeth.
"How could I want anything else when I have this? This is fucking heaven, baby. There isn't anything or anyone else that could ever come close to it."
"Logan," I whimper, his precious words completely contradicting the way he's possessing my body.
"You are mine. Say it."
"I'm yours," I moan softly, obeying the order.
"And I'm yours, baby."
It's a statement, but I find myself repeating it anyway. "You're mine."
"Look at me, Anna."
I crane my head back to look at him, the air seizing in my chest at the view behind me. Logan's powerful body is on full display, glistening with sweat. His eyes are wild with lust as he pounds into me, claiming me in a way that can only be described as animalistic. It's the most beautiful and real thing I've ever seen. The sight has a smile tugging at my lips, and it fuels one of his own.
Tell me you love me, baby.
I love you, I say easily, my smile growing bigger.
Forever.
Forever.
Good. Now come on my cock, so I can fill up your tight little pussy with mine.
Lifting my hips, he changes the angle of his powerful thrusts, hitting that hidden spot deep inside of me. It has me crashing over the edge for a second time, and it's no less intense than the last. Oh God, I'm coming again. I scream as ecstasy explodes through every part of my body.
Fuck yeah, you are. I can feel it all over my cock, baby.
He groans, just before stilling and following along with me into sweet oblivion. I slump over the sofa, completely limp, Logan's heat blanketing me. I couldn't move a muscle if I tried. I feel him drag his nose softly along my back before his lips press against my bare shoulder.
My Anna,
he murmurs softly. I smile and try to say something back, but all I can manage are a bunch of incoherent sounds at the moment. He chuckles, and after another brief kiss to my back, he pulls out of me, then sweeps me up into his arms. A note of disappointment leaves me as he heads to the bathroom. No shower, only bed.
We'll be quick. Then I'll take you to bed.
How about a bath instead? I suggest hopefully, knowing I'm in no shape to stand.
Baby, there's no way I'm fitting in the bathtub.
I lift my head from his shoulder to look at him. Can we try? He stares down at me, clearly not wanting to do it. Please, I add, summoning up my best smile.
Fine, we'll try,
he grumbles. I give him a triumphant kiss. Thank you, he grunts.
You're lucky I love you so damn much. I would not climb into a bathtub for just anyone.
I giggle at his grumbling, then decide to start the bath, since he stares at it, not really knowing what to do. Do you have any bubble bath? I ask, trying to keep a straight face. His expression is unimpressed.
Do you think I fucking have bubble bath?
Unable to contain it any longer, I burst out laughing. I'm just teasing. Trust me, you'll like this. It's much more relaxing than a shower. I climb into the steaming hot water first, then move up so he can get in behind me. It's a little small for someone his size. Okay, really small, but we manage. See? Easy peasy, I say, turning my head back to look at him. He cocks a brow, clearly not agreeing, but wraps his arms around me and pulls me back against his chest.
It's definitely much more appealing with you in here.
With a smile, I relax back against him, then grab one of his hands and kiss the inside of his palm before linking our fingers together. We sit in blessed silence, and I soak in the intimacy of being like this with him. He ends up breaking the quiet a few minutes later.
I talked to Janie earlier today.
How is she doing? I ask, realizing I haven't spoken to her since Logan has been back.
Good, by the sound of it. She wanted to see me again, but I told her probably not until this is over. She was disappointed, and it made me feel like shit. But we are so close to the end of this. I don't want anything leading back to them, not after what happened with you.
I nod, completely understanding that. Don't feel bad. I'm sure she understands. Once this is over, there will be plenty of opportunity to make up for lost time.
Yeah, when I'm not making it up with you,
he adds quietly, his arms hugging me closer. His words have me warming from the inside out. Sometimes I wonder how I made it the 4 years without him. What about your mom? I ask softly, hating to break the easy moment. I feel him suddenly tense.
What about her?
Have you spoken to her?
No.
I tread carefully, not wanting to upset him. Are you going to? He's quiet for a long moment. I start to think he isn't going to answer, but he eventually does.
One day. It's just...
What? I ask as he trails off.
I don't know, Anna. I'm still so pissed off at her. And that makes me feel like shit too because, in the end, she's my mom. But I lost out on a lot because of her choices. It's time I can never get back, and it's hard to swallow the resentment.
The pain in his voice is evident, even though he's trying to hide it. Taking his hand, I bring it to my mouth again for a kiss. I can understand that. I was mad at her too for a long time, I admit quietly. Sometimes I still am. But I try to let it go because bitterness is a horrible feeling. It's okay for you to be upset. You're completely justified for how you feel because you're right. You lost a lot from her choices. Just because you're mad at her doesn't mean you don't love her. And I think she knows that too. You obviously just need more time. One day you'll be there. Forgiveness won't happen overnight, but you will find it eventually. I know it. Silence surrounds us, and I start worrying that I overstepped. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything and just listened.
Sometimes, I don't like how smart you are. You make too much sense.
My apprehension vanishes, and a giggle escapes me. It's a gift. I'm hoping this is what will make me a good psychologist. He chuckles.
You will make an amazing counselor, baby.
So, you liked my idea about the clinic? I ask, wanting his thoughts now that it's just the two of us.
Yeah, it's perfect for you.
I hope so, I say quietly, wanting the opportunity to make that difference, to give back to people like Sarge and the guys who have impacted my life, for people who fight for our country.
I know so. Because if anyone can erase the darkness from someone's soul, it's you, Anna.
My heart stalls in my chest, his beautiful words taking my breath away. Sitting up, I turn around and straddle him. His hands possessively grip my hips as I wrap my arms around his neck and rest my forehead on his. Is that what I do to you? I ask, even though I already know the answer.
Yeah, that's what you've always done for me. That's why, when I tell you no one could ever compare to you, Anna, I'm telling you the truth.
I smile, knowing the jealousy I was feeling earlier was ridiculous because he's right. Nothing could compare to what we have, I say softly, my lips only a breath away from his.
Nothing, baby.
Forever, I whisper.
Forever,
he agrees, before sealing his mouth over mine, bringing the same peace to fill my soul as I do his. Chapter 20. Anna. I'm rushing down the hall to my next class, hating that I'm running late, when Charity comes running out from around the corner, looking frantic and terrified. I stop abruptly and grab onto her shoulders in concern when I see she's crying. Charity, are you all right? What's wrong? No, I'm not. You have to come quick, Anna. I need your help. What happened? She tries speaking, but sobs hysterically rack her body, making it hard for her to form words. Just calm down and tell me everything. I'll help you. She glances around the hallway, as if looking for someone, then shakes her head. Not here. Come with me, quick. Taking my hand, she pulls me behind her, making a beeline for one of the side emergency exits. I almost trip over my feet trying to keep up with her quick, purposeful strides. Charity, slow down. I can't, or they'll find us. Who? I ask, confused and a little terrified about what's going on. Just trust me, Anna. We have to move, now. We burst through the emergency exit, which leads into a deserted area at the back of the building. She continues to drag me behind her through the field until we turn the corner into an alley where an SUV is parked, not far from campus security. I'm out of breath by the time she stops. What the hell is going on? I ask, bending forward to rest my hands on my knees as I gasp for breath. When she doesn't answer, I look up to see her tears have stopped and a smile on her face. Unease ripples down my spine. Before I can anticipate it, she delivers a blow across my face with the back of her hand, the shock and power of it knocking me back. I trip over something behind me, landing on my butt. My hand covers the sting of her slap as I stare up at her in utter shock. Malicious laughter barrels out of her, making her look crazy, and nothing like the friend I thought I knew. That was too easy. You are so fucking stupid.
What the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy? I ask, tears welling in my eyes as I try to figure out what's going on. The sound of a car door opening draws me out of my shock. I look at the SUV behind Charity and see a man I don't recognize step out, his stance threatening. I quickly realize that I'm in very serious trouble. Without a second thought, I jump to my feet and turn to run in the opposite direction, but I'm yanked back by my hair.
I don't think so, bitch.
An angry shriek rips from my throat as I spin around in a swift move Jackson taught me and slam my fist in Charity's face. I only manage to clip the side of her chin due to the hold she still has on my hair, but it's enough to stun her. With a howl of pain, she loosens her grip for a fraction of a second. I attempt to make my escape, but before I can get away, big, strong arms grab me from behind.
No, let go of me!
The guy slams a hand over my mouth to cover my screams and drags me backward to the SUV. I fight with every ounce of strength I possess, but it's not enough. Terror robs me of breath when he hauls me into the back seat with him. Charity follows in after us and slams the door behind her.
Hurry up, Lewis! What the hell are you waiting for?
She snaps. Lewis? Logan's Lewis? At the familiar name, my gaze moves to the driver to see his face battered, guilt swirling in his eyes. Shaking his head, he turns around and puts the SUV in drive. Charity sends another blow across my face, catching me off guard.
You stupid bitch! That's for hitting me.
She delivers another one, and I'm helpless to do anything but take it since the guy still has his arms locked around mine.
And that's just because I've been dying to take you down a notch. I never bought your sweet little act.
I grind my teeth against the rage fueling inside of me, wanting nothing more than to hit her back. You're going to pay for this.
Oh, yeah?
By who? Your boyfriend? I remain silent, because I don't need to elaborate. We both know exactly who I'm talking about. She laughs.
You really are so dumb, Anna. Your boyfriend has no idea who he messed with. It's too bad, really. I wanted to fuck him before they got rid of him, but I guess I won't get that chance now.
You're both going down. Oh, God. Logan.
Chapter 21. Logan. As I drive to pick up Anna from school, my cell phone rings. I look at the call display before answering and curse when I see it's Lewis. I knew the call was coming, but I was hoping for a few more days of reprieve. A few more days of getting lost in nothing but Anna. With a disappointed breath, I answer the phone, knowing I can't put it off, no matter how much I want to. Yeah, Lewis, what's up? I need to see you. Can you come to the club? It's important. I tense, the tone of his voice putting me on edge. Everything okay? Yeah, it's good, but we need to talk in person. I found out some information on what we discussed the other day. I glance at the clock to see I have a few minutes to spare. Yeah, okay. I'm on my way, but I can't stay long. Don't worry, it won't take long. See you soon. I hang up and arrive 5 minutes later at the abandoned building that's been hosting all of the fights over the last few weeks. Looking around the parking lot, I notice the only vehicle here is Lewis's souped-up sports car. Nothing seems out of the ordinary, but I still can't shake this feeling that something is off. After sending Anna a quick text to let her know I might be late, I lean over and grab the gun I have in the glove compartment. I tuck it in the back of my waistband as I get out of the truck and head inside. As soon as I walk through the door, I can tell something's wrong. It's dead quiet and mostly dark. I go to reach for my gun when I hear one cock behind me. My eyes briefly shut, and I raise my arms, knowing I have no other choice. Fuck. I should have texted the agents. Cold steel presses against the base of my neck as my gun is confiscated from me. The guy gives me a quick pat-down as Lewis limps out from around the corner. His face a battered, swollen mess. The betrayal in his eyes has lead settling in my gut. What's going on, Lewis? I'm praying it's not what I think it is. He shakes his head, but before he can respond, the sound of clapping erupts through the silence. A man in a business suit walks up behind him, a cold smile on his face as he applauds. At last we meet, Mr. Knight.
Who the fuck are you? I ask, not in the mood for his games, hating his arrogant demeanor on the spot. The guy rears back in shock before throwing his head back and laughing. Well, considering you've been locked up for a while, I guess I shouldn't be too offended that you don't know who I am. He pauses, wanting to give me a moment to figure it out. I stare at him, unimpressed, and wait patiently for his answer. I am Philip Allen, the mayor of this fine city. He boasts the name as if he's the president of the United States. Some also refer to me as boss. You have got to be shitting me. The mayor of Charleston is boss? I have to admit, Mr. Knight, you had me fooled for a while. I'm really disappointed in myself. I should have looked further into your background, but I thought I could trust my right-hand man here, which ended up being my first mistake. Never trust a criminal, right? My hands clench at my sides as he knocks Lewis upside the head, especially when he takes it, keeping his head down. It's clear he's fucking terrified of this guy. Not something I've ever seen from him before. I hold on to my composure, appearing calm when what I really want to do is knock him out. What do you want? I'm sure you have figured out why you're here. I assume it was to find out the details for the final, but considering you have someone holding a gun to my head, I trail off with a shrug. Amusement lights up his face. I have to admit it's clever that the feds picked an ex-con to do their dirty work. I'm sure they told you what I did to their last agent, yes? I remain calm, hoping this is only a suspicion of his. I have no idea what you're talking about. Of course you do. It's why you were released early. He shakes his head. It's such a shame. I was really looking forward to the final, and so were many others. Many people are going to be very angry with this deception of yours, and a lot of money will be lost because of it. You really have no idea who you double-crossed. I haven't double-crossed anyone. I'm telling you, boss, he wouldn't do this. I know him, and Lewis's protest is cut off when he's knocked in the head again. Shut up. This is your fault. Fury settles in my gut, wearing down my patience. Listen, asshole, whoever your source of information is, they're wrong. I'm not working for the feds, so cut the shit and keep your fucking hands to yourself. His sharp, furious eyes snap back to mine. Oh, believe me, Mr. Knight, my source of information is very accurate. Now, I don't have time for any more games. I'm going to need you to tell me everything the feds have. If you do so immediately, I will make sure to end your life quickly. If you don't, well, let's just say, you don't want to find out the consequences. He can't be fucking serious. I watch him calmly, refusing to show any fear. There's nothing to tell. He sighs with disappointment. I was afraid you would say that. Craning his neck back, he calls out to someone. Darling, can you come out here and join us, please? Coming, Daddy. A female voice answers, sounding vaguely familiar. Come on, bitch, move, I hear, just before she steps out from around the corner. Shock jolts through my body like a bolt of lightning as I recognize Anna's roommate, Charity. Fear blossoms in my chest as I find it hard to breathe when I see her pushing Anna in front of her. Jesus, Anna! As I start toward her, I'm yanked back, but my instincts kick in and my composure snaps. With fast precision, I spin around and lock my arm around the asshole's elbow, then pull back until I hear it snap. His howl of pain explodes through the stagnant air as I catch the gun falling from his hand and slam the butt of it into his head, knocking him out. At the sound of Anna's cry, I turn around and train the gun at Mayor Allen to see him pointing one down at Anna as she's forced to her knees, with Charity's arm wrapped around her neck. I'm surrounded by imbeciles, he seethes. The stupid bitch cut my lip, Charity whines, wiping the blood from her mouth. You're going to fucking pay for that. She yanks Anna's head back by her hair, drawing another cry from her. My hand trembles with the urge to pull the trigger. Let her go now, or I'll put a bullet in your fucking head. That's not going to happen. Drop your weapon, Mr. Knight, or I will not hesitate to blow this girl's brains out. Logan? Anna's fearful whimper pierces my raging heart, but I don't look at her, knowing I'll lose my head if I do. For the first time since Anna walked out, I notice Lewis standing between Mayor Allen and Charity. Out of my peripheral vision, I see him moving closer to Charity. My eyes meet his for the briefest second, and he gives me a subtle nod. Relief fills me to know I have him on my side, giving me a small measure of hope to get us out of this. I will get Anna out of this, no matter the cost. Drop your weapon before you force me to kill her right now, the mayor threatens again. I shake my head. I can't do that. Not until you let her go. A malicious smile takes over his face. Don't say I didn't warn you, Mr. Knight. Before he can finish his sentence, I pull the trigger, but unfortunately he does too. My stomach bottoms out and my head spins. Everything around me falls into a dreamlike state, moving in slow motion. Anna's scream penetrates through the blood rushing in my ears as Lewis slams into her and Charity. I run toward them as the mayor drops from my bullets, one hitting him in the head. Just as I reach them, chaos explodes around us. I jump on Anna and cover her. Freeze! Nobody move! Looking back, I see feds swarming the place with their guns drawn. Oh God! Oh God! Anna's choked whisper breaks through the sound of my thundering heart. I bring my gaze to meet hers. She stares up at me, her tear-filled eyes wide and fearful as she trembles beneath me. Shit. Anna, baby, you okay? Rising up, I run my hands down her body and check for injuries. Remembering Alan pulled his trigger the same time as I did. Yes. Are you? She asks shakily. Yeah, baby, I'm good. Now that I know she's okay, I drop a kiss on her lips, needing to reassure myself. I've never been so fucking scared in all my life. A sob erupts from her, exploding against my lips. Shh, I'm sorry, Anna. I'm so sorry. I apologize, hating she was caught up in this shit all because of me. I was so scared for you. I'm okay. Anna! Jackson's shout interrupts me. I turn my head to see him frantically searching for her. How the fuck did they find us? Come on. I stand and help her to her feet. Jackson quickly spots us through the crowd. He races over and pulls her into his arms. Jesus, are you guys okay? Yes, Anna whispers. Thanks to Logan. I shake my head. Yeah, thanks to me, she was almost killed. The agents walk over to us, looking as unnerved as I feel. What the fuck happened? How the hell did you know where I was? I ask. Because of me, Jackson answers, raising even more questions. You? I put a tracking device in your phone a while back in case something like this happened. There's one in Anna's too. When you guys didn't come back to the gym and I couldn't get a hold of either of you, he trails off with a shrug. Anna gapes at him, both of us in shock over his unapologetic revelation. What the fuck? I'm about to rip into him for not fucking telling me, but before I can say anything, I'm cut off by an alarmed shout. We need a medic over here, stat! I turn to see a cop kneeling on the ground next to Lewis. Shit! I push my way through the crowd and drop down next to him. Dread swallows me whole when I see he's lying in a pool of blood. I realize the mayor's bullet hit him. Oh shit, Lewis! I grab his hand as the cop puts pressure to the gaping wound in his chest. I tried to stop him from taking her, he mumbles weakly. I didn't mean for this to happen. His words trail off as he coughs and sputters up blood. Shh, it's okay, man, don't talk. You're going to be fine. He shakes his head. Nah, I'm not. Yes, you are, don't say that. His eyes briefly shut, scaring the fuck out of me. I glance behind me looking for the medics. Come on, where the fuck is the ambulance? They're coming. ETA is 3 minutes. An officer yells back from the entrance, where I see Charity getting escorted out of in handcuffs. Logan. Lewis's hoarse whisper brings my attention back to him. We're good, okay? His breathing becomes shallower as he gasps painfully for breath. "We can talk later, save your energy." He shakes his head. "No, I need to say this. I know why you did it, and I don't blame you. You're better than me. Always have been." I grind my teeth against the fire burning my throat. That's not true. When you're better, we're going to hit the fighting circuit and cause havoc, just like we talked about. Even as I mutter the words, I know I'm lying. I know it's not going to happen. His hand squeezes mine gently as a small grin quirks his lips. "You got this, brother. Conquer the world." Those are the last words he speaks. With a final puff of air, his grip slackens from mine, and he slips away. His lifeless body blurs in front of me as my eyes burn with the same intensity squeezing my throat. "I'm sorry, man. So fucking sorry," I whisper, knowing it's not enough. It will never be enough, and this guilt will plague me for the rest of my life. Chapter 22. Logan. Dawn creeps in through my bedroom window as I lay in the quiet of the morning, staring at Anna's beautiful face that's soft with sleep. Her warm, naked body pressed against mine brings the only small measure of peace I've felt since Lewis's death. I can't stop thinking about the double standard. I wish more than anything that bullet never hit him. But then I remember it would have hit Anna, and just that small thought has a searing pain slicing through my chest. None of it is fair. Not even with that asshole being dead do I feel any kind of justice has been served for Lewis. Where the fuck did it go so wrong?
This whole operation went to hell, and there are still too many unanswered questions.
How did my cover get blown? Was it just from that psycho bitch Charity? Somehow I doubt it, and the agents agree. Even if it started as a suspicion, somehow they found out the truth. We can't even out the mayor yet for the piece of shit he is until we find out how I was discovered. Something I'm apparently not going to be a part of since my cover has now been blown, and we aren't sure who all knows about it. The only thing I can hope for is that bitch Charity cracks soon and gives us something. I thought for sure she would have caved by now. If you ask me, the agents need to be using a more threatening tactic. Give me an hour alone with her, and I'd gladly make her talk. Anything to bring Lewis justice. A knock sounds on my door, pulling me from my tortured thoughts. I glance at my bedside clock to see it's still early. Not wanting Anna to wake up, I carefully sneak out from under her, then throw on my jeans before walking out. As I get to the door, I look out the peephole first and curse when I see it's Bill, Anna's father. I'm so not in the mood for this shit this morning. With a heavy breath, I reluctantly open the door. Awkward silence fills the air as his gaze moves over me, taking in my half-naked state. Anna's still sleeping, I say, in a way of greeting. He clears his throat. I figured she would be. I'm not here to see my daughter. I'm here to see you. Me. He nods and gestures behind me. Can I come in and talk to you? I want to tell him no, but I don't, because it's Anna's father. No matter how he feels about me, I love his daughter, and I know she misses him. Moving aside, I allow him to enter, and try hard not to care what he thinks as he takes in my small apartment. What can I do for you, Bill? I ask, wanting to get this conversation over and done with. I want to apologize for the way I acted the other week. I was upset and worried about Anna when I went to her dorm and she wasn't there. When I found out she was with you, I was caught off guard and thought I had been lied to, but I still shouldn't have reacted the way I did. So for that, I'm sorry. I leaned back against the wall and crossed my arms. It's not like you didn't speak the truth. The fact of the matter is, I am an ex-convict, or rather a criminal, as you put it. You may have been convicted of a crime, Logan, but you are no criminal, and we both know that. I was angry and said things I didn't mean. I watch him for a minute, suspicion rearing its head at his sudden change of heart. Why now? Because, let's be honest, you've always hated me. You never wanted Anna to be with me. I never hated you. I resented the hell out of you, but not hate. Actually, I was quite envious of you. A bitter chuckle escapes me, but it vanishes when I realize he isn't kidding. You're serious? Very, he replies, his gaze never leaving mine. When my daughter came into this world, I vowed that I would protect her at all costs. I would never let anyone hurt her. 7 years ago, my entire world was shattered when I got the call she was taken. I knew I had failed. He pauses, visibly swallowing. When she came home, I made another vow that I would not let her down again. I would do everything to restore her life. But nothing I did worked. Nothing I did made her feel safe. She lived in constant fear. Every night her mother and I were awoken by her screams of terror until one night they stopped. Just like that. He snaps his fingers. It didn't take me long to figure out why. From the second night I knew you were sneaking into my home and into her bedroom. I falter, his admission shocking me. I was furious, as you can imagine. Not only the thought of a guy in my daughter's bed made me angry, but it wasn't like that. I start, but quiet when he holds his hand up. I know. Just let me finish. Yes, that bothered me, but I trusted Anna. I've always trusted her. What bothered me was that you made her feel safe when I couldn't. I hated it. This might be hard for you to understand now, but someday when you have a daughter, Logan, you will understand how hard that is. She's all I have. She was taken from me once, then twice when you came along. It's a tough pill to swallow. I don't want to take her from you. I just want to love her. I tell him honestly. I know I'm not good enough for her. I've always known that. But the truth is, I can't stop loving her, and I never will. I'll protect her with everything I am. I would die for her. He nods. I know. Jackson and Susan have been telling me that since the beginning. I'm shocked to hear Jackson has stood up for me from the beginning. But I shouldn't be. Not after everything he's done for my family and me. That thought has me remembering what Bill did, too. Thank you for getting my sister into that community college and paying for her tuition. Oh, I didn't. His words trail off in my expression, realizing there's no use in lying about it. Okay, I did. You're welcome. She's a very bright young woman with a great future ahead of her. She deserves to be there. I nod, agreeing with him. Your mother, too. I tense. I know she's made some mistakes, but she's a good woman, and I'm glad things are working out for her. The memory of the last time I saw my mother flashes through my mind, her face filled with agony and despair. It has a fresh wave of guilt running through me. Dad? What are you doing here? Anna's soft voice snaps me from my thoughts. She stands just outside my bedroom doorway, wearing my shirt and a pair of her tight shorts that always makes my dick hard. Not something I want to happen with her dad here. Hey, baby. I hold my hand out to her and she walks over, eyeing her father hesitantly. Bill stares back at her in a way that has me feeling sorry for the guy. It's clear he's missed her as much as she has him. It's all good. Your dad just came to talk, I explain, tucking her in next to me. That's right, Bill says, cutting in. I came to apologize to Logan for how I reacted last time I was here. It was wrong. I'm sorry to you, too. You really hurt me, she whispers sadly. I know I did, and I'm really sorry. I was caught off guard and I wasn't thinking clearly. I'm even more sorry for how long it's taken me to apologize. Jackson just filled me in on what happened, and it kills me to think those may have been the last words spoken to you. His voice cracks, shredding his composure. Anna leaves my side and runs into his arms, her own sob erupting as she hugs him. I love you, Dad. I love you, too. I decide now is the time to make my exit. I walk in the bathroom to take a shower, leaving them with the privacy they deserve. I stay under the scalding hot water for a long time, the billowing steam blanketing me, penetrating my senses and mixing with my inner turmoil. Thoughts of Louis and my mom weigh heavily on me, but most of all the question of, what now? Where do I go from here? What is my future now that this is done? conquer the world. As Lewis's last words plague me for the 1000th time, I wonder if the guilt will stay with me for the rest of my life.
Chapter 23. Anna. After my dad leaves, I walk back into the bedroom and drop at the end of the bed, wiping my wet eyes. As emotionally drained as I am from these last few days, I feel like the world has just been lifted from my shoulders. Even though I was angry with my dad, I missed him terribly. When I talked to my mom last night, to reassure her I was okay, I wanted to talk to him too, but he was gone. She told me he left after they got the news from Jackson about what had happened. I'm glad he came today and gave Logan the apology he deserved. I hear the shower turn off and glance at the bathroom, my heart swelling painfully at the thought of Logan. He's hurting so much. I can see it, feel it all the way to my soul, and it guts me. I'm still having a hard time comprehending what happened, especially with Charity. How could I not know she was so crazy, so vile? How stupid of me to think she was my friend. I'm thankful I never confided in her and told her about what Logan was really doing out of prison, though it was clear they figured it out anyway. Unfortunately, we still can't figure out how. The bathroom door opens, pulling me from my tortured thoughts. My gaze meets Logan's. We stare at each other for a long moment, his midnight eyes dark with the pain and guilt over Lewis's death. It has my own guilt surfacing, knowing Lewis is dead for taking the bullet that was meant for me. Does he blame me too? Is that why he's been distant? Or is he just hurting?
Hey.
He greets me quietly as he stands at the door, with only a towel wrapped around his waist. I muster up a smile for him. Hey.
You okay?
Yes. No. Are you? I ask, already knowing the answer.
I will be,
he answers honestly, before clearing his throat.
Is it okay if I drop you off at Jackson and Julia's a little early today? I'll come back for the barbecue, but there's something I need to take care of beforehand.
Curiosity instantly fills me, wondering where he's going, but I don't ask. Yes, that's fine. I can help them get ready. I'm happy to be spending the day at Jackson and Julia's with everyone. It's exactly what we need after the hellish last few days, to be around friends and family who remind us of the good. I think it's the reason why Julia planned for this barbecue with everyone. I'm hoping it will bring some peace for both Logan and me, and close the distance I feel between us. I need him. I need him back. Logan watches me carefully, trying to figure out my thoughts. I stand. I'll get in the shower so we can get going. I begin to walk past him, but he snags me around the waist before I leave the room and backs me up against the wall.
You sure you're okay, Anna?
He asks, bringing his face close to mine.
Tell me, baby, if you need something, and I'll give it to you.
I think about lying, not wanting to make matters worse with my insecurity, but instead, I ask him the one question I've been fearing. Do you blame me? He rears back, a confused scowl taking over his face.
Blame you? For what?
For Lewis's death, I whisper, my voice thick with tears for the second time today.
Jesus, no. I don't blame you at all. Why would you even think that?
I shrug. Because he wouldn't be dead if he didn't take that bullet for me. Instead, it would have...
Don't.
He grinds out, his breathing heavy as he drops his forehead on mine.
Don't even fucking say it. Just thinking of it being you rips me apart.
The tears I've been desperately trying to hold at bay begin to fall. I'm sorry. I just want to help you and I don't know how. I want things back to how they were with us. A deep breath escapes him.
I'm sorry, baby. I know shit sucks right now, and I'm trying to figure this out. But make no mistake, Anna, we are okay. We will always be okay. Nothing or no one will ever fucking change that. Do you understand?
I nod, since my throat is too tight to speak, thankful for his answer. He picks me up around the waist, my feet dangling off the floor as he crushes my body against his.
Tell me you love me.
I love you so much, I whisper. Leaning in, he presses a light kiss to my lips.
Tell me you're my Anna, forever.
I'm your Anna, forever.
And nothing will ever change it.
Nothing, I promise.
Damn straight.
His mouth takes mine in a fevered hunger, his familiar flavor that I yearn for on a daily basis exploding through me. My fingers thread through his damp hair as we get swept up in a storm of passion. His cock grows hard against my stomach. Logan, I need you, I moan, wiggling to get closer. I need to feel you inside of me. With a groan, he pulls back only long enough to rid me of my clothes and his towel. Then we are back together, mouth to mouth, skin to skin. He lifts me once again, walking us over to the bed before laying me down. His eyes move over me, making me feel beautiful.
I could stare at you like this forever and never tire of it.
With a smile, I reach for his hand, and he takes it, coming down on top of me and locking it above my head. After a brief kiss to my forehead, he gives me what I want. With one smooth thrust, he enters me, completing me. I sob at the utter perfection we make together.
God, Anna,
he groans, his voice hoarse.
There might be a lot of shit in my life I'm uncertain about right now, but not you, baby. As long as I have this, I will always have my place in the world.
His heartfelt words cut me. You'll always have me. Forever.
Forever.
His thrusts start moving at a delicious pace, filling my body and soul in the most beautiful way. Our pleasure penetrates the air around us as we soar to a place that's ours alone, where nothing exists but us. I vow to always be this place for him, to always be his solace, as he has always been mine.
Chapter 24. Logan. After I drop Anna off at Jackson and Julia's, I make the 2-hour trip to my mom's. The entire drive, I fucking crave a cigarette so damn bad, but I hold back, wanting to quit for not only Anna, but myself too. Even though she doesn't say anything, I know she hates it. Her eyes glazing over with sadness, as if I'm going to die on the spot from that smoke alone. The last thing I want to do is cause her more heartache, and I no longer feel the need for the freedom I felt from it when I was locked up. I'm pulled from my thoughts as I park across the street from my childhood home. I stare out at the place where I grew up, noticing again how different it looks. With no more holes in the siding, new windows, and the lawn trimmed neatly, it looks nothing like the miserable home I grew up in. I know that's thanks to Jackson, Anna, and her parents. The front door opens and out steps my mom with a watering can. She makes her way down the stairs and begins watering the flowers decorating the front of the house. I wait for resentment to hit me like a tidal wave, but it doesn't happen. It's still there, but not nearly as powerful as before. After what happened the other day, and seeing Anna with her dad this morning, my perspective has changed. I'll always have regrets about the past, but I can't change it, and in the end I love my mom. No matter how mad I was at her, that never changed. I know she did the best that she could at the time. What's important is she's changed for the better, and I need to forgive her not only for myself, but also for Anna and our future. Seeing how badly she was hurting today because of all my harbored guilt and bullshit made me realize it's time to let go and make amends with things in my life I can control. The first one is my mother. Next, we'll be dealing with Lewis and making sure his death is not in vain. Exhaling a deep breath, I get out of the truck and make my way across the street. My mom's on her hands and knees in the dirt, pulling weeds from her flower bed as I approach. As if feeling my presence, she glances behind her, her eyes wide with shock. "Logan," she gasps in surprise, quickly standing. "Hey, Ma." I greet her easily. "I'm sorry, but Janie isn't here. She's out with friends until later tonight, but I could call her if you want. I'm sure she would come back if she knew you were here." She rambles, clearly nervous. "No, that's okay. I didn't come to see her. I came to see you." You did? She looks downright terrified at the thought, and it makes me feel like shit. I didn't come to fight. I just want to talk. Do you have a minute? She nods, visibly relaxing. Yes, I always have time for you. I gesture over to the stairs and we take a seat on the front steps. I'm still in shock at how different the house looks. I start, trying to lighten the awkwardness between us. It does look a lot different. I love it. I've found a new love of gardening. She smiles, seeming genuinely proud. It looks really good. Her smile dims as she stares at me. It finally looks how it always should have. It looks like the home you should have grown up in. I shrug, my gaze dropping to the steps. Yeah, well, that wasn't the case, but it doesn't matter anymore. I'm glad things have changed. I'm glad both you and Janie are doing better. I pause, taking a moment to find the right words. I'm sorry for how things went down between us a few weeks ago. I was angry and not ready to let go, but I am now. I want things to be better for all of us, including Janie. At the sound of a sniffle, my gaze snaps back to hers and I see her crying. You have nothing to be sorry about, she hiccups, wiping her tears. I don't deserve your forgiveness. It kills me every day that I wasn't the mother you deserve, and even more so that you were punished for my carelessness. You'll never know how sorry I am for that, Logan. I love you so much. I've always loved you, even when I was too sick to show you. I think about you every day, and I will live with this guilt for the rest of my life. The last of her words fall off on a sob. Come on, Ma, don't cry, I say, my own voice hoarse as I pat her back awkwardly. We can't change the past, but we can move forward. So let's just focus on that. It will take some time, but it'll work out. Looking up, she gives me a sad smile before taking my face between her warm hands. You are such a good boy. You always have been, and I can't take any credit for it. On the nights when you would come home late from working so hard, I'd be passed out on the couch from drinking my guilt away. You would pick me up and carry me to my bed. I would lie there all night wondering how you could be so honorable when you had no role models. After all this time, I've realized it's just who you are. God graced you with courage, strength, and honor. I might not be able to take credit for it, but I want you to know how proud I am of you, Logan. I promise to show you every day how much I love you. I won't ever take you for granted again. I stare at her uncomfortably, not really sure how to take her affection because it's something I've never received from her before. I've always known she loves me, but just couldn't express it until now. Thanks, I mumble. With a lighter smile, she pats my cheek before releasing my face. So tell me what's going on with you. Janie told me what little information she had about you being released early, something I'm incredibly happy about. But I'm told you can't talk about it? I'm sorry, but I can't. Not yet. Fair enough. Just as long as you're okay. I'm okay. Then tell me something else. Tell me about Anna. She adds with a smile. You have seen her, yes? Yeah, she's a part of my life. She always will be. Her smile spreads at my admission. I'm glad to hear that. She's a special girl, and I know she hurt so much when you were gone. I hope one day she can forgive me too. She adds quietly. Don't worry, Ma, she already has. She's too good of a person to hold on to grudges. She's lucky to have you. I shake my head. I'm the lucky one. She is everything you deserve, Logan, and don't ever think different. You two are perfect for each other. I've always known that. Even back in the day, I saw how much you cared for each other. I didn't care for her. I loved her then, and I never stopped. I'm going to marry her. She gasps. You're getting married? Well, one day. I haven't proposed yet, but I plan to. After I figure out how the hell I can fix my life and be someone she can be proud of. The unwanted thought has me frowning. Oh my gosh, she squeals, clapping her hands. That makes me so happy. I want grandbabies, lots of them. Her words bring on a wave of panic. Whoa, hold up, don't be getting too ahead of yourself.
Anna is just finishing up college, and there's lots of things that need to be dealt with before anything like that.
I didn't mean right away, she chuckles. I want them from both my kids when the time is right. Janie is dating a nice boy right now, and it seems pretty serious.
I tense. What? For how long? She hasn't said anything to me about it. She shrugs.
She probably wanted to wait until you were done dealing with whatever it is you're doing. He's a very nice boy. He treats her good.
He fucking better or I'll kick his ass.
You'll like him,
she says, trying to reassure me. I grunt. I don't know about that, but if he's good to her, I'll tolerate him. She chuckles again.
He's very good to her. She's really happy.
I'm glad. A moment of silence settles between us. I glance at my watch for the time and see it's getting late. I better get going. I'm meeting Anna at Jackson's for a barbecue.
Oh, of course. Don't let me keep you.
We both stand and she watches me hesitantly.
Will you come back? Some other time when you're not busy?
Yeah, Ma. I'll come back.
Maybe you can bring Anna and stay for supper,
she suggests hopefully.
I've actually become a pretty good cook.
I'd like that. A radiant smile takes over her face before she walks over and wraps her arms around my waist, squeezing the life out of me.
I love you, Logan, so much.
I know. I love you too, I reply quietly. With a nod, she steps back and I see she's crying again. Fuck, I hate that. I'll come back soon, I promise. She waves me away.
I know. Never mind me, I'm just being emotional. Go on now.
I hesitate, not wanting to leave her when she's so upset.
Go on, Logan. Go to Anna. I promise I'll be okay. I can take care of myself.
I nod. All right. See you soon.
Bye.
I walk to my truck, feeling a hell of a lot lighter than when I came, and make my way back to Charleston. Back to my Anna. Chapter 25. Logan. The sky is gray and gloomy as I pull up to Jackson and Julia's a couple of hours later. The wind roars something fierce with the impending storm. As I exit the truck, I hear a commotion coming from the back of the house. I make my way to the backyard to see everyone frantically trying to move stuff inside. The kids run around like banshees, the little girls laughing as their hair and dresses whip in the crazy wind while the boys chase after them. "Everyone take cover! It's a tornado!" Parker yells, waving his hands in the air, trying to scare the girls.
"Parker, that's enough,"
Grace scolds from the patio.
"It's not a tornado. Now get in the house, all of you."
They all switch direction and run to the house, following her order. Annabelle is at the end of the pack. She trips and lands on her stomach, but no one sees her since they're moving everything inside. I rush over and kneel down beside her. "You okay, Annabelle?" I shout to be heard over the wind. She looks up at me, her small face pinched with pain as her ice-blue eyes hold back tears. "Want me to help you inside?" I ask, when she doesn't respond. At her nod, I lift her in my arms. A loud crack of thunder booms through the air. I start running, fearing for heavy rain to start at any moment. Annabelle squeals with laughter and hides her face in the crook of my neck as I bolt through the back door.
"Logan, hi!"
Julia greets me with a smile, but concern quickly darkens her expression as she takes notice of her daughter in my arms.
"What happened?"
she asks, rushing over to us. "I showed up when all the kids were running inside and saw Annabelle slip, so I helped her up."
"I'm all right, Mama. Thanks to Logan,"
she assures with a bright smile, before leaning over and giving me a sloppy kiss on the cheek.
"Thanks for saving my life."
You're welcome," I mumble uncomfortably as I pass her over to Julia. The rest of the group all pile around to say hi. The entire gang is here, including Sarge and Bandit. Even Christopher is amongst them. I haven't seen him since before the arrest and his career path of joining the Navy. He's a hell of a lot bigger than I remember him, but otherwise looks pretty much the same. Although Cade would never admit it, you can hear the pride in his voice when he talks about him at the gym. Apparently the guys have trained him to be quite the machine. I return their greeting and Christopher's nod, but my gaze quickly scans the room looking for one person only. I finally spot her at the entrance of the kitchen,
watching me with her smile that always reminds me that the world is fucking awesome, mainly because she exists in it. I weave through the crowded bodies and make my way to my girl, my Anna. Picking her up around the waist, I walk around the corner for some privacy and kiss her like I've been dying to since leaving her this morning. "Hey, baby," I mumble against her lips. Hi," she replies softly before pulling back, her warm eyes penetrating mine. "That was so nice of you to save Annabelle's life. I'm glad you made it to her in time." I smirk. It was a close call for sure. I'm rewarded with one of her sweet giggles that always does funny shit to my chest. "Did you work out whatever it was you set out to do today?" she asks quietly. "Yeah, I did." "Good." Her tone is light, but her smile dims. I sense the question she doesn't ask. "I went to see my mom." Her eyes widen in shock. "You did?" "Yeah, it was time." "I would have gone with you. You didn't need to go alone." "I know, but it was something I had to do on my own." She nods in understanding. "And how did it go?" "It went well, I think. Better than I expected." Her smile reappears. "I'm glad." "She wants us to come for supper soon, and I told her we would. I need to scope out this asshole Janie's dating." "His name is Ben. He sounds nice, and she really likes him." A scowl forms on my face. "What the fuck? You know too? Am I the only one who didn't?" She shrugs. "I guess so. They've been dating for a while now, close to 6 months. "Jesus," I murmur in annoyance. Why the hell wouldn't Janie tell me? "He sounds very nice. I'm excited to meet him." I grunt, which makes her laugh. Before she can say anything, the kid's round the corner. "Ooh, lovebirds," Annabelle coos. "It's time to eat, and Daddy says you better come out from around the corner or Logan is going to get his butt kicked. Well, he said ass, but I'm not allowed to say that word." Anna throws her head back and laughs, finding the entire situation amusing. I, on the other hand, don't. That guy is always interrupting my time with her. With a hard kiss on the lips, she pushes against my chest, giving me no other option but to let her down. Well, then, we best get moving. Taking my hand, Anna pulls me behind her as we follow the kids into the kitchen. Jackson is glaring at us as we walk in. I glare right back, letting him know I didn't appreciate his message. Anna gives his shoulder a playful shove as she walks by him. "Stop threatening my man to your daughter." "Then stop hiding around corners in my house." She rolls her eyes. "Fine. Next time I'll kiss him in front of you. A great big kiss that lasts a long time." His scowl furrows further at her smart-ass comment, making her and the rest of the girls laugh. "Knock it off, Jax," Julia berates lightly. "Yeah, man, you better watch yourself. Knight has almost bested you a few times in that ring," Evans tosses out with a shit-eating grin. Jackson grunts at the bullshit response, mainly because we all know I'm good, but not that good. I will probably never beat that fucker in the ring. Or any of them, for that matter. Assholes. "All right, everyone take a seat. Supper's ready," Julia says, carrying a salad to the table. Anna tugs on my hand again, bringing me to sit between her and Annabelle as everyone else takes their seats. It's just now I realize Cooper is missing. Where's Cooper? "He got a call. It sounds like he won't be back until early morning," Kayla informs me, regretfully. "Yeah, but he's busy locking up bad guys," Beckett adds, which brings a smile to Kayla's face. "I'm sorry Grams couldn't join us either. It's been a while since I've seen her," Anna says as she dishes her plate. "I know, but this cold she has is quite the doozy, and she didn't want to chance the kids getting sick. I'm glad Christopher could join us, though," Julia comments with a warm smile before looking over at him. "It feels like forever since we've seen you." Faith leans over and kisses his cheek. "It was the best surprise I could have gotten today." Ruthie leans over the other side of him and wraps her arms around his neck. "It sure was. We missed our Twistifer," she says, purposefully pronouncing his name how she always used to say it when she was younger, and gives him a giant kiss of her own. He shifts uncomfortably at their affection, but there's no denying how much he cares about them. "How long are you back for?" Jackson asks, breaking up the awkward moment. "Probably only a week or so." "Really?
After such a long stretch, usually you get to stay home a little longer than that, Sawyer remarks. He shrugs. I volunteered to go out sooner. A guy from Team 8 just had a baby, so I'm going in his place.
Well, I'm going to make sure this week is packed full then, Faith says. We'll go to the music festival in Charleston, visit my parents and Papa. Oh, and we better have a birthday supper for you in case you aren't back for it.
It's okay. I don't need a supper, he says, seeming less than enthused about the idea. She looks up at him, hurt evident in her gaze.
Oh, okay then. Sure, that's fine.
His hard expression weakens. Cade clears his throat, shooting a hard look his way. Okay, Christopher relents. A supper would be good, but just something small, okay? Faith beams at him, all hurt feelings gone.
Of course, very small, I promise.
A bunch of grunts sound around the table, no one believing her, but she doesn't let it dim her smile. A comfortable silence falls over the table, and that's when we hear a strange slurping sound. Hey, Jackson points at Sarge. You better not be feeding that damn dog under my table.
I'm not,
Sarge shoots defensively.
I am, Daddy,
Annabelle admits happily.
Bandit's gotta eat too.
Sarge reaches over with a smile and pats her head. Good girl. He glowers over at Jackson. I see your daughter takes after your wife. She has better manners than you. All of us chuckle at the expression on Jackson's face. Julia bites back a smile and leans over to kiss his cheek.
She's right. Bandit has to eat too.
I'll tell you what, baby girl, he says to Annabelle. I'm going to make you sleep with that dog tonight, and we'll see if you ever feed it table scraps again.
Sorry, Daddy, but I can't. I'm sleeping at Hope's tonight.
Since when? Julia asks. Hope looks over at Grace.
Mama, can Annabelle sleep over tonight?
Grace laughs.
As long as it's okay with her parents.
Annabelle looks over at Jackson and Julia, her hands clasped together under her chin.
Please, please, please,
she pleads, hopefully.
We want to have a slumber party.
As long as you take the dog with you, Jackson says with a smirk, glancing at Sawyer. Sawyer shuts down the idea fast. Hell no, that stinky dog is not coming to my house. Well, he doesn't want to anyway. He thinks y'all are a bunch of stinky bastards. Sarge snaps, making Anna giggle. Now quit picking on my dog.
Come on, Daddy, please,
Annabelle begs again. Fine, Jackson grumbles.
Yes!
Both girls squeal and clap their hands excitedly. Then I'm sleeping at Beckett's, Parker declares.
Parker?
Grace snaps under her breath.
You don't just invite yourself to someone's house. It's rude. It's fine, Kayla says. You know he's always welcome.
Good, because I'm not being stuck with a bunch of girls. Sawyer looks over at Grace, disappointment evident on his expression. It's times like these where I wonder if he's really my child. Laughter erupts around the table as Grace slaps his shoulder.
Whatever, Evans. That boy is all yours and you know it. I'm terrified for when he gets older.
He slings an arm around her shoulders with a chuckle. Don't be scared, Cupcake. Just be happy that God blessed you with all this perfection. She rolls her eyes, a smile twitching her lips. All talk ceases as we hear a bunch of motorcycles approaching the house, coming up the driveway. What the hell? Jackson mutters. I see something flicker in his eyes, a silent panic, just before the world explodes around us. My reaction is lightning quick. I take Anna to the ground, shielding her body with mine. Screams of terror fill the air as glass shatters and gunfire erupts through the house. Within seconds, everything stills. Only the sound of the kids crying and Bandit growling can be heard. Adrenaline pumps through my veins, my heart hammering as I comprehend what the fuck just happened. I glance up to see everyone on the floor, all the guys on top of their women and kids. Is everyone okay? Jackson whispers, looking around. Kayla, where are you? She's with me, Christopher replies from somewhere behind me.
Jax?
Julia's voice trembles.
What's happening?
My gaze meets Jackson's, a stone-cold fury lighting his eyes. Everyone just stay where you are. He listens for further movement before maneuvering around the corner and shutting off the kitchen lights.
A moment later, he returns with a handgun he obviously had stashed somewhere. "Daddy, I'm scared," Hope whimpers. "Shh, it's all right, baby, I've got you," Sawyer assures her. The sound of several boots crunch on gravel. "Sorry to interrupt like this," a deep voice calls from outside. "But you have someone in there that we need. I'm hoping you'll cooperate and send out Logan Knight for us before any more damage is done to your home and family." Fuck. I hang my head, guilt plaguing me. Anna's hand fists my shirt in fear. Jackson glances at Christopher, his expression harder than I've ever seen it. "Take everyone upstairs to my room. I have a case in the closet, code 25543. Keep eyes on the window. Don't shoot unless you have to or until we tell you to. Got it?" He nods. Jackson reaches for his phone and hands it to Julia. "Call the police when you're up there and keep everyone in the bathroom. Don't come out until one of us tells you it's okay." "Okay," she agrees, a sob escaping her. "Don't cry, baby. Everything's going to be all right." He turns back to Cade, Sawyer, and Sarge. "We'll cover them until they're up the stairs, then go into the den. I've got everything we need in there." He glances at me next. "You, stay with us." I nod. "No," Anna whispers harshly. "I want him with me, upstairs." I shake my head. "They're here because of me. I need to stay down here with them." "But—" "This is not the time to argue, Anna," Jackson snaps, cutting her off. "Just do what we say and help with the kids." She grinds her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. I drop a quick kiss to her forehead. "I'll be okay, baby. I promise." We get to our feet, making a wall as the others stand. "Faith, give me Mia," Christopher says, taking the crying 2-year-old from her arms. Cade gives Ruthie's hand to Faith. Anna takes Hope in her arms, then leans down and grabs Bandit's leash. Grace grasps Parker and Beckett's hands so Kayla can hold the baby. "I can hear your kids crying. Send Knight out before any of them get hurt," the voice threatens from outside. Jackson points the gun ahead of him, violence pouring off him, a similar brand of fury pumping through my own blood. He leads us to the entrance of the living room and reaches around the wall to shut off the lights, blanketing the house in complete darkness. "Everyone, move quietly but as quickly as possible," he orders before having Julia lead the way with Annabelle in her arms. The gun remains trained in front of him while shielding them with his body. As we move to the stairs, my gaze strays to the shattered window on the other side of the living room, but I can't see anyone. Christopher is the last to hit the stairs, a crying Mia tucked close to his chest. "I see you need some more motivation," the voice shouts before gunfire explodes again. "Fuck!" Sawyer bellows. "Go, go, go!" All quiet caution is thrown out the window as everyone races up the stairs. As soon as Christopher makes it up, we jump for the den door and take cover inside the room. "Motherfuckers!" Jackson roars as he maneuvers across the floor to the locked gun cabinet. "Come and shoot up my house with my fucking family inside. I'm going to fucking kill them." All gunfire ceases just as he hits a bunch of numbers on a keypad, and the cabinet opens, revealing enough weapons to start World War III. Jesus. Reaching up, he starts throwing out guns to Sawyer, Cade, and Sarge. They catch and load them within seconds. "You know how to use one of these, Knight?" "Fuck no," I hiss back. "I know how to use a handgun, a rifle, but not a whatever the hell that is." Jackson tosses me the handgun he had from the kitchen, then grabs one of the other big-ass machines. "My patience is wearing thin. I don't like waiting," the deep voice calls out. "Yeah, don't worry, motherfucker, you won't be waiting much longer because I'm going to blow you away, you piece of shit," Jackson murmurs, barely loud enough for us to hear, let alone whoever is outside calling the shots. The guys take up positions on either side of the windows, while I move closer to the doors so I can see if anyone comes into the house. I'm able to spot a few guys through the shattered vertical window. They're all decked out in leather and matching bandanas. I don't recognize any of them. "Check out the emblem on their vests," Cade remarks. "Yeah, I see it," Jackson responds, his voice hard. "Who are they?" I whisper, not having any idea. Sons of Death. Sawyer spits the name out. Who the hell is that? I ask, having never heard of them before. They're a biker gang. There aren't many of them, but they're no joke, Sarge explains. They have half the city in their pockets, and they'll kill you without a second thought. Well, fuck. How many do you count? Jackson asks. I've got 6 in sight, but I count 8 bikes, Cade replies. If you're waiting for the cops, they aren't coming. They're all a little tied up right now, the voice taunts. Shit, Jackson seethes. The call Cooper went on. They fucking knew he would be here. Sawyer looks at Jackson. Yeah, well, they didn't do their fucking research because the cops are the least of their fucking worries. We need to act now, Jackson. They shot up the place with our women and kids inside. I say we fucking end them. I agree, Sarge whispers, his tone deadly. I say we blow the motherfuckers away. Not until they're all in sight. I want to know where the other 2 are before we start firing. Let me go out there, I suggest, knowing this is my fault. I know the woods across the way better than they do. I'll lead them away from the house. Jackson points his finger at me in warning. You're not fucking going anywhere. You stay here. My patience is starting to wear thin. You have no idea who you're messing with. Jackson finally responds to him. Wrong, asshole. You don't know who you're fucking with. This is your only warning. Get off my fucking property before I bury every single one of you pieces of shit. We're not going anywhere until I get Knight. That son of a bitch has cost me a lot of fucking money and trouble. His girlfriend was warned. He should have listened when he had the chance. Now he's mine. I go still. A dangerous rage pumping through me when I realize it was these fucks who threatened Anna outside the shelter. We need to move, Jackson, Cade says, his voice hard. He gives a resolute nod. Wait, Sawyer hisses, a flash of panic in his hard gaze. Is that fucking gas I smell? As soon as the words leave his mouth, I smell it, strong and foul. Oh, fuck. Panic seizes my chest as I think about the kids upstairs, and Anna. Time's up. If Knight isn't out here in the next 3 seconds, I'm burning you all out. 1. Shit, Cade curses. If they've doused the fucking house, and this turns into an all-out war, it will light up like the 4th of July. It's going to anyway if we don't get them first, Sawyer argues. 2! My gut turns to lead, heavy and sinking. Knowing what I have to do, I glance up the stairs, my teeth grinding at the pain staking my chest like a hot spear as I think of Anna. 3! Just as the final number is called, I'm up and rushing to the front door, my heart shuddering in my ears at my resolution, my sacrifice, my redemption. Knight, what the fuck are you doing? Get back here! Jackson's furious bellow doesn't deter me. A sudden calmness fills me as I step outside to the unknown, my arms raised in surrender as I decide how the fuck I'm going to get out of this. I don't get the chance to think about it. My gaze meets the asshole calling the shots, a smile forming his lips. Now! The order is given, only a split second before bullets start flying from every direction. I try to move away from the house, but I don't make it far. A searing fire burns through my chest as I'm pumped full of lead. Each small piece of hot metal piercing my body is excruciating, but not as painful as the agony when I think about Anna and what this is going to do to her. She's the last thing I think about before I slip into darkness.
Chapter 26. Anna. After calling 911 and not being able to get through, we called the police department, only to find out there was a big accident on I-90, about 20 miles south, that had most of Charleston and Sunset Bay authorities tied up. While Julia tried explaining the severity of our situation, Kayla used her cell phone to call Cooper. Thankfully, he answered and promised he was on his way with backup, but precious time was wasted. Time we might not have. Mama, I'm so scared for Daddy, Annabelle cries, clinging to Julia as she sits, leaning against the bathtub.
It's okay, honey. Daddy knows what he's doing, and the police are on their way, she assures her, her own voice quivering as she tries to remain strong. My heart aches to hear all the kids crying and for everything they witnessed. I run a hand through Bandit's fur, feeling him quivering beneath my fingers as I try to soothe my own fear. They want Logan. They're here to hurt him. My eyes fall closed at the terrifying thought. I look over at Julia when she grabs my hand and gives it a reassuring squeeze. It'll be okay, Anna, she assures me. But there is no denying the fear in her eyes, the same one that's in everyone else's. How far is he, Kayla? I ask, sensing our time is running out. He's less than 5 minutes away. Out of nowhere, a sudden wave of terror strikes me, rocking me to my core. It's so strong it robs me of breath and makes me gasp to pull in air. Anna, what is it? Faith asks. Something's wrong, I choke out, getting to my feet. I can't describe how I know, but I feel it to the depths of my soul. Something is very wrong. Knight, what the fuck are you doing? Get back here! Jackson's distant roar has me reaching for the door handle, panic tearing through me. Anna, wait! Julia shouts. I don't wait. I can't. Not even if I wanted to. Fear has my body moving on its own accord. I open the door to see Christopher, with the massive gun trained out the window. Shit, what's he doing? His words have my hysteria escalating to a whole new level. It's the last thing spoken before explosive chaos sounds throughout. Logan! I cry out his name, my legs buckling beneath me in unadulterated terror. I cover my ears from the deafening sound of gunfire as tortured screams tear from me, burning my throat and searing my soul. The pain is so powerful, I could have sworn every bullet was plowing through my chest. Within seconds, everything is silent, except for the painful pounding of my heart. Logan! His name falls on a sob as I get to my knees. Christopher spins around to look at me, his expression revealing my worst fear. Oh, God! Getting to my feet, I run. Anna, stop! He shouts. But fear has me pushing harder and faster. I fly down the steps, stumbling on the hardwood, but I feel no pain, only desperation. Please, God, please, God, please, God. The front door is half open, bodies scattered across the front yard. But I see him there on the steps, the guys on their knees surrounding him. Horror slams into me like a freight train, agony slicing through me like a hot blade. Logan! Fuck. Before I can make it outside, Sawyer runs in and grabs me around the waist. No, let go of me! I thrash against him. Logan! I scream for him again and again, begging him to answer. Let me fucking go! I need to see him. He needs me. I hit Sawyer with every bit of strength I possess, clawing at him as desperation robs me of all coherent thought. Anna, stop. Just fucking stop. He takes me down to the ground, pinning me. Please just stop. His tortured voice cracks and stops me cold. I stare up at him through blurry vision, and for the first time in my life, I see Sawyer's eyes filled with unshed tears, his expression desolate. It's then that I know this is as bad as I fear. No, please let me go. I can help him. He shakes his head, his jaw flexing. No, you can't. I'm sorry. So fucking sorry. At the finality of his words, a piercing scream rips from my chest, the agonizing sound shattering the silence. I scream until I can't feel anything. I scream until I'm completely dead inside. Because without Logan, I am. Chapter 27. Anna. I sit in the waiting room of the hospital, numb and frozen, staring at the stained white walls in front of me. Jackson sits next to me with an arm around my shoulders, holding me close. His warm strength has always brought me comfort, but not this time. Only one person can bring me solace right now, and I shudder to think I may never feel his soothing touch again.
An image of the paramedics trying to resuscitate Logan plays through my head. How they shocked his lifeless body over and over again is something I will never forget. A fresh wave of agony rips through me at the thought, but I'm too dead inside to feel it. Cade walks in from around the corner and sits next to a grim Sawyer. I try not to look directly at him, knowing he's covered in Logan's blood, just like the others. So much blood.
I just talked to Faith,
he says, breaking the heavy silence.
She said they finally got all the kids to sleep. Christopher and Sarge are both staying with them at the main house until we get back.
I feel Jackson nod before he hugs me closer.
Can I get you anything?
He asks, his voice gruff.
Something to drink, eat?
I shake my head. He blows out a frustrated breath at my silence.
Say something, kid. You're scaring me. You haven't said a word.
I shake my head again, not able to give him what he wants. I'm not capable of it. I've lost all feeling. That's until two men round the corner in a rush, men that have my blood temperature rising to a dangerous level.
What the hell happened?
Agent Davis asks, glancing at all the guys in shock. Probably from the amount of blood covering them. Logan's blood. Fury surges through my numb body like a jolt of electricity, shocking me with the dose of reality I need. It only takes me a few strides before I'm in his face. How dare you show up here? I grind out through my painfully raw throat. You have no right to be here. Before I can control myself, I lunge for him, fists swinging. Both agents jump back, their eyes wide with shock. Cade intercepts me just before I reach him, but I don't give up. I hate you! This is all your fault! I scream, sobs erupting from deep within my chest again.
Save your strength, Anna. They're not worth it.
Cade murmurs close to my ear.
We just want to know what happened,
Agent Davis says, his voice quiet.
Why don't you tell us?
Jackson comes to stand in front of me, a quiet rage pouring off of him.
What do you mean? How the hell would I know?
He reaches for the agent, grabbing him by the shirt.
Because it's your fucking case, you son of a bitch.
He seethes, pinning him against the wall.
My house was shot up, with our goddamn families inside. So you tell me what the fuck happened. You tell me how this turned into the clusterfuck that I knew it would be. I don't know,
Davis shouts, pushing Jackson away from him.
We kept everything under wraps. The only person who knew about Knight's cover is Charity Allen, and she's still in custody. We have no idea how it got leaked.
Well, it doesn't matter anymore, does it? I bite out bitterly, my words dripping with disdain. Because the damage is done. But why would you care? He's just an ex-convict, right? The agent grinds his teeth.
That's not true. Get the fuck out of here, Davis. Go do your job, and find out what the fuck happened before I lose my control and bury you, like I promised I'd do if anything like this happened.
Davis glares back at Jackson for the threat, but thankfully takes his warning seriously. Both he and Agent Brooks turn and storm off. I stare at the empty space they just left, my heart thundering furiously. I hate it, because I can feel again, and the pain is so powerful it has my knees weakening. Jackson grabs me from Cade and pulls me against him. This can't be happening, I sob against his chest. I can't lose him, not again. I won't survive it.
It's going to be okay, Anna. He's tough. If anyone can survive this, it's him.
I shake my head, having a hard time finding hope, especially when all I can think about is how his heart wasn't beating.
Excuse me. I was told my son is here. Logan Knight.
I tense, recognizing the familiar voice that trembles with emotion. I spin around to see Logan's mom, Miranda, and his sister Janie at the nurse's station.
Please, can you tell us if he's okay?
The nurse puts a hand on her shoulder and leans in close. Whatever she tells her has Miranda clutching her chest as grief overcomes her. Janie buries her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking in agony. The nurse points at the waiting room, and their gazes snap to mine. Oh my God, Anna. Janie runs to me and wraps her arms around my neck. I hug her close as she cries, but my gaze remains glued to Miranda as she stares back at me. She shifts uncomfortably and stays where she is. It's clear she's unsure of her welcome with me. Jackson is about to go to her, but I stop him with a hand to his chest. I give Janie one final squeeze before stepping back and walking to Logan's mother. I stop in front of her, and for a moment, all we do is stare at one another. The same midnight blue eyes as her son's are filled with a comparable devastation to mine.
Anna.
Her breath hitches as she greets me by name, trying to hold in the pain threatening to take her. Her heartbreaking expression has me leaning over and hugging her. She clings to me tightly, weeping in my arms.
I don't understand. I just saw him earlier today. He finally forgave me. How could this happen?
She asks the same question that I've been asking myself over and over again. Since I don't have the answers for her, I do the only thing I can. I hold her and offer her my comfort. Janie joins in, wrapping her arms around both of us. A minute later, Jackson comes over and puts a hand on my shoulder.
Why don't you guys have a seat? Sawyer just went to get coffee and food.
With a sniffle, we step back from each other. Miranda looks up at Jackson through her tears and gives him a nod.
Jackson. Hey, Miranda. Sorry I'm not seeing you again under better circumstances.
Me too, she whispers. He puts a hand on her back and guides her to a chair. Janie and I sit on either side of her, and Jackson takes the seat next to me. He wraps an arm around my shoulders and kisses the top of my head. I keep hold of Miranda's hand, but lean into him, feeling emotionally spent. Sawyer ends up coming back with food and drinks. I have no appetite whatsoever, but Jackson forces me to eat a little. Cooper shows up not long after we finish eating, looking as upset as everyone else in the room. He and the guys go to a corner to discuss things quietly, something I'm grateful for, because I don't want to hear about tonight's events, not right now. Nothing matters at the moment but Logan. 3 excruciating hours later, a doctor steps into the waiting room, dressed in sky blue scrubs and a cap, scanning the waiting room.
Night, family?
We all stand. My stomach twists painfully as I try to gauge his expression. His eyes are sharp and focused, but sweat dots his forehead beneath his cap, showing signs of stress. Miranda grabs Janie's hand and mine.
We're Logan's family. I'm Dr. Vale. Logan is out of surgery.
How is my son, doctor? She asks, her question barely above a whisper. My heart thunders in my ears as I wait for his response.
He's in stable condition right now, but he lost a significant amount of blood from his injuries. He received multiple blood transfusions, and I was able to remove the bullets. All 6 of them.
A sob of relief escapes me, and I sink against Jackson. Dr. Vale's eyes lock on mine.
He's lucky. He was shot very close to his heart, an inch to the left, and it would have been fatal. Due to the close proximity of the bullet, it took quite a bit longer than expected to remove it without causing further damage to the surrounding tissue. Fortunately, there is no damage to his heart or lungs.
Oh, thank God, Janie cries, hugging Miranda. I cling to Jackson, his arms squeezing me tight.
I told you he'd pull through,
he says, close to my ear, but there's no denying the relief in his voice. He was as worried as the rest of us. Can we see him? I ask the doctor, praying he says yes. He hesitates before nodding.
Yes, however, only one at a time. He's stable, but he needs rest. He's in recovery right now, and then we'll transfer him to a private room in the intensive care unit, where he can be more comfortable, and we can keep a closer eye on him as he heals.
I look to Miranda and Janie, knowing I should offer for them to go first, but the words don't come out of my mouth. Miranda smiles.
You go first.
Are you sure? I ask, feeling guilty, but not enough to give up the chance at being able to see him right now.
Yes, I know he'd want you to be the first person he sees when he opens his eyes, so you should be the first to go in.
Thank you.
I hug her, then turn to Jackson. Go on, kid. I'll wait here for you. Giving him a small smile, I followed the doctor down the corridor, my feet not moving fast enough. He leads me into the post-op room, where a nurse is hanging a bag full of clear fluid on the IV pole next to the bed. I falter as I take in the amount of monitors and machines hooked up to him, my heart twisting at the sight. To see him looking anything less than powerful guts me. He's alive, Anna. That's all that matters. The doctor puts a hand on my shoulder. We'll give you some privacy. Thank you, Dr. Vale, for everything. You're welcome. After a gentle squeeze to my shoulder, he and the nurse walk out and leave me alone with Logan. I pull a chair next to the bed and take his hand, hating how lifeless it feels as he sleeps off the anesthesia. You stupid, courageous, honorable man, I choke out. As angry as I am at what he did, I know it was an act of honor. He sacrificed himself to save the rest of us, and it's his courage that makes me love him as much as I do. Releasing a sad breath, I lean down and place my lips to his knuckles while hot tears slip down my face. You're Anna. Forever, I whisper.
Chapter 28. Logan. 3 weeks later. I'm sitting up in the hospital bed watching my girl bustle around, enjoying the beautiful view of her ass as she bends over to finish packing up my suitcase. I'm glad to be getting the hell out of here today and going home. I've been going crazy these past few weeks. The bed sucks, the food sucks even more, and most importantly, there's no privacy. I need to go home and sleep in the same bed as my girl. I need to feel her naked body against mine, something I didn't think I would ever feel again. Logan, did you hear me? My eyes snapped to Anna's face to see her looking over her shoulder, watching me ogle her ass. She stands with her hands on her hips, her lush mouth lifting with an amused smile. What? I ask. Don't you what me? You can't expect me not to stare at your ass when you're wearing those shorts, Anna. It's impossible. You would look at my ass with or without the shorts. That's very true. I agree, not ashamed to admit it. With a giggle, she moves toward me, her long, sexy legs closing the distance between us. I turn and drop my feet on the floor. She stops about a foot in front of me, not close enough. Reaching out, I hook my finger in the front of her shorts and pull her between my legs. Her hands grip my shoulders to steady herself, and mine move to the part of her body I couldn't stop staring at, her ass. Leaning in, I kiss the swell of her breasts, outlining her fitted red tank top, her sweet scent penetrating my senses and making my dick hard. Jesus, I need her in the worst way. She moans, her fingers clutching my hair. Stop that. It's hard to resist, and you heard what the doctor said. Nothing strenuous for at least 2 more weeks. Fuck that. I heard no such thing. Yes, you did, and we're going to be good when we go home and follow orders. Actually, I don't plan on being good at all when I get you home. Not one bit. I mumble against her soft skin. Yes, you are, because I don't want you to end up back here. Not ever again. The soft note to her voice has me looking up at her. Her sad brown eyes peer down at me, striking me like a physical blow to my healing body. No being sad, baby. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be. I just want you to be better. I am better, and I'm going to keep getting better. If I wasn't okay to go home, the doctors wouldn't release me. She shakes her head. I know, you're right. I'm sorry for being such a downer. I guess I'm just nervous. I pull her in closer to me, hating the fear in her eyes, something that I know will take a while to erase after the clusterfuck we just got out of. I know these past few weeks have been hard, but you don't need to worry anymore, Anna. The feds have what they need. Everyone who had a part in what happened to me is either dead or being locked up. No one will ever hurt us again, I promise. Okay? She nods. Yeah, okay. Give me your mouth, baby. Let me taste what's mine. She leans down and gives me what I want, her sweet flavor flooding my senses and soothing my broken body. This I groan against her lips. This right here, Anna. It's all that fucking matters. It's all that we need. Just each other. Yes. Reaching up, I cup her soft cheek, brushing my thumb across her lip. We're okay, I tell her again, staring back into her warm eyes. Say it. We're okay. Forever. Forever, she whispers. A knock on the door breaks us out of our moment. Anna steps back and turns just as it opens to reveal Cooper. Hey. He glances back and forth between us. Am I interrupting? No, not at all. Anna lies. Come in, I'm just packing up the rest of his stuff. He's getting discharged today, she tells him, her smile genuine. So I heard. That's good news, especially for Dr. Sissy. I don't think he enjoyed putting up with those 3 burly bastards over the last few weeks. Cooper chuckles, referring to Jackson, Sawyer, and Cade, who dislike Dr. Carson, or rather Dr. Sissy, as they like to call him. In the past, he has hit on their women, and it's something they refuse to let go. Thankfully, they acted civil. Well, for the most part, Anna adds with a smile. He grunts. No punches were thrown. They were very civil. True, she snickers. Anyway, glad you're here. I need to make a few phone calls before we leave. You can take care of him while I'm gone. My gaze shoots to hers, narrowing in annoyance. I don't need anyone to take care of me, I grumble, not appreciating the babysitter. Well, except for her, but she has to be naked while doing it. She rolls her eyes. Fine, he can keep you company. Is that better? She giggles at my silence and moves in to give me a loud, smacking kiss on the cheek. Don't frown, Logan, or your face will stay like that, she says in a deep voice, attempting to replicate mine. I glare harder at her, not finding her sassy ass as funny as she does. Okay, I'm going now. Be good for Cooper. Giving me a saucy little wave, she walks out the door, her laughter trailing after her. I glance over at an amused Cooper. Welcome to the club. What club? The one where you're in love with a smartass. It's a secret club us guys have. You can be a part of it now. I'm the president, because my wife is the biggest smartass of all. I'm not going to disagree with him. Kayla definitely holds the cake for being a smartass. I chuckle, flinching slightly when pain radiates across my chest. Still hurting? I shrug. Not nearly as much as last week. He sits in the chair against the wall, across from me, a moment of silence stretching between us as I wait for him to say whatever's on his mind. Everything okay? I ask, when he doesn't say anything. Did something happen with the case? Don't tell me Charity went back on her statement. No, nothing like that. He pauses, running a hand through his hair. I came to apologize. My brows furrow in confusion. Apologize? For what? For what happened to you. To find out your cover was blown thanks to a dirty fucking cop in my department. A heavy breath leaves him as he talks about Deputy Cunningham, a cop the mayor had under his belt. When suspicion was raised, he went snooping around Cooper's office and found my file. He also helped set up the accident Cooper was called out to that night so no one would be around when those assholes showed up at Jackson's. Dirty motherfucker. He's not the only one. Throughout these past few weeks, many prominent members of society have been named. Judges, lawyers, politicians, to name a few. They all would have been at that final, taking pleasure in watching someone beat a guy to death, and it's all done for entertainment and another way to make more money. It was just one big ring of fucking corruption. I was happy to know Colan wasn't a part of it. Cooper did some digging around and found nothing linking him to this at all, and his name wasn't brought up with everyone else's. Guess it wasn't him I saw at the club that night after all. Jesus, it drives me fucking crazy to know that prick worked for me for 5 years and I had no idea, Cooper says, drawing me from my thoughts. You don't need to apologize. What happened to me isn't your fault. It would have happened either way. Those assholes were planning on ending me, even without knowing my cover, for the simple fact that I lost them a fuck ton of money, I say, talking about the Sons of Death. I still feel like shit about it. If not for Cunningham, your cover wouldn't have been blown. I hope that feds don't cut him any deals, and the asshole gets charged to the fullest extent. Prison sucks for anyone. I can't imagine what it will be like for him. I'm just glad this shit is finally over with, especially for Anna's sake. The last few weeks have really messed her up. I just want to move on and make it better for her, I admit. Something flickers in his sharp gaze. So tell me, what's your plan now? What do you mean? I know exactly what he's asking, I just don't have an answer for him. Now that you're done with the feds, what's your plan for work? After you're done healing, of course. I shrug. Truthfully, I don't know. I thought about checking out EFC, but Anna doesn't want me to fight. I'm not sure I have much of a choice, though, not if I want to make a decent living. He nods. I talked with Anna a while ago, just before everything went down. She told me you always wanted to be a cop. My girl and her big fucking mouth. I shake my head. Yeah, well, that was a long time ago, and we both know it's never going to happen, so let's change the subject. I say, not in the mood to talk about this shit right now. Okay, let's change the subject. He reaches into the inside pocket of his coat and pulls out a sealed envelope before holding it out to me. What's this? Open it and find out. Taking the envelope, I open it and pull out the folded legal document. I spend minutes reading it. I read it over and over again, swearing it can't be real. What the hell is this? It's a pardon. I stare at him in complete and utter shock. Are you for fucking real right now? I would never joke about something like this. But how? How did you do this? I went to the feds and told them they owed it to you. You deserve this. I know it. The feds know it. And I think you do too. I continued to gape at him, completely speechless. Look, what happened all those years ago was an accident, and we all hated that you paid for it. You were given a chance to make things right, and you more than did that. Not only doing what you did for the feds, but you also ran out of the house that night, laying your life on the line to save everyone inside, my family included. You would make a great fucking cop, Knight, and you deserve this chance to do it. Your record is wiped clean. I have a spot held for you at the police academy that starts up in a month if you want it. I could use another deputy after you finish. I shake my head, not believing this is happening. I don't know what to say. I swallow thickly, my words gruff. So you'll accept it. Take this second chance to do what you've always wanted to do and come work for me. I don't think twice about taking it. I nod, not being able to form words at the moment. You got this, brother. Conquer the world. At the sound of Lewis's last words, I drop my head in my hands, my throat and eyes burning like a motherfucker. I hear the door open and know who it is before I even hear her. Hey, Anna greets quietly. Everything all right? I keep my head down, unable to look at her right now, or anyone for that matter. Yep, we're good. I just finished giving him the pardon. I think he's in shock. Cooper explains with a chuckle. Clearly this is something she already knew about and why she left us alone. I gotta run. I have a meeting, but we'll talk soon, Knight. I nod as he claps me gently on the shoulder. At the sound of the door shutting, Anna comes to stand in front of me. I grab her around the waist and bury my face against her slender stomach. Thank you. I choke out the words, knowing this is all because of her. Her fingers slide in my hair as she leans down, bringing her mouth to my ear. I'm just glad it worked out, and Cooper could do this. You deserve this, Logan. You deserve to be happy and live all of your dreams. Jesus, I'm the luckiest motherfucker alive to have this girl. I lean back to look up at her. Her hands immediately go to my face as she stares down at me. Encircling her wrist, I kiss the palm of her hand. As long as I have you, Anna, I'll always be happy. I don't need anything else but you. She graces me with one of her pretty smiles. The nurse has everything we need to discharge you. Let's go home. Yeah, baby, let's go home. After signing the discharge papers and stopping at the pharmacy for my prescriptions, that's exactly what we do. I walk up the stairs to my apartment building with Anna close by my side, fussing over me and trying to take my bag. I can carry my bag, I'm good. She finally relents with a huff. Stubborn, she grumbles, bringing a smirk to my lips. As soon as we walk in the apartment, I slam the door,
pin her against it, and claim her sweet mouth the same way I want her body. A sexy moan slips past her lips, and her fingers clutch my shirt to bring me closer, her tongue matching mine, stroke for stroke. My hands move to cup her ass, bringing her against me. Jesus, I fucking need you. But the doctor said, fuck what the doctor said, he's stupid. I don't want to hurt you, she breathes against my lips. The only thing hurting right now is my cock. I need to feel you, Anna. I need to be inside of you. I need this girl more than I need my next breath, and if loving her brings me pain, so fucking be it. I need you so bad too, she whispers. Reaching between us, I slip a hand in the front of her shorts, my fingers gliding through her soaking wet slit. Then let me inside this sweet pussy of yours. Let me take away your ache, baby. Instead of letting me do exactly that, she pushes me away, careful of my wounds. I groan in disappointment and reluctantly remove my hand from her shorts. Bracing my hands on either side of her head, I drop my forehead on her shoulder, thinking I've lost this battle. It makes me want to weep like a fucking pussy. She frames my face and brings my gaze to hers, a smile gracing her sexy mouth. There's nothing to be smiling about right now, Anna. She giggles, finding something amusing. Actually, there's a lot to be smiling about right now. The fact that you're alive to even want me is something that's worth smiling about forever. She's got me there. She takes my hand from the door and presses a kiss to my palm before twining our fingers together. Come here. I have something to show you. My heart pounds in anticipation as she leads me to the bedroom. I'm praying she's changed her mind and she's going to show me what she has under those clothes. I come to a halt as we enter the room. There are hundreds of balloons floating around, all different colors with messages written on them. From friends and family, she explains, before handing me a purple one that's from Annabelle. I take it from her and sit on the end of the bed. The words, "You're my number 2 hero," is written on it with felt pen. A smirk touches my lips, assuming Jackson is number 1. Anna passes me a yellow one next, from Hope and Grace, telling me they're creating a hero pie just for me, and wishing for me to get better soon. Next is a green one from Sawyer. I grunt when I read, "Get well soon, pussy." My mom and sister share a blue one, with a message telling me how much they love me, and how proud they are. I go through each one, emotions I've never felt before swirling inside of me as I read all the messages. I get to Jackson's near the end and read the words, "Maybe you're not so bad after all. I declare you good enough for my sister. I declare you a brother." I stare in shock at the words, something I didn't think I would ever get from him, because let's face it, no one is good enough for Anna, and I'm the first one to admit it. The last balloon that Anna passes to me is from her. In bold letters, she took notes from Annabelle but switched it up a little. "You're my number 1 hero. Love your Anna forever." Those are the best words I ever could have gotten from her. They are the words I've longed to hear from her. That no matter how close she and Jackson are, I'm her number 1. She is mine. At the sound of shuffling, I look up to see her pull her shirt off, revealing full, perfect tits covered in purple lace. All the blood from my body rushes south to my cock, turning it painfully hard. With a sexy smile on her face, she comes to stand between my legs. My lips immediately find the smooth surface of her flat stomach, while my hands go to the button of her jean shorts. Unfortunately, she stops my attempt and steps back. My gaze snaps to hers. "Now is not the time to play games with me, Anna. I'm about to throw you down on this bed and fuck you until next week." She bites her bottom lip, stifling a smile. "One game night, and we play it my way." Dropping to her knees, she starts tugging at my shirt. "I do all of the work." I help her with it, wanting to speed this along, then allow her to push me to my back. I do not like to give up control, but I'm totally digging this shit right now. Sounds like a plan to me, baby. I'll just lay here and enjoy the view.
She stands and shimmies out of her jean shorts, revealing her matching purple lace panties, making my dick jump at the sight of her. Leaning over, she goes for a button of my jeans, her mouth hovering enticingly over my cock. Her breath hits my hot skin as she removes my pants, my jaw clenching at the powerful need thrumming through my veins. She grasps the length of me in one of her smooth hands, then leans over and takes it into her hot, wet mouth. With a tortured groan, I grip her silky strands gently as she takes me all the way to the back of her throat before sucking her way back to the top. That's my girl. Suck my dick, baby, just like that. She whimpers around my cock, loving my dirty words. My balls draw up tight as she slides back down and relaxes her throat, swallowing. Oh, fuck, I grit out, feeling close to exploding already. I tug on her hair, drawing her mouth away. Her hooded eyes meet mine. As much as I enjoy fucking this pretty mouth of yours, baby, I need you more. I need to be buried inside your warm body. She places a kiss to my abs, close to one of the bandages, before I feel her squirm to remove her panties. It's something that I want to do, but I stay where I am, following her rules, because no way in hell do I want this shit to end. She crawls over and situates herself on top of me. My hands grip her hips as she sinks down on me, her hot, wet pussy sucking me greedily into her tight depth as our groans of pleasure burst through the air. This right here is everything. There's nothing else in the world that feels as good as she does.
Oh, God, I love you so much. I was terrified I would never feel this again,
she cries, tears forming in her warm eyes. The thought has panic seizing my chest and my throat burning fire. Never going to happen, baby. You're going to feel me for the rest of your life. My arms, my mouth, my cock, I add, driving the point home with a thrust. You will never go a day without feeling this. Promise? She whispers, staring down at me. Yeah, baby, I promise. Forever. Her hips take on a slow rhythm, gliding up and down on me, making fire spread through my veins. I reach between us and run my knuckle through her slick pussy, finding her swollen bud. Her head falls back on a gasp. Lose the bra, Anna. With a deft flick of her fingers, she obeys the order, bearing me to the most beautiful sight of my life. Jesus, you're fucking beautiful. A goddamn angel. My angel. A small smile lifts her lips. You make me feel beautiful. That's because you are. Lean down, baby, I want to suck your pretty nipples. With a moan, she bends down, her full tits filling my waiting hands, and I take one hard tip into my mouth. Oh, God, she whimpers and grinds down harder, her hips seeking a more frantic rhythm. Good girl, fuck me, don't hold back. I pump my hips up into her, throwing all caution out the window, making every thrust count. Logan, she breathes, just as I feel her pussy start to flutter. Give me your mouth, Anna. I want to taste you when you come. I hook a hand around her neck and pull her closer to me. She gives me what I want, her warm, choppy breaths and sweet taste rushing through my blood, making my fucking head reel. I love you, baby. I love you more, she whimpers. Not fucking possible. I use my other hand to cup her warm, heavy breast, then pinch her tit with enough pressure to almost border pain, knowing it will send her over the edge. And it does. Oh, God, yes, she screams just before she shatters, her pussy locking down on my cock like a tight vice and draining my own body of pleasure. My Hannah, I groan against her mouth, keeping her lips on mine as I spill myself inside of her. She falls off of me to the side, being mindful of my injuries, and I don't fucking like it, not one bit. I pull her in close to me, trapping her in my arms. Don't move, I whisper against her hair. I'm good, baby, I promise. Just stay where you are.
She relaxes against me. I pull the other side of the covers over us, wanting to keep her warm, and trail my fingers down her slender arm. We relish in the silence, only feeling, never speaking. She takes my hand a few minutes later and brings it to her mouth for a kiss before interlacing our fingers. I want to stay like this for the rest of my life. I never again want to feel what it's like to not sleep in your arms. Her voice is soft, but her words hit me like a blow to the chest. I want to reassure her, but I don't know how. I begin stroking her ring finger, my mind spinning as I look around the room. Then I find it. Floating right next to the bed is her balloon. Releasing her hand, I reach over and grab the bottom of the pink string, ripping a piece off. She looks up at me, her brows furrowed. "Hey, why are you wrecking my balloon? I put a lot of thought into that." With a smirk, I turn on my side to face her, ignoring the bite of pain I get from it. I grab her left hand and kiss the inside of her wrist, before taking the pink ribbon and tying it around her ring finger in a secure bow. She tenses against me, her eyes shooting up to mine in shock. "When I tell you forever, Anna, I mean it. You will be my wife and the mother of my kids. You will be my Anna forever. Nothing or no one will ever change that." Her warm eyes shine with tears. "Are you asking me to marry you, Logan Knight?" "No, I'm telling you you are." A laugh spills out of her just before she grabs my face and lays one hot fucking kiss on my lips. I thread my fingers through her hair and crush her mouth harder against mine, inhaling everything she has to give me, her warm tears mixing with our flavors. "I love you so much," she whispers into the kiss. "I love you too. I swear, Anna, I'll take care of you. You'll never know what it's like to hurt. As long as I have you by my side, I can survive anything. I just need you." After a few more hard kisses, she moves back in place, her head lying in the crook of my arm. She raises her hand and examines the pink bow tied around her finger, her smile gleaming as if she's staring at a fucking diamond. "I know it's not the perfect ring, but I'll take you out soon and buy you what you want." She shakes her head. "I don't want anything else. This is perfect." I grunt. "Babe, I was improvising. I'm going to get you the real thing. Something that will shine so fucking big, every motherfucker will see it from a mile away." She bursts out laughing, thinking I'm joking. I'm not. I have a better idea." "What's that?" She looks up at me. "Why don't we get our names tattooed on our fingers instead of rings?" "Seriously?" She nods. "I've been wanting one for a few years now, and I can't think of anything better than branding your name on my finger. It's something that can never get lost or ever be erased. It's a forever kind of thing." Just the thought has my cock going rock hard. I peer down at her knowing, tattoo or not, she will always be my forever. "I like that idea, baby." "Me too. In the meantime, I will wear this pink bow everywhere I go and flash it to every motherfucker who walks by." A laugh bursts out of me. I've never heard that word fall from her mouth before, and I fucking love it. That's my girl. She covers her giggle, then releases a yawn, exhaustion weighing heavily on her. I kiss the top of her head and bring her in close before resting my forehead on hers. "Let's have a nap, baby. Then we'll tell the world." She nods. "Do you need anything first?" "No, I have everything I need." She burrows in closer, tucking her face into my neck. "I love you." "I love you too, Anna." "Forever," she whispers. "Forever." As contentment settles over me, it isn't long before I slip into the best sleep of my life, knowing with this girl by my side, I will conquer the world, just like my friend wanted.
Anna. As I feel Logan's breathing even out, I glance up to see him sound asleep, his face soft and peaceful, just like it always should be. Our story was long, and our road to happiness even longer, but in the end, we prevailed. In the beginning, this man was my salvation. But in the end, it was his redemption that saved us all. Epilogue. Anna. 6 months later. "Higher, Logan, higher!" Annabelle shrieks, laughing as Logan pushes her on the tree swing. I snap a picture of them with my phone, one of the many I've taken of Logan today. We're at Jackson and Julia's new home. Jackson ended up buying some of Cade's land so they could stay in the country, but on the other side and away from their old place. After what happened, Julia refused to go back there, and I don't blame her. I don't think I could ever bring myself back to the place where Logan was almost killed. Jackson made sure to have Julia's tree moved. It now stands proudly on their new land, a grand reminder of their love for each other. The whole gang is here as we celebrate Logan's graduation from the academy, something he wasn't keen on letting us have, but Julia and I didn't care. We were going to celebrate him graduating top of his class whether he liked it or not. Even his mom and sister are here, fitting in with the group perfectly. Cooper got an emergency call right in the middle of Logan's ceremony that he had to go to, and unfortunately, my parents are out of town, but we had dinner with them the week before to celebrate. Everything is finally how it was always meant to be. "Annabelle, quick, come here. We're gonna play tag with Bandit," Hope shouts, waving her over from across the yard. Annabelle jumps off the swing mid-air, giving Logan a mild heart attack before scampering away. I giggle at his panicked expression. He turns around and notices me watching him for the first time. Giving me that sexy smirk of his, he closes the distance between us. Wrapping his arms around my waist, he picks me up, leaving my feet to dangle off the ground. "What are you laughing at?" he asks. "Your face when she jumped off," I admit with a smile, circling my arms tightly around his neck. "You would think, by your expression, she just jumped off the Empire State Building." He grunts. "She needs to give a guy some warning." I shake my head, stifling a laugh. He's as protective as Jackson. A moment of silence stretches between us as we stare at one another, his midnight blue eyes piercing the very depths of my soul. "Have I told you lately how proud I am of you?" I ask, already knowing the answer.
"Only about 100 times. I'm pretty sure the entire country heard you, my mom and sister today."
"Good, because the entire world should know how amazing you are." His arms tighten around me.
"You're the amazing one, baby."
I scoff at the compliment, but my heart warms.
"Tell me you love me,"
he demands. A full smile breaks out across my face. "I love you."
"Tell me you're my Anna."
"I'm your Anna," I whisper. I swear I will never tire of repeating these words to him for as long as I live.
"Forever."
"Forever."
"Damn fucking straight. Now kiss me, baby."
I follow the order, a blissful sigh escaping me as my mouth descends on his. The kiss spreads throughout my entire body, right to the tips of my fingers and toes. A kiss that I'm blessed to have for the rest of my life. A groan rumbles from deep within his chest.
"Jesus, I fucking love you."
I pull back to take an air. "I love you more."
"Not possible."
Our moment gets interrupted.
"Hey, you two, lose the lip lock and get your asses over here. We need your help for this."
Sawyer yells from across the yard, as he, Jackson, and Cade all line up with their kids. A massive, inflatable obstacle course is set up in front of them, courtesy of Jackson renting it for the kids to play on today. "Sawyer, what on earth are you doing with my babies now?" Grace yells from the patio where she sits, visiting with Julia, Faith, Kayla, and Caitlin.
"Don't worry, Cupcake. Just a little friendly competition."
"Uh-oh, I'm scared," I whisper with amusement. The girls must feel the same as I do, since they immediately get up and head over to them. Logan grunts.
"I'm sure they don't need any help. Those assholes are always cramping my style when I'm with you."
With a giggle, I give him another hard kiss before he releases me. Miranda's laughter echoes through the backyard as we walk to join everyone else. We look back to see her and Sarge on the patio. He's leaning in close to her, murmuring in her ear, making her blush.
"That guy is really starting to piss me off."
I glance at Logan to see him glaring daggers at them. I think he likes her.
I know he does. The fucker was asking about her at the gym the other day.
Well, I think they would make a cute couple. His glare swings to me.
My mom is too old to make a cute couple with anyone.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. She's not that old. She still has many years left, and she deserves to be happy. They have both been through a lot. I think together they could heal the wounds of their pasts. I look up to see him staring down at me, his expression softer.
I hate it when you make sense.
A smile touches my lips as he drapes an arm around my shoulders and drops a kiss to the top of my head. Jackson gives Logan the stink eye as we reach them.
You've only been here an hour. Can't you keep your hands to yourself until you're home?
No, I can't. Logan shoots back in annoyance, not backing down. He lowers his voice so the kids don't hear what he says next.
And that's mild compared to what I want to do to her.
Jackson shoves him.
You little punk.
Logan, Sawyer, and Cade all chuckle.
I swear, I love this kid more every day,
Sawyer remarks with a grin. Jackson glares over at him, not appreciating his input. Come on, Daddy, let's get this show on the road, Annabelle says, as she excitedly jumps into Jackson's arms.
All right, we're settling this score once and for all, Sawyer starts, except this time on land. We're running this obstacle course with the kids on our backs. If a kid falls off, you're out. First one to the finish line wins. Knight, I want you on the other end, and I want you to time it. I'm curious what mine will be when I beat these, guys,
he adds with a cocky grin. You're only taking one kid, Grace says to him.
No, I'm taking both.
No, it's too dangerous, she snaps.
Cupcake, it's inflatable. There's nothing dangerous about it. If they do fall off, they'll be fine. But that won't happen, because we're going to kill it,
he says, before knuckle-bumping the twins. Don't worry, Mom. I'll go on top and make sure Hope doesn't fall off, Parker reassures her. She releases a deep sigh. I know you will, baby.
Come on, Beckett. You can come and help me. I'll need an extra set of eyes,
Logan says, making sure to include him. He kneels down so Beckett can hop on his back, which he does so excitedly. They walk to the back of the obstacle course where we can no longer see them. All the guys get down in a ready stance, hands on the ground, with one leg stretched back and one knee up. All the kids hop on their backs and Grace helps the twins.
Hold on tight, kid,
Cade tells Ruthie, craning his neck to look back at her. I am. Don't worry, we got this, big guy, she replies, giving him a kiss to his cheek.
Jules, baby, count us in,
Jackson says. Rolling her eyes, she does as he says. On your marks, get set, go. They all shoot off at the exact same time, the kids screaming and laughing as they hold on for dear life. Bandit follows alongside, barking like crazy at the chaos. They're neck and neck as they reach the obstacle course. Once they're up and over the first hurdle, they're no longer in sight. Only the kids' laughter can be heard.
I pray one of them wins so they can move on from this, Julia sighs.
I don't think it will ever stop. It's just their nature, Faith comments with a smile. I look back up at the patio as Sarge hollers, telling all the kids to let go of their dads. Janie shakes her head with a smile, sitting on the swing with a sleeping Mia in her arms. Caitlin comes up beside me and slings an arm around my shoulders.
How are things coming along with the clinic, Anna? You ready for our help?
I smile and wrap my arm around her waist. I love Caitlin. She's been my hairdresser since I moved here, and we've gotten to know each other well. She's always invited me out to any girls' nights she's hosted, and has been just as supportive of me starting the clinic as everyone else. It'll be a little while before it's in full swing since I'm still doing my practicum, but thanks to all the financial support and help, I've been able to get the ball rolling. It's coming along nicely. I'm just waiting for the papers to finalize. Then we can go in and paint.
Count me in. Just give me a few days' notice and I'll have Amanda take care of the shop.
You bet. We'll be waiting. Just say the word, Kayla says with a nod. Thanks, guys. I could never have done this without any of you.
It's a good cause, Julia says, rubbing my back. And you know we're always here for you.
Yes, I do. They're like the sisters I've never had.
No way! This is bullshit!
Sawyer's shout breaks us out of our conversation. We look over to see all the guys walking back over, the kids now jumping and doing their own thing on the inflatable.
How was that possible?
Uh-oh, Grace murmurs.
Who won?
Caitlin asks with a smirk, guessing the answer from Sawyer's heated remark.
It was a tie,
Logan tells us with a chuckle. Again? I ask.
Yeah,
Cade grumbles, clearly not happy with the end result either.
There's no way,
Jackson cuts in.
One of us had to have touched that pole first night.
Logan shakes his head.
No, you didn't. I'm telling you, it was the exact same time.
Fuck that, Sawyer shoots back. I had 2 kids on my back, so I win. Cade grunts.
I don't think so, Evans. Ruthie weighs as much as both your kids together.
So, it's still harder with 2. The guys grunt, but the argument ceases when Cooper pulls up. Oh, good. I'm glad he's back for lunch, Kayla says, her eyes lighting up at the sight of her husband. However, the easy moment vanishes when Cooper exits the car with another officer. Immediately, we can tell something is wrong. Dad! Beckett runs to Cooper excitedly. He scoops the little boy up in his arms and gives him a big hug before whispering something in his ear. Beckett nods at whatever he says, then runs back over to play with the other kids.
What's going on?
Logan asks, quietly, as we watch Cooper and the deputy make their way to us, their strides purposeful.
I don't know, but something's up,
Jackson murmurs. Hey, Kayla greets them as he reaches us.
Hey, baby.
Cooper leans down to kiss her, then drops one on a sleeping Ella's head.
What's up, Coop?
Jackson asks, eyeing the cop next to him. Cooper's gaze swings to Caitlin.
I'm actually here to talk to Caitlin.
Me? She asks, surprised. He nods.
Any chance you've spoken to your brother today, or know where he is?
She frowns. No. The last time we spoke was a few days ago. Why? What do you want with Colin?
Why don't we go over here and talk?
He suggests, pointing to the other side of the yard. She backs up when he tries to lead her. No, here's fine. Just tell me what's going on. You're scaring me, Cooper. He watches her, his expression regretful.
There's a warrant out for Colin's arrest.
What? Caitlin rears back in shock. For what? Faith comes to stand next to her and puts a hand on her shoulder. Cooper hesitates.
I think it's best if we discuss this privately.
She shakes her head. Everyone here is like family. Just spit it out. He nods.
For rape, assault, and battery.
What? She shrieks. Are you fucking crazy? She shakes her head. No, there must be some mistake. He would never do that, Cooper. Never. It's true. He wouldn't. Faith speaks up, looking just as upset as Caitlin. He exhales a winded sigh. This can't be easy for him to discuss with her, considering how close we all are.
Listen, I don't know all the facts, which is why we need to find Colin. The alleged victim is pressing charges and saying he did it.
Well, she's lying, Caitlin shouts. He would never do something like that. My heart breaks as the tears build in her eyes, her sweet face tense and distraught. The deputy next to Cooper speaks out for the first time.
The evidence is pretty incriminating, Miss Slade, and
I don't care about the fucking evidence. My brother didn't do it.
Caitlin, listen.
Cooper steps closer, but she pulls away. No, tell me you know he didn't do this, Cooper. His hesitation has her losing her composure. You know what? Forget it. I'm not listening to any more of this shit. She runs off, heading to her car. Caitlin, wait. Faith goes after her, but she's not fast enough. Before she can reach her, Caitlin hops in her car and speeds off. Faith walks back to us, tears falling down her face. Cade grabs her and pulls her against him. Something's wrong, she chokes out. I'm telling you, I know him. He wouldn't do something like this.
Just how damning is the evidence?
Jackson asks.
Pretty incriminating,
he admits regretfully.
And it looks like he skipped town, which makes him look even more guilty.
Sawyer looks over at Logan.
Maybe it was him you saw that night at the club. Yeah, well, that's just it. It seems there's a possibility he had some ties with Mayor Allen after all. That ring may have been bigger than we expected.
My heart seizes at the thought that Colin had any involvement with what happened to Logan.
Do you think he did it?
Jackson asks. Cooper shakes his head.
I don't want to, but right now the evidence is saying he did.
No, he wouldn't do it. We all fall quiet at the sound of Faith's sob. Cade holds her closer, trying to offer comfort. My heart breaks, not only for her, but also Caitlin, as I remember the agony on her face as she ran away. The last thing this group needs is any more heartbreak. But it looks like that's exactly what's coming our way. This concludes An Act of Redemption by Casey Lynn, narrated by Callie Dalton and Teddy Hamilton. Copyright 2015 by Casey Lynn. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Casey Lynn and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.